Ninjago was one of my favorite shows growing up, but I dropped it after season 6. I decided to revisit it, and was shocked to see that it was genuinely solid as a show. It didn't feel catered to the kiddywinks, and had some really complex parts. To this day, I've kept up with the show, and after 13 years, it's still going very strong. Now I will recap and review every season, so you can hear all my unhinged opinions on a LEGO show. The Ninjago pilots. Such a simple but effective start to the franchise. I have fond memories of these two episodes, as they are where I started with the series, and I had them on a DVD. Could nostalgia affect how I view these episodes? Yeah, probably, but I think it would affect anyone who's in the same situation as I am. Anyway, enough yapping, let's talk about them. The series begins with this old fella approaching a blacksmith. Inside is our hero Kai and his sister Nia. They live here by themselves, with their parents being absent. The old man speaks about ninjas or something. I'm sure that won't be important later. Kai tells him to piss off, and he does. All of a sudden, these skeleton dudes arrive, searching for a map. Again, that's probably not important. Kai and Nia do their best to fight off the Bone Boys, but they're outmatched by their leader, Samukai. A golden tornado saves Kai's ass, and it's the old timer, hooray! The old man is named Wu, and he saves Kai again from being crushed. Samukai says a name that Wu recognizes, Lord Garmadon, and apparently he ordered the skeletons to steal Nia. Okay, I thought they were after a map or something. Oh, they got it? Cool. Wu gives us lore for the world of the show, which is iconic to the fanbase. Basically, Wu's father, the first Spinjitzu master, created Ninjago using the 4 golden weapons, but when he died, his 2 sons fought over them, resulting in the eldest brother, Garmadon, falling into the underworld. Wu took the golden weapons and hid them across the land, and created a map which he gave to Kai's father. That's why the skeletons were here, to find the map to the golden weapons, so Garmadon can have all of them. I'm sure many of you know this already, but for the newcomers, hi. It's really cool how much lore we get early on, considering these episodes were created to get audiences' attention. You think they would try and make it simple, but they went above and beyond. It doesn't feel overwhelming, so they did a good job. Wu is at the blacksmith to recruit Kai to become a ninja. He agrees to go with Wu, only to save his sister. The two go to the monastery of Spinjitzu to train. I wouldn't say that Kai is all that good at being a ninja, for now. One night, Kai is jumped by 3 other ninjas. Kai does well to hold them off until Wu shows up. Turns out, these mysterious goobers were Wu's other students. Wu somehow changes their clothes, which is concerning because these guys are teenagers. Each ninja gets their own suit to match the elemental properties inside of them. This will make sense later. Kai is the master of fire. Okay, fire's awesome. Jay in blue is the master of lightning. I like lightning. Cole is still in black and is the master of earth. And finally, Zane in the white is the master of ice, who is a little odd. Their mission is to locate the golden weapons and protect them with their lives. The first weapon is the Scythe of Quakes, and Kai goes in by himself. Kai has a lot of personality in these episodes, and in the first season as well, but after that, he doesn't get much spotlight. The other ninja catch up, and they steal the map to the weapons from Samukai. They actually find the weapon, and Jay's big mouth alerts the skeletons of their position. The skeletons confront the ninja, and they play football with the weapon. It's during this fight that Jay learns Spinjitzu, which was the coolest thing before they got all their other abilities. After the skeletons piss off, the weapon's guardian attacks them, and it's a dragon. They barely manage to escape, and Wu was a little pissed that Kai used the scythe. The first episode ends with us hearing the crisp voice of Lord Garmadon.
Good. Then my brother was there.
The second episode starts with the group on a boat, which kind of looks like the Destiny's Bounty. They arrive at an ice temple, which I'm surprised doesn't return later in the show. Actually, a lot of these locations aren't ever seen past the pilots. Zane grabs the shurikens of ice, but he's frozen, so the other ninja use his corpse as a sled to escape the dragon. What is happening? They continue to hunt for the golden weapons, and get the nunchucks of lightning. They kind of skip over the middle 2 weapons, but that's for the better, as they don't have much runtime left. The team vibe after their victories, but later that night, Kai is led away by Nia? Crazy, I know. It's Garmadon, or at least his shadow. Garmadon wants Kai to take out the sword for him, but Kai obviously says no. Garmadon pulls his trap card and dangles Nia in Kai's face. He pulls the sword out and uses it to free his sister. He gets his shit rocked by shadows until Sensei Wu shows up. Meanwhile, the skeletons capture the other 3 ninja and steal their golden weapons. This is a dire situation, so Wu decides to take himself and the sword to the underworld to keep the others safe from his brother. Very noble of you, Wu, but you left Kai and Nia with a dragon. Jay, Cole, and Zane chase the speeding skeleton mobiles on foot? Now that's a speed feat. Cole attacks Jay's windpipe and failed to stop the skeletons from escaping. Zane shows off his sixth sense, which is a character trait that gets lost over the course of the show. The ninja's plan is to use the dragons to cross over to the underworld, as they have the ability to cross between the different realms. This is a cool idea, and I'm happy they use this concept more. The ninja arrive in the underworld. They are stealthy for about 2 seconds, then they are found. So much for being ninjas, guys. Wu comes face to face with his brother, and Samukai, who uses the 3 weapons against Wu. Back with the not ninja, they decide to use the Tornado of Creation, which Wu told them about earlier. They create a massive Ferris wheel to house all the skeletons. Sure, they witness the kind of goofy fight, and Sensei Wu is defeated. Samukai gains the confidence from having all 4 weapons to stand up to Garmadon and betray him. He then explodes, because no one can harness all the weapons at once. This somehow creates a portal for Garmadon to escape through, and Wu becomes very Chinese.
Father would not want you to do this, brother.
Garmadon vows to return with the power to hold all of the weapons at once. The day is saved, and Kai poses up for the camera. I know this was more of a recap than a review, but honestly, what can I say about this? Obviously, it's a fantastic start to the series, considering all the damn seasons that followed. The world and characters are fleshed out great, and you just get the feeling that there's so much left in this world to explore. They introduce a ton of stuff that gets expanded on later, but it also doesn't feel too complicated or overwhelming. My only problem is that, for new fans, these 2 episodes aren't the easiest to watch. They aren't on Netflix with the rest of the show, so you have to do some digging to get your grubby little hands on these. The very first season of the show. I remember this one being pretty good, but could that be the nostalgia talking? Maybe. I believe that many fans get blinded by the nostalgia that comes with the early years of the show, but I'm not so easily swayed. The season starts with a short recap from the pilots and the theme song. It's so basic but does the job very well. We catch up with Master Wu again as he overhears the ninja training their thumbs I should say. Kai, Cole, Zane and Jay are bored because Lord Garmadon went bye-bye. Cole speaks with Kai's voice.
We can train tomorrow.
That happens a lot. Wu wants them to keep training to unlock their true potential. Nia bursts in with bad news.
Lord Garmadon, he's returned!
The boys rush off and take off in their dragons. I'm glad to see that this season follows the pilots. If you haven't seen them, then too bad. They arrive in Jamonokai village, where the people are in a panic. They get ready to battle the evil Lord Garmadon. Oh my god, here he comes! Oh, what? This is Lloyd Garmadon, who is the son of Lord Garmadon. So Garmadon's full name is Garmadon? Whatever. The kid foreshadows an old race of snake people. The ninja take care of the little shit and promptly laugh at him. Zane and Kai find a scroll that belongs to Wu and quickly start to snoop. It speaks of a prophecy that one of the 4 ninja will rise up and become the legendary Green Ninja. Now this was the coolest thing as a kid, but now it's just kind of a neat little mystery. The Green Ninja is destined to defeat Lord Garmadon. While they head back to the monastery, Lloyd is wandering around a snowy wasteland. How the hell did he get here? Oh right, plot stuff. He finds and opens a tomb that houses one of those snake people tribes. They can hypnotize people, so the general tries a little party trick on Lloyd. Thanks to a clumsy boy and a mirror, it bounces back onto the snake leader, and now Lloyd controls him. The team find Nia training on the course and kick her off. She can't be a ninja. They decide to try and speedrun this green ninja thing by fighting each other. It's a pretty clunky fight. They don't have the best control over their golden weapons, so Kai starts tweaking. He almost burns down the monastery, but Wu manages to save it. Little does he know. Jamonokai village is attacked again, and Lloyd uses these powerful snakes to take candy. He's like 6, so I guess that makes sense. Wu gets a vision about this, and the ninja head out to stop them. Well, at least try. Old Scales here tries to hypnotize Cole, but Nia intervenes, and they save the people of the village, while the snakes get away. Scales expresses his confusion with the general listening to a fetus, and he has something planned. He's still got Cole in his back pocket. We parallel the start of the last episode, but this time, the ninja are actually training. Zay completely shows everyone up, and the others call him weird. The mailman pulls up, and everyone has mail except Zane. He tells the others that he's an orphan and doesn't remember his parents. At dinner, everyone laughs at Zane, so Sensei Wu violates Cole. Zane takes out the garbage and meets a falcon who he bonds with. It flies off, so Zane follows it. He's led to a treehouse.
If I see one girl in here, I'm gonna go ballistic.
Oh no, Lloyd's an incel. The next day, Zane shows the others what Lloyd has been up to. They put their ninja skills to use as they sneak around in the brightest colors known to man. The ninja bring down the house, but Scales uses his hold over Cole to fight the others. Just as Cole is about to bring the ninja down, Wu and Nia arrive to snap him out of it using this flute. They head home, where they find the monastery burnt to a crisp. This is only the second episode! It was the snakes getting their staff back. Everyone is, of course, very sad and blames Zane for this, but come on guys. Zane rightfully ditches them. The Hypnobrai have captured Lloyd and the General, and Scales challenges the General for leadership in the Slither Pit. The two square off, while Lloyd steals a map. Scales uses Fang Quan Do to defeat the General, and now he has the long tail. The team is camping out, and Zane returns with good news. He found a massive pirate ship that's in the middle of the desert, in perfect condition. The Destiny's Bounty becomes the new home for the ninja. Wu awakes the ninja with an important lesson: housework. Yeah, the bounty's in a bit of a dump at the moment, so they clean it up. A strange pair approaches the bounty, and this turns out to be Jay's parents. Edna is whatever, but Ed is an absolute champion. I ironically love Ed. They blab to everyone that they live in a junkyard, which is pretty embarrassing to Jay. Oh wow, these ninjas sure are efficient. The cleaning montage and scenes with Ed and Edna at first seem very unnecessary for this episode, but we're getting into it now. Lloyd follows the map he stole to another Serpentine tribe. He opens it, and out pops the Fangpire. Lloyd wants to pit the snakes against each other, but they need more numbers. They head for Ed and Edna's junkyard. You're probably wondering, why? Well, the Fangpire's special little ability is turning anything into snakes with their bite, even vehicles. The dragons are still hanging around and are shedding, so they need to migrate. This is the last we see of their dragons, at least when they are separated. Wu tells the others about the thrilling lore of this flute, that it's the only one left, and it was used back in the day to combat the snakes. They get to the junkyard where they find Jay's parents tied up. They are slowly turning into snakes, but the ninja have bigger fish. Whoa. Did Nia just kick a snake in the dick? The snakes go down pretty easy until they take over this big ass statue. Jay does a backflip, takes out the statue, and Lloyd retreats. They still need the staff for the antidote, so Wu reveals something a little random in retrospect. Apparently the golden weapons can turn into vehicles, and he's not wrong. Now this makes zero sense. Did the first Spinjitzu master think of this when he was making the weapons, or what? This is probably the most obvious example of we need Lego sets. I do like the design of the vehicles though, and they're pretty cool if you don't think about it too much. They return to the bounty where they cure Jay's parents and activate the bounty's flight mode. You're telling me they built this themselves? Again, pretty cool if you don't think about it. The flying pirate ship is such an iconic element of the series, and it even made it into the movie. Zane awakes in Mexico apparently, where everything is a little weird. Zane is attacked by Lord Garmadon. Okay, this is a dream. Zane almost dies, but gets saved by the Green Ninja. He watches as the Green Ninja domes Garmadon and uses the nunchucks of lightning. Yo, so it's Jay then. Oh, Kai maybe? Yeah, the Green Ninja shows off traits from all four ninja to keep you guessing. He has Cole's super strength, Jay's weapon, Kai's powers, and Zane's falcon. Zane awakes and they discuss. Since they are distracted by Zane's dream, Wu punishes them by making them train until they solve this riddle.
What is the best way to defeat an enemy?
The two snake tribes collide, but the two generals actually know each other. They were enemies, but now that Scales is in charge, they decide to become friends. Well, that's nice, but not for Lloyd. As the Fangpire turn on him, he's flung away. Lloyd finds himself at yet another Serpentine tomb, the Anacondrae. They aren't as impressive as Lloyd hoped, as there's just a bunch of bones and this guy, Pythor. He's the last Anacondrae left, as they all starved to death. Pythor ate them, I'm just saying. The two bond and become friends. That's nice, for now. The two evil buddies begin their evil reign. Pythor is a great character. He's just so charming. While the ninja are still struggling on the riddle, they are alerted to trouble. Pythor and Lloyd have taken over Lloyd's old boarding school, so the ninja descend. They chase after Lloyd in their own little ways. Pythor quickly steals Lloyd's map and dips using his invisibility. Yeah, he can do that. The kid is taken into the ninja's custody. Wu is treating his nephew pretty well for being an evil little shit. Well, it was because he was using the solution to that riddle.
It is to make them your friend.
Wow, how wholesome. Lloyd is stirring up some shit between the ninja by messing with their things. The worst one was making Zane's outfit pink. Everyone is at each other's throats, but apparently this was Wu's doing. It was all a lesson. Whatever. Pythor is on a quest to unleash the last two Serpentine tribes. Nia manages to discover where the last two tombs are, and Jay flirts with her. Nia is kept behind to babysit. The ninjas split up, and Zane is looking good. Exploring the Constricti tomb, Zane reads of a prophecy about the snakes uniting and finding fang blades that unleash a great devourer. Who knows what that could mean, but the two are attacked. The Constricti can dig really well. They head out to help Jay and Kai, who find themselves surrounded by Venomari and Constricti. The Venomari can make someone trip balls, which unfortunately happens to Kai. Pythor is also there, and their one weapon against him is taken. The ninja are in a real pickle until this mech arrives. The mysterious pilot places a tracker onto Pythor and knocks everyone out. Later that night, Kai is off his rocker. They recap their failure, but the fight's not over yet. They are called to Ninjago City, which becomes the most reoccurring location in the show. They descend down using their vehicles and take it all in. All the tribes gather underground, where Pythor rallies everyone. The snakes are pretty good antagonists and are another iconic part of the show's legacy. Each tribe is pretty alright, but the standouts are Pythor and Scales, who both end up becoming reoccurring characters. The ninja try to sabotage, but they are found and chased away. Pinky comes in clutch with a cool getaway, and Pythor is pissed. What are Pythor and Scales doing in the desert? Building sandcastles? Oh no, they're looking for an ancient city, which is the first step to unleashing the Great Devourer. The ninja are just doing their thing, when Wu gets a package. It contains new ninja suits. You can just order those? The ninja get another alert to Mega Monster Amusement Park, where some snakes are just hanging around, so they suit up. Look, I know people like these suits, but I'm sorry, I'm not a big fan. Like, they get the job done and they're memorable, but later seasons have way better ones. Can't wait for y'all to flame me in the comments. When the boys get there, the snakes have already been dealt with. The samurai is getting on the ninja's nerves, and Wu spits another banger lesson.
Healthy competition can help you reach your true potential faster.
The boys make a bet. Whoever can discover the samurai's identity will be the green ninja. They all set off on little side quests to stop snakes, but the samurai swoops in every time. Lloyd is left by himself and eavesdrops on some snakes going to Ouroboros. That's the city, by the way. He infiltrates and watches as Pythor flexes his authority by kicking the 4 generals' asses. He instead uses Wu's flute to get the victory, which wins over the tribes. Lloyd is also discovered. The ninja are bummed that they aren't any closer to unlocking their true potential and realize that Lloyd is MIA. They track Lloyd to Ouroboros and get got. They all drop their weapons and are forced to fight. Who's their opponent? The samurai, duh. How do the snakes capture him? Zane's plan of joining forces is interrupted by a spinning disc, so the two square off. The ninja just casually pop the Tornado of Creation to build a slingshot, and this makes you think that the Tornado of Creation would be a series mainstay, but it only happens 2 more times after this. Shit goes sideways, and the samurai saves the ninja using his mech. He stays back to get the golden weapons back, and flies off. The fellas crash, and so does the samurai. Kai goes to check it out, and discovers that the samurai was Nia. She felt left out in the action, so created her own persona. Kai wants to tell the others because of that bet, but decides to keep Nia's secret. The season is handling its character moments really well. I'm loving it. Wu also knows about Nia's secret because he's an old man. Oh man, you know what time it is. The ninja have been training fairly hard with some crazy feats. They believe that they've reached their true potential, but Wu humbles them. They still need to overcome their mental potential. Wu actually knows about this, the Great Devourer, as he shares a story from his past. Young Wu and Garmadon were actually really close, and Garmadon wasn't always evil. Wu lost a katana, so Garmadon went to fetch it. He was bitten by a snake, which turned out to be the Great Devourer. Its venom is able to turn anyone evil, and that's how Garmadon was sent down this evil road. Present Wu is going on his own journey to find someone that can help. I love that Wu does his own thing in this season, as you'll soon find out that he doesn't do it often. The Serpentine are trying to find the location of the Fang Blades, with a map being somewhere. The ninja are putting out flyers when Zane has a moment. The Falcon's back, so the ninja follow it. For a while, damn. Everyone gets tired, but Zane continues on by himself. The bird seems to fucking die on the spot in this winter wonderland. The Falcon is actually a robot, but before Zane can help his friend, another massive robot shows up. He takes it out and finds a tree that isn't wood. While exploring, Zane finds blueprints for the Falcon and something else that distresses him. Wu finds himself at a tea store looking for traveler's tea. The others catch up with Zane and he shows them the inside of his chest. Yep, Zane's a robot. This was such a shocking reveal back in the day and completely unexpected. Like, who would have thought of this? My mind was blown when I saw this, but now I can't think of Zane not as a robot. Turns out, Zane didn't have a sense of humor because his funny switch wasn't turned on. This is a weird scene to have right in the middle of this dramatic moment. The others do a great job consoling their friend, but this leaves Zane feeling empty. The other 3 are attacked by tree horns, which are freaky. These highly trained ninja get their asses kicked by trees. Zane finds a memory switch on him, so flicks it, which leads to one of the best scenes in the whole show. We watch all of Zane's memories come back as he relives his father's death, which is quite sad. This does make Zane feel a lot better, as now he knows where he came from. Zane goes absolutely nuts on the tree horns, but the queen shows up. Zane finding out about his past allows him to unlock his true potential, and my man starts glowing. He freezes the queen tree horn. Hooray, development! Meanwhile, Pythor realizes that putting the 5 venoms together reveals the location of the Fang Blades. Hooray for them, I guess. And Wu uses that traveler's tea to open a familiar portal to who knows where. Whatever it is, Garmadon is there waiting. Hooray for Garmadon as well? Nia is teaching the ninja about this vampire skeleton and a potential weakness to their ability, while Jay looks like this. He's also wearing perfume, which Nia is allergic to. Jay has the balls to ask Nia out on a date. Learn from Jay, children. Just go for it. He pricks his hand on the skeleton as well. Garmadon came to the realm of madness to gain more power and sprout another pair of arms. Now he can possess all 4 golden weapons at once. A fight between the brothers breaks out. Garmadon can control these mud creatures somehow. Before Wu is Vord, he tells Garmadon that Lloyd is in danger, which convinces Garmadon to help. He also agrees to help Wu, so they travel to a place where they can get home. The diabolical snakes go to the amusement park. For fun? No, silly. One of the Fang Blades is there. Jay looks sharp, but his handler is looking gross. The ninja are once again alerted to Pythor's antics, so Jay replans his date for the amusement park. Jay is still turning into a snake, while the others deal with the actual snakes. Nia ditches Jay to do samurai stuff. Pythor does eventually find the Fang Blade, but the ninja are there to take it. Zane uses his true potential powers to freeze himself and the other two. Fair play. It's cool that they can use it on the fly. Nia steals the Fang Blade and runs away, but not very far. Looking back on this season now, no way the snakes succeed this much. I guess it's because they're always one step ahead of the ninja, but they are chumps. Nia's chained to a roller coaster, a deadly roller coaster, so Jay has to save her. Nia tells Jay that she's the samurai, and tells him that she likes him. Then she plants one on him, which turns him back. Nia did say at the start of the episode that raising one's heart rate could reverse the effects. So there you go. Jay realizes that being himself is pretty cool, which unlocks his true potential. Bro teleports and can fly. They tell the others about Nia, but Pythor got away with the Fang Blade. Pythor and his band of snakes are in a pyramid. Oh, and Lloyd's there as well. If he brings them the Fang Blade, Pythor will let him go. Turns out this Fang Blade is already taken. Kai is getting a tad jealous that Zane and Jay have achieved their inner peace. Don't tell him who this episode is about. Cole remembers where he's seen the Fang Blade before. It's in a trophy that Cole's dad has won a few times. Cole's dad was a dancer, but Cole drops a name many of you probably know.
Dutch? No, Clutch Powers.
Well, that's a crazy reference, and we do see him later on. Cole's hesitant about seeing his dad, as he thinks Cole is studying to be a dancer, not a ninja. Wu and Garmadon are attacked by these stone guys called Craglings, which prove to be annoying. The ninja decide to play along with Cole's lies, and they meet Mr. Cole. What's kind of distracting is that Cole and his father are played by Kirby Morrow, so he's just talking to himself. To get their hands on the Blade Cup, the dancers, must perform in a talent show. Some snake henchmen find a poster with the blade on it. How convenient.
Bop till you drop,
Shake it till you break it.
move it till you lose it, spin it till you win it. Stop!
Wu and Garmadon make it to that portal and pass through. Looking good, boys. I like these outfits. Cole's dad hears of the ninja's plan to steal the cup, so Cole can now tell his father about what he does. Cole's dad says being a ninja is cringe and leaves. The ninjas start dancing to the theme song, with a little fighting thrown in there. Cole does the triple tiger sachet to win, and Cole gets his moment of winning, but his father wasn't there to see it. Oh, never mind. I like Cole's dad. He's a neat little character. He comes around to Cole's ninja ways. And here's Pythor. He drops some heavy equipment onto Cole's dad, so Cole jumps in to save him. He unlocks his true potential, and has the lamest display out of all of them. He just lifts heavy things, which he can do anyway. At least the other two are more flashy. Uh-oh, someone is touching things they shouldn't. It's Kai trying on the green ninja suit, which is weird to see now. And why is the hood the old one? Kai is even more disappointed now that everyone else has unlocked their true potential. Wu returns to the bounty with his precious cargo. Kai immediately goes in for the kill, but Wu breaks the two up. The group discusses their progress, and Kai doesn't trust Garmadon, which I don't blame him for. Kai's head's so far up his ass that he thinks defeating Garmadon will unlock his true potential, and he'll be the Green Ninja. There's a cute montage of Garmadon being a terrible roommate, but he hasn't done much evil. The Falcon spots the snakes heading towards the Fire Temple, with Lloyd in tow, but Kai doesn't see this. He's too busy eavesdropping. Wu gets an idea that maybe Nia could be the Green Ninja, so he does the Green Ninja test. The golden weapons would react to her if she was the Green Ninja. If that's true, then shouldn't it be obvious that none of the ninja are the Green Ninja? The group finally get wind of the snakes. Both the weapons and Garmadon aren't with them, so Kai goes to check it out. Oh no, he was right! Gotta respect Kai for wanting to fight Garmadon when he has all 4 weapons. The two tussle, and Kai does surprisingly well. He locks everyone out of the room so he isn't interrupted. Cole uses his boring powers to kick the door down. They find Kai standing on top of Garmadon. This doesn't unlock his true potential, and it was Wu who asked Garmadon to fetch the weapons. Get fucked, Kai. They arrive at the temple, and in they go. They find the snakes finding the Fang Blade, and big fighting begins. Wind? Now I know this was very early in the show's life, but This is straight up random. The volcano becomes very unstable, and Garmadon goes on a rampage. The snakes drop Lloyd, but Garmadon saves him. Kai runs past this little tender moment to get to the Fangblade, which he almost does. Lloyd is dropped again. Remember when you flew, Jay? And teleported? Kai drops the blade as well, and everyone is forced out. Kai has to decide to save the Fangblade or Lloyd, and obviously picks Lloyd. They are still stuck though. The others get back to the bounty, and watch as Kai emerges with his true potential. You're probably wondering how he unlocked it. Well, it was letting go of the desire to get the Fangblade and prove himself to be the Green Ninja. Oh, and also, he already knows who the Green Ninja is. The original 4 aren't destined to be the Green Ninja. They're destined to protect him. They put the weapons near Lloyd and they react. He's the Green Ninja, and this was kind of hinted at with the 5 on his shirt. He's the 5th ninja, and it's green, so there you go. Now this is a pretty crazy reveal, and done well, but I know many people, even now, wished it was Kai that was the Green Ninja. I think it would have just been a little weird if it was one of the 4. This also means that Lloyd is destined to defeat his father, which Lloyd is strangely okay with. At least the Fangblade is gone, right? Wrong. It washes up next to Pythor. How convenient. The ninja are interrogating a snake. It tells them that Pythor is already close to getting the last Fangblade. They are freaking out because there's only one left to get. But Lloyd comes up with an actually decent idea.
What if we take back the other 3?
That's why he's the Green Ninja. The only problem is that they don't know where the other 3 are. Oh wait, yes they do. The snakes have a fortress underground, so that's where they go. The ninja trained to combat the Serpentine's abilities, and they are ready to go. We won't be going with them because he's too old. But Nia makes a chair on the samurai mech, and he's in. Garmadon and Lloyd stay back on the bounty. The team infiltrate the lair, while Garmadon steals files from the bounty. What files does he need? Lloyd catches him, and the two have a heart-to-heart. Lloyd kicks his ass out of the ship, while the ninja are cornered. They all fight back, and none of them decide to use their full potential powers. This leads to the ninja getting captured, and Pythor returns with the final Fangblade. The only one who can save them is Lloyd, so he suits up for the first time. The snakes are happy with their success, so it's time to party. Kai tries to use his powers, but Wu tells us that the cage is made of Vengestone, which is a substance that blocks elemental powers. This is actually a big detail that you should keep in mind for later. Since their powers are a bust, Kai breaks out with some oily stuff Jay had. Haha, yeah, let's go! Oh, never mind. Lloyd eventually makes it to the other ninja, but trips. All the snakes laugh, but they aren't laughing when Garmadon shows up with the skeleton army. The ninja are freed, and they get their hands on the Fangblades. Pythor vanishes, and the ninja escape. Garmadon actually leaves this time, and the ninja celebrate. Pythor, however, has other plans than to party. Wu vapes or something, and sees a vision of the Great Devourer, and that's not good. Lloyd is confronted by Pythor, and silenced. Finally, the group arrive at a volcano, where they'll destroy the Fangblades. Pythor sabotages the ship, and flees with the blades once more. Too bad for Pythor that the city of Ouroboros is very far away. So the snakes hijack a long bus. The ninjas set out for the snake convoy. The obvious fighting starts, while Lloyd is left to fly the bounty. This big snake train is cool. I'm surprised this wasn't a Lego set. The ninjas storm the giant snake, and Cole fucking kills Scales. Wu uncouples the cars to face Pythor alone. Why aren't they going after him? Yeah, I bet you regret that now, Wu. Pythor does make it to the city, and readies the Fangblades. The Great Devourer begins to awake, and I'm loving how dramatic it is. The ninja get there as well. Pythor tries to run again, after realizing what he's done, but Wu says, fuck that noise. The massive snake rises, and looks freaky. The Great Devourer eats Pythor and Wu, and the ninja are just watching? Damn Ninjago, you are crazy. The ninja book it, as you would, as the snake slinks after them. The Great Devourer is actually really scary. Cole realizes that the more the snake eats, the bigger it gets. The Devourer gets the bounty good, and it plummets to the ground. It's then split in half by the Devourer. The snake also dips after that good meal. Everyone is freaking out, so Kai rallies them all. They brainstorm ideas for how to deal with the gross worm, and Kai comes up with an idea. The Serpentine retreat underground. That's all they're doing. Kai wants to build a massive tank, and with Zane recording the flute music, they'll turn it into a weapon. The Serpent shows up to Ed and Edna's junkyard, so the ninjas spring into action. They use the Tornado of Creation to build the Ultrasonic Raider. The flute gun isn't working the best. Haha, never mind. Kai sees that there's a weak spot on the Devourer's head, so in return, the snake rocks Zane's shit. The Devourer is now heading for Ninjago City, which is a big problem. Meanwhile, Garmadon is looking for Traveler's Tea, and sees the chaos on TV. Yeah, the group's struggling to deal with it, until the dragons show up all fused together. Okay, that's pretty neat, I guess. You know what else would be neat? If they used their true potential powers. Garmadon arrives, insisting on getting the weapons to defeat it. The plan is for the ninja to get the snake to stay in one spot, so Garmadon can kill it. The ninja take turns leading it away. Hey, there you go. They get the Devourer to chomp on its own tail, and Garmadon takes the dive. He gets his revenge and kills the snake. but disappears with the golden weapons. Yo, Woo's alive! You knew that was gonna happen. And the day is saved, yay! Wow. I forgot how solid this season actually is. I think it's the best put together season, with the themes and the overall plot feeling really thought out. Everyone got decent development, unlike the newer season where there's only like 1 or 2 characters per season. I think this is still one of the best seasons in the show's history. Just a warning, there's a big logo in the middle of all the footage because it kept getting copyrighted. It's only for the season though, so I hope you can still enjoy it. Legacy of the Green Ninja, the show's original end before parents got involved. Remembered as one of the better seasons in the show. Does it hold up? Time to find out. The season starts with a few filler episodes, but we're still gonna go through them. The ninja are helping reconstruction of Ninjago City after the Devourer got hungry. They can't access their true potential since the golden weapons have been taken. Scales tries to take control of the Serpentine, but the Chad Garmadon steps up and takes charge. He uses the golden weapons to rebuild the bounty, which becomes his home. The Serpentine generals are left behind. The ninja are trying to find a place to live, finding a place in their budget, and one that is definitely not in their budget. They are forced to get jobs to pay for the place, while Lloyd trains. They are apparently really bad at having jobs. Jay stops a mugging and delivers pizzas to the generals. Okay. He's tied up as the snakes plan to rob a bank. They get away with the money and each ninja springs into action. Oh, and they all get fired. The ninja fight the snakes, but it turns out that the bank robbery was a distraction so Scales can kidnap Lloyd. The ninja stop the train from making Jay a pancake and the snakes escape. They say the lesson of the episode out loud and move into that shitty apartment. Scales is also thrown into the big house. While all this is going on, Garmadon travels to the place where the golden weapons was being made and combines them together into a mega weapon. I won't lie, that episode was quite boring to me. It was just very slow without much really happening. The next episode starts with a backstory for the Destiny's bounty and Captain Soto, who will be a reoccurring character. It shows the crew looking for a dark island, but they crash. Whoopsies. Lloyd is training with the ninja, but they need to find somewhere else to train him. Garmadon is trying to figure out how the mega weapon works, with the snake generals right there. How did they get there? He tries using the weapon to destroy Ultra Dragon, but it doesn't work out. Garmadon has a tantrum, and he accidentally activates the mega weapon. The weapon is able to create whatever Garmadon wishes for. The ninja find themselves at a dojo ran by... Hello, Dareth. I think Dareth is just a mid character, but I dislike everyone praising him all the time for no reason. Dareth allows them to train at his dojo. The mega weapon brings back Captain Soto and his crew, but they overthrow Garmadon and the snakes.
The mega weapon must have created them, but now Garmadon's too weak to use it.
Thank you, random snake. While breaking a few boards, Lloyd taps into some of his elemental powers. Dareth does Dareth things, and the pirates invade Ninjago.
Are those pirates?
This concept is way more interesting than Ninja Find Home, Ninja Fight Snake. The ninja get disguises and sneak on board, and then completely ditch the disguises. A battle begins with the pirates and the ninja. Tell me, who would win a fight? Highly trained ninjas, or people who drive a boat? It's the boat people. Lloyd does Spinjitzu for the first time, and unleashes his powers onto the pirates, ninja. That's when Nia shows up to fend off the pirates and, oop, there their ship goes again. Bro, I forgot how down bad Nia was for Jay. Lloyd is invited back to his boarding school, which is now a school for good little children. Garmadon has a meeting with the snakes to come up with a new idea to defeat the ninja. These, aren't very great. Garmadon decides to create duplicates of the ninja who are evil. I'm loving the mega weapon. It's making really unique concepts for episodes. The ninja arrive, but there seems to be no one around. It turns out to be a trick by the children who have taken control of the school. These highly trained ninja are taken out by children. The students try and gaslight Lloyd into becoming evil again. And while this is going on, the evil ninja do the most evil things, like putting a woman in a tree. They find Wu and he figures out what's going on. The real ninja used Zane as a battering ram, which is great. And uh-oh, here's Evil Jay. Evil Jay, no, you can't do that! The evil ninja arrive at the school, and these highly trained evil ninjas are somehow able to get taken out. Oh, wait, never mind. Lloyd uses his mind powers to free himself? Since when could he do that? The two sets of ninja come face to face. Lloyd is tied up again. Wow, that was pointless. He manages to convince the other students that being evil is boring. So they help Lloyd create a distraction for the ninja. Looking back, this shows Lloyd's capacity for being a leader. Each ninja manages to defeat their evil counterpart, or the ninja defeat them with a distraction from the students. Everyone except Jay, who defeats his all by himself. Truly the best ninja. Ninja Ball Run is one of my favorite episodes in the season. Lloyd has gotten a lot stronger. Look at him go. The training is interrupted by a giant wrecking ball bursting through Dareth's dojo. They realize Garmadon is behind the ball busting, and they hear of a race with a grand prize of $100,000. Oh my god, that money could be used to save the dojo! And this is why I like this episode. It's a really fun concept, and it has a lot of minor characters returning. We've got the mailman, Cole's father, Ed and Edna, the skeletons, Captain Soto, and the students from the last episode, as well as the ninja, obviously. The ninja don't start so great because of some meddling from the boarding school boys. While the race is happening, the snake generals break Scales out of prison and unintentionally join the race. Garmadon catches wind of the race and decides to enter as well. Ed and Edna actually do really well while the pirates are knocked out of the race. Garmadon catches up with the ninja, but Lloyd catches up with Garmadon. He is now dead set on winning the race, which is really funny. Cole's father's band is knocked out, but their spirits aren't.
Too big, too slow. We had a lead, but let it go.
Lloyd and the skeletons are also eliminated. The police, who have been chasing the snakes, are also trying to win the race, and I just love how everyone wants to win this race so badly, even those who you think wouldn't care. Oh, there goes the mailman. The ninja run out of fuel, so the Chad Ed gives them his fuel. They also have to fight some snakes. Oh, big pile up! Everyone crashes, and Jay takes a piece of his parents' car. It's only them and Garmadon left. And just as it seems like the ninja are gonna win, Garmadon uses the mega weapon to create a massive ravine to stop them. Kai pulls the lever that Nia told them about, which turns out to be a jet. How convenient. It's a photo finish with the ninja barely winning thanks to the piece Jay took. Lloyd takes the bounty back as well. Garmadon is a sore loser and Scales picks him up. Lloyd is a little bummed that he doesn't have a normal childhood, instead having to train with all the ninja. What scheme is Garmadon up to now? Recreating an extinct creature called the Grundle. His attempt fails, but the snake generals decide to steal a golden sarcophagus. The ninja find themselves turned into children. They were touching the Grundle bones while Garmadon was turning back the clock, so it affected them. The Grundle bones disappear. I wonder where they went. Oh, found them. They call Lloyd and they meet up.
Beat it, brat. I'm on a mission.
They head to a comic book store and ask this fella how one would defeat a Grundle. Light, apparently. So they need these light swords, which Lloyd can get if he wins this contest. Wu and Nia ask Miss Starkey for a special tea which can make things age. Well, Lloyd lost, and the Grundle shows up to eat these kids. Being backed into a corner, Wu shows up with the tea, which Lloyd uses to turn the Grundle back to bones, and the ninja into their normal selves. This also causes Lloyd to age up as well. This was a big moment in the show. Child Lloyd is gone, and I will miss him. Sure, he was really bratty at first, but he became really charming in the end. You'd think after this, we would get an episode exploring Lloyd's new maturity, but actually, he's not really in the next episode much. A training session shows Lloyd's new skills when he takes on the ninja with some ease. The ninja catch wind of another Garmadon scheme. Lloyd blasts Garmadon with ice, showing his ability to properly use the elements of creation. Garmadon decides to go back in time to stop the ninja from meeting. The ninja head in after him. I love how they're trying to do a time travel episode. I think it's done well until the end, but we'll get there. Before they went into the portal, Wu told them not to change anything, so the first thing they do is talk to Wu in the past. Our Garmadon is chilling with the skeletons. Wu goes along with the ninja's plan and saves Kai like normal, but as Nia is about to be taken, Garmadon purposefully misses the shot, and the skeletons retreat without Nia. This change does affect the future. Without Nia being kidnapped, Kai doesn't have the motivation to become a ninja. Wu manages to convince him to go, and Garmadon realizes the ninja are in the past with him. Nia is actually more motivated to become a ninja. Sorry Nia, wait 3 more seasons. Kai is lazy, so the ninja have a great plan to kidnap Nia themselves. This is so funny. This episode has a lot of great moments using the time travel aspects. For example, the past versions of Cole, Jay, and Zane fight the future ones, and Kai punches himself in the face. They successfully get away and the timeline is back on track. The ninja drop off Nia to the skeletons like their Uber Eats, and future Garmadon confronts his past self. This interaction fucks with the timeline again. The ninja follow past Kai into the fire temple and watches future Garmadon shows up. The future ninja decide, fuck the future, and directly change the past. They form another plan to use the past golden weapons to destroy the mega weapon, which they succeed in doing, sending them all into space. Now the big question, won't this drastically change the future? Well no, as Kai says if they destroy the mega weapon then all this would never have happened, and everything would go back to normal, which it does. So all the events in the episode aren't canon, but in season 3 the golden weapons are shown to be in space from the events of this episode. So is it canon? When they go back to the present, Lloyd has no recollection of the mega weapon at all, so maybe since they destroyed it in the past, it never existed? Honestly, who cares? Tell me your thoughts in the comments. Alright, we're getting into the main plot of the season after 6 episodes. Garmadon remembers that Captain Soto's journal mentioned a dark island, so he sets out with the snakes to find it. Lloyd mentions his mother, who he never really knew. I wonder if this will be important later. The Great Devourer's venom has reportedly seeped into the sewers and has awakened these little stone guys. One escapes and Wu chases it. He curb stomps it and finds Lloyd's mother, Misako. It's important now. Scales pushes Garmadon out of their helicopter, which isn't cool, Scales, you dick. Misako tries to connect with Lloyd next to a big hole. She explains to Lloyd that when he was born, she knew he would become the Green Ninja, somehow. So to prevent him and Garmadon from fighting, she set out for another way to complete the prophecy. We also get a lore dump. Basically, an ancient evil called the Overlord fought the first Spinjitzu master using his stone army. The first Spinjitzu master split Ninjago into 2 halves, with the Overlord being stuck on the Dark Island. Misako recently discovered a giant stone warrior, which had been awoken by the Devourer's venom. Great timing. Jay loses his shit.
Wow! Excuse me! Will somebody please tell me what the heck is that?
Turns out, an indestructible warrior is really effective. Garmadon washes onto the Dark Island, and he is greeted by an evil-sounding voice.
It's the place you were always meant to find.
Oh, it's the Overlord. And he's just a pulsating purple ball. Lloyd uses the big hole to remove the warrior, and everyone's good, I guess. Instead of chilling on the Dark Island's beach, Garmadon turns 4 switches and raises the whole island from the ocean. He's quite happy about this. Lloyd once again makes quick work of the other 4 ninja, while Wu acquires some poo in his pants.
I'd forgotten how pale Garmadon was before his change to evil was complete.
Him and Misako flirt, and an earthquake attacks. It's the snakes, led by Scales, digging a hole. They come across a tomb and open it. Inside they find a whole lot of stone warriors, which come alive and leave the snakes locked in the tomb. They started in a tomb and finished in a tomb. The stone warriors attack the city, and the ninja, run. Garmadon is led to a big-ass clock, which will count down to the final battle if this helmet is taken. Garmadon gets the new drip, and can now command the stone army. The people of the city head to the top of the news building to evacuate. The ninja buy time for everyone to escape, but Misako drops all of her research and heads back for it. Wu heads in himself to save her. What a guy. The 2 escape, again, but are cornered. Misako knows Spinjitzu, what? They are picked up by the ninja. Misako speaks of a way for Lloyd to gain the power to defeat the Stone Army, but they need to go to the Dark Island. They leave Dareth to protect Ninjago, which was probably a good idea. Everyone says goodbye to their loved ones, but Zane doesn't have anyone to say goodbye to, other than his Zane fan club. They use the bounty as an actual ship and sail off. Zane's Falcon scouts ahead but is struck down. Garmadon has been busy putting the Stone Army to work, harvesting dark matter, while the ninja are being attacked by angry starfish. This leaves them with a massive hole in the bounty, but luckily they land on a small island with a big tower. The resident being Zane's father, Dr. Julian, who was doing very well for a dead man. Jay steals some underwear and Julian reveals how he came back to life. After he turned Zane's memory switch off, he did die, but was brought back to life by Samukai using a special tea. He wanted Julian to build machines for the skeletons, and when Julian refused, they locked him in a tower guarded by a Leviathan. I assume he did build the machines, but was still left in the tower. I think this does ruin the scene from last season with Julian's death, in quotes, but it's okay. I like Dr. J. They all fix the ship and almost get away until the Leviathan grabs them. Zane jumps into the water and uses the starfish to free the Leviathan. It lets them go and swims off. The team continues their quest for the Dark Island. Kai sees the Stone Army's new whips and they set off to search for the Temple of Light, where they might get elemental powers. Ooh. Lloyd is unable to go with them, because Wu grounds him or something, so it's up to the 4 original ninja. Garmadon is planning to create an ultimate weapon using dark matter. The Overlord has been guiding Garmadon, and he senses the ninja's presence. The ninja are near and stake out the camp. Zane sees his falcon and abandons the plan to wait. Wu is spotted by some warriors, which is ironic because he told the ninja not to be found. Lloyd shows off all of his powers. The ninja used the medallion to find the temple's location, but uh-oh, Zane is found. They head in to save him, but are severely outnumbered. They escaped and are chased by a bouncy car. Dr. J cooked up this bad boy, which they use to get to the foot of a mountain. They use a surprise mech to climb the mountain and find themselves at the official Temple of Light. They see all their actions up until this moment carved onto the wall, and they also see their symbols on the ground. Lloyd makes a big and everyone is gifted fresh drip and blades that can control their elements. Lloyd also gets access to the power of the first Spinjitzu master. But more importantly, Cole does a Michael Jackson impression. Oh my god, get a room. The ninja goof around shirtless. Ugh. Misako thinks that if they return the helmet Garmadon took to the clock, it will stop the countdown to the final battle. To do that, they need to steal it, so they head to Garmadon's camp. Lloyd has to sit this one out, so he and Garmadon don't start the final battle early. The ninja disguise themselves as stone warriors, and bring Misako straight to the man himself. Garmadon shows his soft spot for Lloyd and Misako, and really doesn't want to fight his son. I'm writing this after rewatching Sons of Garmadon, so seeing Garmadon so caring for his son is really nice. Oh, by the way, the ninja are found. Misako steals the helmet, but Garmadon stops them with a four-armed mech. I'm shocked that this mech wasn't converted into a Lego set. Nia picks them up in the drill mobile and flees. Look at this silly little run. Oh no, they're in a real pickle. I hope a destined green ninja doesn't show up to help them. Oh, will you look at that? Lloyd is about to blast his dear old dad, but he stops because of love. They make it back to the clock and struggle to find a place for the helmet. Misako eventually finds the helmet's place and seemingly stops it, but then the horns. The clock powers up and everyone is separated from Nia. She is taken, again. The clock has powered their ultimate weapon, and the final battle has begun. Kai is pretty chill about Nia's capture, with Jay reacting pretty realistically.
Who cares about Ninjago? Nia was my...
They all have a gearing up montage, but they were already geared up, so it seems a little silly. The ultimate weapon is on the move, carving up nature. That's so evil. Dr. J stays behind to stay out of the way. The team remembers the good old times, and are then attacked by a corrupted Nia, who does Spinjitzu. What? Misako using it? That's a pass. But Nia? The ultimate weapon is a giant tank that can shoot dark matter, which is what corrupted Nia. But before Garmadon can fire the weapon, the Garmadon family confronts him. Misako deflects lasers, and Lloyd squares up to his dad, but it's all in vain. The evil bullet lands in Ninjago, and starts to corrupt everything. It takes 4 highly trained ninja to take out Nia.
This club just became boys only!
Yeah, for now. The shots fired have upset the balance, which allows the Overlord to cross over and possess Garmadon's body, making him grow fingers. Ew! The Overlord and Lloyd blast each other, and Lloyd does try to reach his dad, but, he's gone. Dr. J tanks a shot with the bounty to save Lloyd, and the Stone Army escapes into Ninjago, leaving the ninja stuck on the island. Oh yeah, Lloyd's leg is broken. That's poor timing, Lloyd. How dare you? Are you guys ready for the final episode? No? Well, that's too bad. Let's go! The Overlord arrives in Ninjago, with the ninja still left sitting around. They decide to head back to the Temple of Light, and each ninja puts their elemental blades in these holes. This reveals an ancient mech, with Lloyd being able to power it. Ultra Dragon also shows up, so they can get off this stupid island. They see everything corrupted and a giant tower. The Overlord has transformed into a dragon, and the ninja use their dragon to distract the Stone Army. The shiny new mech proves not very useful, and the ninja are surrounded by stone warriors for a second time. Misako realizes that the helmet probably fell off during the Overlord's transformation, so they search for it. Luckily, it's found by... Hello, Dareth. The ninjas scale the tower, with each getting turned evil. Lloyd comes face to face with the Overlord, and he rains hell onto Lloyd, but he's able to harness his full power and become the ultimate Spinjitzu master. He fights the Overlord with his golden dragon, and the music pops off. Lloyd fulfills his destiny and defeats the Dark Lord, turning everyone back to normal. Damn, Lloyd got that gold drip. It's a shame Garmadon is gone. Wait, who's that?
Garmadon? Is it really you?
Oh, it's him, and he's good now. Wow. And that's where the show was meant to end. It's a good ending too. Really wraps up everything really well, but I'm glad we eventually got a lot more seasons. Share your thoughts on the season in the comments. After Season 2 ended, the LEGO Group had no intentions to continue Ninjago, instead replacing it with Legends of Chima. Turns out, kids weren't too happy about this. What did these kids do? Cry about it to their mothers and fathers. What did these mother and fathers do? Send letters to the LEGO Group and beg them to continue the series, so the crying would stop. And that's how we got Ninjago Rebooted, the 3rd season of the show. We get a recap of last season, and we see as Ninjago City is rebuilt with some very technical cars. Since there hasn't been any enemies to fight, the ninja have become teachers. Aren't these guys like teenagers? The school goes on a field trip to New Ninjago City, and I really like the future aesthetic. They arrive at their destination, and Zane flirts with a robot named Pixel. The teachers, are split from the group to go see Cyrus Borg, the man who created all this new tech. Nia tries out this game which finds her perfect match. This is where probably the most hated part of the series begins. A love triangle between Jay, Nia and Cole. The suspected result is Jay, but turns out it's Cole. Nia even calls out that the machine couldn't possibly know who someone's perfect match is, but this doesn't stop her from speculating. Borg is disabled and has to use these robot legs. He also informs the audience that Zane's dad has died again. Very sad. Borg gives them a statue and tells the four to protect them. What does that mean? Well, in the statue is new ninja suits and 4 odd-looking weapons called the Technoblades. The building starts to attack them, as well as the students.
I'm bored. Really? Me too, actually.
I really like these suits. The half mask really does it for me. They get sent out a window, and Borg talks to the Overlord. Yes, the main villain is the Overlord again. And before you ask, yes, he was supposedly defeated last season. Zane figures out that the Technoblades can hack into technology. The ninjas save the students and send them back to the school. Now all the technology in the city is going rogue. The ninja all split up and get their own vehicles. Neo tries to find Lloyd, but finds... Hello, Dareth. The ninja blow up some robots and they all seem to stop because of Lloyd. Lloyd's golden power seems to power the machines, so they plan an escape. They eventually do get out with the Technoblades and Lloyd, but Wu is taken. The Overlord is trying to make himself a new body using the golden power in the robots, but it doesn't work. The gang hide out in a forest and Lloyd gets some new drip. They head off to see Sensei Garmadon, who has turned a new leaf since becoming purified. Zane stays with the vehicles to guard the Technoblades. Nia is starting to fall for Cole. Ugh. Sensei Garmadon is a great addition to the show, as well as Borg and Pixel. This season adds a lot of great side characters. Garmadon wipes the floor with Lloyd using a style of fighting without fighting. Zane's one job was to look over the Technoblades, and he somehow messes that up. It was Pixel who took them, and bro does not go easy on her. Zane hacks her to free her from the Overlord. The group is attacked by Ninjroids, but they escape. Again. Oh, never mind. They were debated by autopilot. The plan now is for Lloyd and Garmadon to split from the rest, while the others go to shut down the power. They hide in a circus mobile, and the machines flirt. She fondles his balls or something, and the Garmadons make it to Nia's Samurai X cave. They yoink a car, and get far away as possible. Ah, please stop. They make it to the power station. Pixel is in a pickle, so Zane heads out to get her. He gets outclassed by the newer models, but the others sacrifice a Ninjroid to shut down the power across the city. And there goes Pixel. While all this is going on, the Garmadons are being chased by a robot mech bird. I'm sorry if my footage in this episode looks a little funny. I don't know what happened. Garmadon tries to teach Lloyd to tap into his true power, and Borg picks a weird place to nap. Someone has taken a hard drive with the Overlord on it. And Wu, but who could this mysterious figure be? Ooh. I know, but you'll have to wait and see. The ninja are hanging out in the best character's home. Zane is willing to give up half of his power source to Pixel. He says it's for the mission, but we all know he's simping. Everyone finds out about Nia's perfect match, and they speak of it like her and Cole have to be together now.
You backstabbing no good!
Why is this Cole's fault? Lloyd whines some more and... Is that Sensei Wu? Yeah, it is, with some Ninjroids as well. There's a little moment where Zane can't use Spinjitzu because he split half of his heart. But this concept gets squashed in about 5 minutes. Cole and Jay are trapped in a compactor and evil Sensei Wu beats Kai's ass. Cole and Jay actually apologize to each other. Does this mean the love triangle's over? No. Wu and the stranger leave. What was their plan here? To get more Ninjroids? Whatever. But Pixel finds a clue of the stranger's identity. It's a white scale. Uh-oh, the Overlord knows where Lloyd is. This was kind of a filler episode. The ninja return to the city, where they are greeted by the mailman. Because of that new clue, the ninjas search for the Serpentine. Hey, it's Scales! Who has a kid? Scales canonically fucked. Scales tells them of a prophecy of a golden master. The ninja are obviously curious, so they head in to hear it. The snakes have actually renovated the tomb they got stuck in last season. Alright, the Golden Master. What's this all about? The first Spinjitzu master created the Serpentine, and even back then, the snakes believed that a being with equivalent power to the first Spinjitzu master would conquer the land and the people. And when the Serpentine tried to tell the humans about this, the people didn't take too kindly to these stories, and drove the snakes off. They decided to flee underground, so they could escape the wrath of the Golden Master. This is great and all, but this origin for the snakes gets retconned in the next season, citing that the snakes were forced underground by the Elemental Alliance. Is Lloyd the Golden Master? He ticks all the boxes. Sadly no, But this could have been a cool idea for him. Why not have Lloyd try to avoid an evil prophecy after fulfilling a good one? His father did have evil in him, so what if Lloyd inherited this evil when he was born? Nah, just make the Overlord the Golden Master, it's fine. The Ninjaroids attack the ninja again. It's fun seeing Wu and Garmadon swapping sides in a fight. Now Lloyd is somehow able to make a motorbike, which feels really out of nowhere. I guess he has the power of the first Spinjitzu master, so he probably can create things. Garmadon is taken, then Lloyd is taken. The Mystery Man reveals himself to be Pythor, sporting a new white appearance. How did he survive the Devourer? He was probably vomited out as well. Garmadon is thrown into the water, and it's very sad. These past 2 episodes, I swear, hardly anything happened. So the plan is to use the Technoblades to wipe the system with the Overlord virus on it. So the ninja have to enter the Digiverse. Ooh. Before they can, the mailman jumps them. Meanwhile, Lloyd is getting milked. The Ninjaroids, Pythor, and Wu arrive at Borg Tower as well. The ninja head on in, and Jay jumps off a building. They are able to do whatever in the Digiverse if they use their imagination. Kai has a bit of trouble. Uh-oh, the Overlord found them. Nia has to hold off the Ninjaroids while the ninja are playing games. They have to fight the Overlord hand to hand. Yo, it's Garmadon! He's back! And says fuck his oath. There's some cool imagery of each ninja becoming gold. Look at this shot. Think of this when I say I like the later season's action. The ninja reflect the reboot light beam, I guess, and successfully reboot the system. Wu is freed. Everyone's happy, except Lloyd. Uh-oh, who could that be? Team Evil recovers the Overlord, and the ninja are at the Temple of Light. What the hell are they there for? Oh my god! Lloyd splits his power among the ninja so they can control their elements without any weapons or anything. Lloyd, however, has lost his golden power. Finally! Having them not having powers is so lame. If you've seen the rest of the series, you know that other characters have elemental powers, which they unlocked by themselves. Would the ninja have unlocked their powers if they had enough time? I definitely think so. Lloyd just kind of fast-tracked it. But I know some people were confused about it. Pythor vors the Overlord because the Overlord is in a weakened state. He doesn't have to hunt Lloyd anymore because he gave up his golden powers. So the Overlord has another plan. The ninja are searching for the evildoers. Well, they actually aren't. Nia, Jay, and Cole go to the movies. What the hell? And yes, they are still beefing. Zay finds a convoy of Ninjaroids, so Kai heads after them. He uses his new powers to take out some robots and light jet fuel. Uh-oh. He hides, but not very well. Nia, the independent girl boss's only personality in the season, is what boy she'll choose. This is rough. The team still doesn't know what the Overlord is up to, but Zane has an idea. He brings up last season's time travel episode, where they shot all the golden weapons into space. Well, now the Overlord has built a rocket to go get them, since they are the only thing left to Lloyd's golden power. The team arrives at the launch site, save Kai, and get on board the rocket ship. You know what this means? We get a Ninjago episode in space. Who would have thought? Zane almost immediately gets lost in space, so luckily he has powers. The ninja equip themselves with spacesuits, but once again are found by Ninjaroids. For ninjas, they aren't very good at being sneaky. Wait, how does fire work in space? There's a fun action scene on top of the spaceship. I really enjoy this, but we have to watch the others on Earth too. Boo! The rest of the group is driven off by the Overlord's forces. The ninja land on a comet that's housing the golden weapons, and follow the tracks left by the metal men. They are attacked by bugs, which conveniently eat metal. The ninjas escape with the golden weapons, and a space chase begins. The ninja use the metal-eating bugs to their advantage. They stop the robots, but when everything is all nice and happy, their only way home is destroyed. Well, at least the ninjas didn't get the weapons. Damn. The Overlord's new body is still pretty weak, walking around like a 60-year-old man. They melt down the golden weapons, and the ninja are still on that comet. They need a plan to get off that rock, so their plan is to build a fully working spaceship, which actually works. Okay. The Overlord's golden armor is complete, and he has officially become the Golden Master. He has a really cool design. The ninja enter the atmosphere and activate their elemental shields. What? They do this so confidently as well, which is strange because the show just pulled it out of its ass. With the power of the first Spinjitzu master, the Overlord morphs the city to become a fortress. Borg gets in contact with the ninja and tells them he's hiding at the Temple of Fortitude. What's that? You don't remember this building? Well, that's because it's never been mentioned before. Yet again, another thing this season just pulls out of its ass. Wu connects it back to the Stone Wars, when it was used by the Overlord to extend the first Spinjitzu master's power. The Overlord confronts the ninja and uses Spinjitzu. What? That's actually pretty cool, I won't lie. They make it to the Temple of Fortitude, which works very well. I love the irony of this temple. The Overlord once used it to hold off the first Spinjitzu master, but now he has those same powers, so it's being used against him. Borg has a device which can defeat the Overlord, and it's a pill. It's a shrinking pill, wow. The ninja use stone armor to protect themselves against the Overlord's powers. This season just pulls so much damn shit out of its ass. It's so damn distracting. The season's quality takes a massive nosedive when this stuff happens because it feels so forced. I hate it. Wu batters up to get that pill in the Overlord's mouth, but Pythor takes the hit himself, shrinking in the process. What a Chad. Even the Overlord thinks this plan is stupid.
That was all you've got.
Everyone but Zane is tied up, and Zane gets himself close to the Overlord. Uh-oh, here it comes. Zane starts to somehow drain the powers or something. He starts to blast the Overlord with ice. His life starts to flash before his eyes with fantastic music playing behind it. Zane sacrifices himself to defeat the Overlord and save everyone, protecting those who cannot protect themselves. This sacrifice even now gives me goosebumps, and I don't think anyone would have thought that the show would kill off a main character. I'm glad the show takes this moment really seriously. They throw a funeral for Zane, with Kai making a speech. Then it starts to snow? Hell yeah. Pixel is very sad, but the technology around her starts to play up. She makes her way to the factory in Borg Tower, and hears a familiar voice. I hope they explain this next episode. Wait, there's only 8 episodes. Yeah, for some reason there's only 8 episodes instead of the usual 10. But that concludes Rebooted, and boy, I do not like this season. It doesn't feel like the important stuff happens until the final 2 episodes, so it leaves the rest of the season feeling lost. It also loved to make up all this stuff that doesn't feel like it belongs. Like those elemental shields, what? It introduces a lot of great elements which makes the series even better, like Sensei Garmadon, Pixel, and their own elemental powers, but that's all I like about the season, as well as Zane's sacrifice. Kind of a disappointing revival in my opinion. I'm pretty sure this season is the most beloved by fans, probably even more than the Oni trilogy. The ninja are forced to compete in a fighting tournament against other elemental masters, with something fishy happening behind the scenes. Let's see what happens. The start of the season opens with Lloyd fighting some ninjaroids and stealing a diamond. Allegedly stealing a diamond, as this turns out to be a test created by Cyrus Borg. He created this high security vault to house the golden armor from last season. Wu is stumped why the other ninja aren't here, and Lloyd sheepishly tells him that they had other plans. That's random. Lloyd goes to convince Jay to join the team again, but he's still hung up on the love triangle stuff. Damn it, we're still on this? Cole is next on Lloyd's checklist, and Man's a lumberjack now. Kind of based if you ask me. Kai is fighting Cruncher, and they got the 2 voices of the skeletons completely wrong.
Some fight that was.
Let's get out of here.
The team do eventually meet up at a noodle house, and Lloyd pitches his idea to potentially add a new ninja to the team. This does not go very well.
A new ninja? Are you crazy? Come on, Zane's irreplaceable.
Some troublemakers enter the establishment, so Cole and Kai deal with them. The ninja are led out the back of the restaurant, where they see a little shrine set up. A note tells them that Zane is in fact still alive, and the only way they can see him again will be to participate in a tournament of elements ran by Master Chen, who also owns that noodle house. Obviously this seems suspicious, but when it comes to Zane, they'll do anything. While getting ready, Lloyd asks Garmadon if there was any other elemental masters out there. He doesn't really answer the question, but all Lloyd needs to do is wait about 3 minutes. Garmadon also quickly puts together what's going on. The ninja arrive at the meeting place, all wearing an older suit, which is a pretty good gag. They are surrounded by other contestants. As they are getting on the boat, Kai notices a girl. Ooh. Garmadon tries to stop Lloyd from going, but he recognizes this guy Klaus. Garmadon tries to invite himself on this adventure, but Klaus says no. But Garmadon goes anyway. Based. He says he's not there to compete, but I think that would have been an interesting concept. Maybe show off his elemental power, which we never really see until Sons of Garmadon. We get a little tour of the other elemental masters, with Garmadon giving us some exposition. All the elemental masters here are descendants of the original elemental masters who served the first Spinjitzu master. The elements were passed down through the generations, ending up here. Kai also gives us some foreshadowing.
If that's true, then so is my sister Nia. But she can't do what I can.
So all these people unlock their true potential by themselves. This meatloaf tries to ask the woman for her cloak, so Kai steps in because he hates manners. Karloff here is the master of metal, which proves to be pretty effective. The two have a pretty impressive fight scene, but before they can be a winner, Klaus breaks the two up and they arrive at the island. Can we talk about how cool the opening is? It just has this vibe that really fits with the season. There's more lore for the show, as we get a hint towards a Serpentine War, with Chen being on the snake side, which is how he ended up on this island. Also, Garmadon trained under Chen for a little while, and got this snake tattoo. Chen introduces himself to the contestants, and introduces the concept of the season. All the contestants will fight over jade blades, and the last one left will get lots of noodles and, pride, I guess. They're all escorted to their own rooms, with Kai conveniently being right next to the girl, who finally has a name, Skylar. Cole gets a room with a stone bed, which I think is funny. Before everyone can get settled, the tournament begins while Jay is naked. Everyone has to get a jade blade to stay, so fighting begins. Jay, Lloyd, and Cole pass, with there only being one jade blade left. Kai and Karloff get their rematch, with Kai losing. Oh, never mind. Karloff is dropped down a hole, and that night, the ninja meet up in their new threads. I love the sleeveless look. Cole finds a secret passage through Kai's bed of all things. Jay peeps Skylar's training, and Kai is scarily eager to see. But what he finds is not what he expected. Skylar's elemental power is fire. Lloyd reminds the audience what we just learnt.
If we're all descendants of elemental masters...
Take that as you will. Continuing their search for Zane, the ninjas stumble upon Karloff getting his powers stolen by Chen. This stuff looks like ice, so Cole recognizes that Chen must already have taken Zane's powers. The ninja are discovered, so running ensues. They unfortunately come across a giant snake and drop back into Kai's room. We get a look at Zane, who is now rocking a new look. After rebuilding himself a new body, him and Pixel somehow ended up on Chen's island. The obvious reason is that they were captured by him, but they never tell us that. He doesn't seem to recognize Pixel's voice, and she tells him that his memory drive is brokey or something. Yeah, for the moment, Zane doesn't remember anything. Oh, now he starts to remember? That was quick. I do wish that they would have saved Zane's reveal till the ninja found him, just to build the mystery. Nia is still talking about what guy she likes, and Wu could not give a shit. So based of you, Wu. The team still on Ninjago are going out to search for the ninja. What I appreciate about this season is that every character feels like they have a part to play. Take Garmadon here. His past with Chen allows him to guide the ninja through his tricks. Plus, I like how he essentially replaces Wu for the season. It's a nice change of pace. The next matches are coming up. The masters of speed, smoke, nature, gravity, mind, and fire are all shown off here, with Kai's match being the standout. Not often do we get one-on-one fights in the early seasons of the show, so this was pretty cool. There goes the master of nature and gravity. Kai finds himself kind of outmatched by the master of smoke, so my man outsmarts him and wins. The next round has Jay and Cole going up against each other, which is bad as they need to stay together to find Zane. They approach Neuro, who is the master of the mind, to read Chen's thoughts so they know where Zane is. Speaking of, Zane can do this now. Before Neuro can get too close to Chen, Klaus stops him. While Jay and Cole get ready, they both begin to ponder. Neuro tells Kai what happened, and he managed to get some information out of Klaus's head. The powers are for a spell, but we don't know what it does. Oh yes, we've never really had the chance for the ninja to fight each other. Sadly, after this one, there isn't any matches like this. I think having Kai and Lloyd face off would be interesting, considering all the Green Ninja stuff in Season 1. Zane breaks free and finds Pixel dismantled. She's all on this drive, so Zane plugs her into his head, which is where she stays for most of the show. The Jay and Cole fight becomes a battle of words, and the two finally make up. No more feud, hallelujah. Chen sends his men after the bros, and the floor starts to drop. Cole goes for the win, but gives it up to Jay, and he's out. That was a pretty good moment. Nia also locates the island. It's Skylar's turn to have a match, and she's up against the Master of Sound. Chen reveals that her elemental power is Amber, and Garmadon backs this claim up by expositioning that her power is to copy others' powers. So her and Kai aren't related. Chen is pissed that Jay and Cole tried to team up against him, so all the contestants are stripped of their fancy rooms. Cole is sent to work in the noodle factory. Nia follows some of Chen's noodle trucks with... Hello, Dareth, lurking nearby. Back to the actual good part of the season. The contestants are equipped with roller skates. It's Lloyd's turn to bat against the Master of Form, and he straight away reveals to her that his back is sore. While there's only two competing, the others can choose a side to help. They have to race, but the laps only count if they're holding their Jade Blade. Lloyd's elemental power is dubbed Power by Chen, but this is still up for debate. Still think it's energy though. The three ninja are left to face all the other contestants, and Kai can't even skate. I'm with you there, brother. Skylar tries to convince Kai to swap sides, but he doesn't give in. While the intense race is going down, Nia and Dareth set off for the island. A bit of bashing later, and there's a buggy on the track. Kai is sick of being useless, so pulls a fire maneuver. The ninja let the others in on what's going on with Chen. I think they believe them. Lloyd uses his powers to take over the buggy, which I don't really know if he could always do that, but we never see it again. Oh, the other contestants are helping now. Cool. Lloyd is about to win, but the Master of Form crosses the finish line before him. But she didn't have her blade with her. Chen tries to cheat, but the others stand up for Lloyd, and the Master of Form is done. While Cole is pretending to be a snowman, he finds Zane and revigorates his goal to escape with his friend. Cole plants a message informing the others of Zane's whereabouts in a fortune cookie, so it would hopefully actually reach them. Dareth gives Nia a makeover to sneak in. The lasting contestants have successfully formed their alliance. Everyone except Shadow, that is. Chen openly reveals to the group that he is stealing their powers and presents it as a prize for whoever wins. This completely ruins the alliance that just formed, showing that Chen is a crafty son of a bitch. Oh, and Skylar is the one that gets Cole's message. Nia approaches the ninja, and they task her with getting that spell from Klaus's book. Nia also gives them a neat little tip. One of the contestants is a spy for Chen. Gee, I wonder who that could be. Skylar actually gives Kai Cole's message, showing that she's on their side. Cole embarks on his plan to break out and manages to get the keys to his cell. Zane is in an ice cave with a big dragon? Oh, it was just a nightmare. Nia discovers the spell and steals the page. The giant purple snake chases the tin can and Rock Boy through some tunnels. The Alliance has an Among Us meeting to figure out who the spy is. Garmadon remembers that whoever works for Chen has the same tattoo as he has, so everyone takes turns showing their back. Dareth alerts the whole island of his presence. Before Shadow gets checked, he makes a break for it, with Jay hurting his leg. Dareth is found by Chen's minions and his core while also throwing Nia under the bus. Dareth being here is a little unnecessary as his presence leaves something to be desired. Nia flees from Klaus and fights him off and escapes. The spy is revealed to be Skylar. What? This is a neat twist and something you wouldn't expect. When the ninja were doing their back checks, Skylar did show hers, but since she can copy powers, she probably used the Master of Forms power to cover it. The next round of the tournament starts with everyone in a blimp. The ninja have new threads that are pretty slick by themselves, but here's an idea I had. These jungle suits were probably provided by Chen's people, so if the last episode didn't reveal Skylar as the imposter, her wearing the same suit could have hinted towards her being the spy since she had it from the start. Chen wants to use this round and the contestants to hunt down the escaped Nia. He gives them each a parachute, but purposely forgets to give Garmadon one. Everyone fights for their parachutes, with Lloyd and Garmadon being the ones left. Lloyd gives the chute to his dearest dad, and instead uses an energy dragon. Now I get Lloyd was able to do this when he had his golden power, but does it make sense that he can do it here? I would normally say this doesn't make sense, but it foreshadows something later, so it gets a pass from me. Everyone drops in, and this is just like Fortnite. There are some little toys lying around, so Jay uses a mech to help his injured foot problem. Cole and Zane are coming up with an escape plan with the other non-elemental masters, and Dareth. Ooh, backstory! Garmadon tells his son about his time studying under Chen. Here's the messed up part. Chen intercepted a love letter from Wu to Misako, and manipulates Garmadon into signing his own name on it. My poor man Wu. Garmadon expresses his shame for this act and listening to Chen to begin with. Klaus and his men start to hunt down the contestants, so they can't team up. Kai's Riz is a little rusty.
Maybe we should be together. Ah, that didn't come out right.
The flashback continues as we finally get to see the Great Serpentine War we've heard about. It shows us the past elemental masters and the other Anacondrae Serpentine, other than Pythor. Turns out, they were quite a menace. If you want to know the details of this flashback and the whole war, go watch my timeline video, as I've already talked about all that. But yeah, look, more foreshadowing. What's important for the season is that the Anacondrae generals were banished to a different realm, known as the Cursed Realm. It's actually Dareth who inspires the factory team to come up with a plan to build a jet.
Underground.
Oh, Klaus corners Jay and fights him using his dark magic. I don't think I mentioned it yet, but Klaus is a magic user. The mech explodes, and Kai rushes over to help, but Skylar unknowingly shows her hand by using Zane's powers. Kai is obviously pissed at this. We finally get to know what the spell does. Chen wants to turn himself and his followers into Anacondrae and start the next Serpentine War. Uh-oh. With Chen's full intentions out in the open, the rest of the contestants get their powers yoinked. That just leaves Lloyd left. Skylar suggests keeping Kai around, which Chen agrees to. Chen shows off his impressive collection to Kai and tries to manipulate him by using his desire to be the green ninja against him. Kai resists his sweet talk, but folds when Chen brings up his parents. Lloyd, Nia, and Garmadon make their move. Kai finds Lloyd and leads him into a trap. Kai, you bastard! The final round of the tournament begins. Lloyd versus Chen, with him obviously having the advantage. I think this season would have been a little better if Kai and Lloyd swap places here. The focus ninja of the season isn't all that obvious, but it's meant to be Kai. He doesn't really feel all that special here, so switching roles with Lloyd would have been a better option, I think. Lloyd gets his ass handed to him, and Garmadon and Nia are locked up. Kai reveals to his sister that he betrayed Lloyd. The factory team's plan is set into motion, and their jet can definitely shoot. They save the snake food, and Chen sucks up Skylar and Lloyd's powers. Klaus starts to cast the spell, but Skylar betrays her father. Kai uses the Staff of Elements, and it starts to corrupt him. He expresses his true feelings to Lloyd.
I should have been a green ninja!
everyone else joining the fight. Kai overcomes his power kick and smashes the staff. Everyone has their powers once more, with Chen and Klaus escaping. Now the contestants have control over the island. Chen's staff is brokey, and Zane has been found. The only problem left is Chen is still out there. Klaus realizes that since Skylar has absorbed everyone's powers, she could hypothetically take the staff's place and complete the spell. Skylar is against this idea, obviously, because it could possibly kill her. Chen doesn't really care about that though, and only wants power. Skylar sends Neuro a message warning everyone of Chen's plan, so the ninja set out to save her. Zane gets dropped down a cave and starts seeing that dragon again. Pixel sees that there's no dragon, which she's right about. Yep, Zane's off his rocker. Skylar is still on the run, but here's Cole. Garmadon and Klaus fight on the jet that now flies, and Garmadon pushes them both off. What a Chad. Kai shows up, but he doesn't help that much. Klaus tries to send Garmadon to the cursed realm, but he once again proves to be one of the best characters in the show, and he starts to drag Klaus with him. He uses Klaus as a ladder and drops him in. Oh, back with the loon. Zane starts to have an identity crisis since he views himself as a replica, but overcomes this and the dragon, which was a metaphor for his anxiety or a vision? I don't know, but something's happening. Garmadon's tattoo starts glowing because the spell has started. All of Chen's followers have been turned into Anachondri, including Garmadon. The snakes prove to be just as fearsome as they were described. I like how the Anachondri were expanded on in this season, as they were the biggest mystery in season 1. All the snakes leave the island, leaving the elemental masters stranded. Zane's got a solution though. He shows up riding that dragon. Turns out, every elemental master can achieve this ability of summoning an elemental dragon. They all, of course, pull this off on their first try. Everyone arrives in Ninjago City a day after Chen and his army, but they don't seem to be around. How strange. Well, the spell's actually wearing off, so Chen needs to get his hands on the essence of an actual Anachondri. But they've all gone extinct, right? The team returns to the Samurai X cave and reunites with Wu and Misako. To figure out a way to stop the Anachondri, the team head off to Cryptarium to speak with Pythor. He's still a little baby after taking that shrinking pill. He somehow already knows about Chen's plan. 2 Anachondri sneak into the prison and foreshadow the next season.
Everyone knows there's no such thing as ghosts.
The ninja put together why Pythor is so important and they kidnap him. Chen does get his hands on the little guy and his weird plan is working. The next phase has him sending 20 noodle trucks out into Ninjago so the elemental masters separate to stop them. The ninja are aware that this was on purpose but don't have any other choice. Yeah, all the trucks end up being empty, with everyone ending up far away from Ninjago. Chen once again proves why he's the villain of the season. He's honestly one of the most effective villains in the whole show. He's already really clever when it comes to plans, and has been one step ahead of the ninja the whole season. And now he has a massive army of powerful snakes? Yeah, he should get the win. Man, Jamonokai Village has had 2 Anachondri attacks. Chen outs Garmadon's secret to Wu and Misako. They are obviously pissed. Neuro sends a message to all of the fighters to meet at the Samurai X cave, and they come up with a plan. The ninja plead for the citizens of Ninjago to help fight back against Chen. The elemental masters and the snakes meet in this valley where the fighting begins. They do a good job holding off the snakes, while Nia helps out with the bounty. The Anachondri do eventually slither through the line, but Pythor is here to help. He brought Klaus's book of spells with a plan. The plan is to unleash the Anachondri that were banished so long ago, but Garmadon has to take their place. He opts to do it, which pisses off Lloyd. He thinks back to their moments together while fighting the snakes, and he pops off. Wu starts the spell, and Garmadon apologizes for his meddling. Lloyd returns to finish the spell, and Garmadon hits us with this line.
I yearn to make the world in my image. I never realized I already had.
Spell does work, and the OG Anachondri take the fakes to the cursed realm. And just like that, the day is saved, but Garmadon will be missed. General Octorus rewards Pythor by making him big again. He thanks Lloyd for doing what they failed to do so long ago. Kai offers Skylar a place on the team, which is where I originally thought the season was going when it came out. She declines, but will be a reoccurring side character. Lloyd honors his father and burns the Book of Spells. Garmadon even gets his face in the valley. Everything's nice and good, but a strange figure appears in the sky. But that's not anything. Man, this season is so good. It's just got a really solid plot, villain, and overall concept. It introduced so many new characters who get brought back every now and again. Normally I would say the concepts in each season are one and done, but I think the Tournament of Elements idea is so good that they should definitely give it another go, considering all the new elemental masters showing up in the newer seasons. I 100% agree that this season is top tier. Ooh, Possession is one of the most loved seasons of Ninjago, and I can see why. A lot of crazy shit happens, like Lloyd being possessed by the new villain, getting more lore for the world, and other things that we'll talk about later. I'm really excited to give this season another look. What? Let's go already. The first moment of the season has us watching this night guard playing with some mannequins. He's getting spooked by someone in the museum and is attacked. He's on ninjas! Flying around on their elemental dragons once again. They are out here hunting this massive fish, you know, as you do. Back on dry land, Lloyd is still missing his dad after his sacrifice last season, and Kai promises to look after Lloyd. This is a cute mentor-mentee relationship, which seems to only last this season. Wu has opened his own tea shop.
It's about time we all help out with his retirement.
His retirement? Bro's 1,000 years old and now he's retiring? Bro still has like 12 seasons left in him. The fellas are put to work advertising steep wisdom with these funny little hats. Everyone except Lloyd, who has been summoned to the museum. Lloyd starts talking to the night guard, but he starts acting a tad strange. The guard's voice is very different, deep, crispy, and sexy.
When I came to, I found the only thing stolen was something that wasn't even on display.
The guard attacks Lloyd and is wearing the ally armor, which is a stupid name. The guard is obviously possessed and talks about Wu like they were old drinking buddies. The ghost starts to possess other things and we get a good look at him. He got here when Garmadon opened that portal to the cursed realm last season. The other ninja are also in a battle.
I mean, sure, I have a cold sore, but it's hardly contagious.
What the fuck, Jay? They use their powers to attract more attention to the shop, but their trusted powers disappear all of a sudden. How did they get back to the shop without their dragons? Then Wu hears what happened. He knows that something must have happened to Lloyd. Why are their powers connected to Lloyd? I guess because he gave them their powers? Lloyd is here to tell us.
Step aside.
That's not Lloyd. He's accompanied by ferocious winds. That ghost has possessed Lloyd and now looks like this. This ghost seems to be able to control the wind. The ninja do a great job fighting him off. Possessed Lloyd fights Wu over his staff, which has a secret message in it. The only thing that's effective against the new Lloyd is a bookshelf, and Kai tries to connect back with Lloyd. He does manage to get through to him a little, but the team scoop him up to make their escape. Wu reveals that the person possessing Lloyd was his first ever student, Moro, the elemental master of wind. Ooh, what a reveal! And here's Moro now, chasing them on a dragon. Moro's dragon is really cool. He drops on board the bounty and creates 2 swords. What? I don't remember him doing this. Jay and Cole try to hold Moro off, and Nia leaves the driving too. Wait, you aren't Dareth. Nia decides to get in on the action, and Moro fires lightning out of his hands. That's Jay's thing. It's Kai and Zane's turn to get their shit kicked in. To get Moro off the ship, Wu throws his staff off, and he follows. The bounty does a big crash, and Wu got the message from the staff. He realizes that the message was from the first Spinjitzu master, and the symbols are clues to his resting place. Unfortunately, Wu doesn't know what the symbols mean. Some Sun Yua. They set up camp for the night, and Wu tells the group the story of Moro. When Wu was younger, he found a young boy digging through garbage. This boy was Moro, shocker. So Wu took him in and trained him. Little did Wu know, this young boy was the elemental master of wind. Wu immediately thought that Moro could be the Green Ninja, and Moro took this very personally. He became arrogant, but was humbled by the golden weapons as they didn't respond to him. This angered Moro, so he tried to prove he was the Green Ninja, almost killing him. So Moro left the monastery to find the first Spinjitzu master's tomb and prove he was worthy. Telling by Moro's ghostly state, he obviously died trying, which is kind of dark. Present day Moro stumbles into a bar and is almost jumped, but he uses the ally armor to summon one of his ghostly friends. This ghost steals a bike and dips. Misako just shows up out of nowhere, and she decodes the first symbol. It represents a martial art called Air Jitsu, which allows a Spinjitzu master the ability to fly for a bit. To learn this technique, they need to track down a scroll which was stolen. The ninja head out to find that thief. Moro soon discovers that the scroll was stolen, so now he's after it. Kai leads the team directly away from their destination. Now it's Zane's turn to lead, so now they're going in the right direction. Wu has something to tell Nia. Turns out her dad wasn't the only elemental parent. Her mother was the elemental master of water, so Nia has inherited her power. This felt like it was meant to be a big reveal, but we saw it in a flashback last season. Now Nia must train to become the water ninja. Now I remember when this season first dropped, that people were not happy about this character shift. Nia is a very independent character, so she made her Samurai X persona to stand out from the others. But now she has to become just like the others? This kind of knocks her character down a few pegs, but I think this was a great direction to take her. Nia's potential as Samurai X has passed its due date, so I think it's good that she gets more to do by becoming more part of the team. Back on the road, the ninja are confronted by the Ghost Rider, who can turn things into ghosts. The The ninja have no idea how to fight a ghost, so luckily there is a water tower right next to them. Yeah, water is the ghost's weakness, so that's why Wu is pushing Nia's development. The Lloydless ninja arrive at the city of Styx, which is a fishing town surrounded by water. And Kai is letting us know now that he's scared of water. The thief who stole the scroll of air jutsu was this guy, Ronin, who the ninja talk about like they've met before. This is Ronin's first appearance in the show, but there was a 3DS game where he was the main villain. So this means that game is canon to the show. While they're already at Ronin's pawn shop, they snag some arrow blades, which are made of deep stone, which can harm ghosts. Kai bargains.
300.
400.
350.
450.
Deal.
Not well. Now they need to earn some money while Nia's training begins. Wu shows off his elemental dragon, which he apparently knew about the whole time. That's bullshit. Nia is tasked with filling up a bucket that has a hole in it. The ninja do manual labor, and Kai whacks Zane so hard that he starts to speak Simlish. They don't get the money they need, so Jay decides that he's the leader now. Why didn't they just nominate Cole to be the leader? He led them in the pilot episodes and the first season. Jay's first act as leader is to steal the scroll from Ronin. About time. Oh hey, Moro's here, and he summons a new friend, Soul Archer. Ooh. Nia is very stubborn about giving up, which goes against the ninja's whole thing, but she does successfully fill the bucket. Wu points out that Nia's biggest flaw is feeling weak, which is a character trait that lasts all the way through the show. Moro and Soul Archer confront Ronin, but then the ninja arrive. An organ attacks Jay, and a massive ghost fight begins. The scroll reveals itself, and Ronin blasts off with it. Oop, never mind. Both sides chase after the thief, but Moro grabs the scroll. Kai is the last one to chase down Moro, but he immediately learns air jutsu. Before Kai is completely tangled, Ronin offers to save him, but for a price. He gave Ronin everyone's share of the tea shop, which wasn't really doing great anyway. Ronin also told him that there's another way to learn air jutsu. Man, Nia fucking hates water. Nia still doesn't accept her role as the water ninja, which gives us a glimpse into her mind when she can't master something immediately. Rage. Because Ronin owns most of the steep wisdom stonks, he comes in and starts causing a fuss. The ninja's second chance at learning air jutsu is in this creepy temple, which was home to the creator of air jutsu, Sensei Yang. Thank God this tall lady is conveniently here to give us the history of the place. But there's a rumor that you'll turn into a ghost if you're inside at sunrise. Keep that in mind. Zane is now yelling. It's Jay's fault. Cole's turn to be in charge. Finally. The ninjas sneak inside the temple, which probably isn't haunted. It would be a shame if this season was about ghosts. Moro has brought over some more friends, Gultar and Bancha. Moro speaks of a mysterious master.
If we're not out by sunup, we'll be ghosts.
Cole, I wouldn't say that if I were you. After a few pranks, things start to get a little creepy, and Yang tries to stab them. There he is! Yang keeps yapping, while Nia bribes Ronin to leave. Yang is trying to use the ninja's fears against them to toughen them up, maybe? Ronin speaks of a debt he owes to the Soul Archer, which is why he's hanging around Steep Wisdom. Moro has broken into Nia's Samurai X cave, so fighting begins. But Nia proves that she's no match for the ghosts. Instead of worrying about himself, Ronin helps Nia, and the two blow up the ally armor. So that means no more ghost friends. Gultar turns the Samurai X mech into their own mech. Saddest character death in the show. When all faith seems lost, it starts raining in the desert. Oh, it was Nia, right! The boys are still taking Yang's tests, which they pass, getting the second scroll. The sun starts to rise, so the ninja make a mad dash out. Cole drops the scroll and goes back for it, but in the process, didn't make it out in time, turning into a ghost. This was crazy shit when it happened, and I'm glad to report that he stays a ghost until season 7. Our land-loving ninjas are practicing doing air jutsu, and now have suits made from that deep stone material, so they can't be possessed. What's that? These look identical to the last suits? Nuh-uh. They have shoulder pads. Cole is understandably upset that he's a ghost now, but whoa, Nia's ninja suit. This episode has Zane speaking like a pirate.
I'll be the fire sword, the sword of destiny.
That definitely won't be annoying at all. Misako figures out the next symbol, which is the Sword of Sanctuary, located in another realm called the Cloud Kingdom. To get there, the ninja must go through this portal, which is only there for a limited time, so they better get their asses moving. But what does the sword do, Tom? Well, impatient viewer, whoever wields it can see their opponent's next move. How does this help find the first Spinjitzu Master's tomb? I honestly can't remember, so let's watch the damn show. The portal is at the peak of this mountain, so they use some mechs to climb up. Wait a minute. I know these mechs! They're from past seasons, which is really cool and unexpected. Cole has some doubts about attending this mission because he didn't get a chance to practice air jutsu, but he sucks it up and they drop. What I love about this season is that it feels like a big race between the ninja and Moro. A massive gust of wind almost knocks everyone off. Moro is unhappy with the ninja making their way up the mountain, and also because Lloyd is fighting Moro's possession. Bancher yells a little and sends an avalanche in the boys' direction. Jay loses his mech and Cole tries to help. Then Kai and Cole lose their mechs too, but Cole possesses some snow and saves everyone. See, being a ghost is cool. Cole possesses Zane's mech, which makes it go quicker. Moro stumbles upon buildings? Huh? Solatra attacks and Kai dies. Oh, never mind. He has that new suit. I like the detail of Cole not having the shoulder pads because they are harmful to ghosts. And he also doesn't have a coat because he can't feel the cold. And details like that make the show better. The ninja fight off the ghost henchman and almost get blown off again. Oh, now Jay's lost his arrow blade. And the ninja book it and lose Zane's mech in the process. Cole doesn't drop Jay this time. And hey, there it is. The ninja won't be able to make it unless they use air jitsu. Cole doubts himself again, but manages to get up there. They pass through the portal, leaving Moro behind. They finally have a leg up on him. Apparently Bancher knows someone in the Cloud Kingdom that will let them in. Bullshit. The ninja are shown around by Fenwick, and he reveals that the monks in the Cloud Kingdom can pretty much see the future. Nia and Wu have captured Gultar. It's here in the Cloud Kingdom that we learn of the 16 realms, which is probably one of the biggest lore drops in the show. So whatever these monks write comes true, and we see this with... Hello, Dareth. Fenwick tells the group that Moro escaping the cursed realm wasn't planned by the monks. Neither was Cole becoming a ghost. The ninja get a tour of some of the 16 realms, while Fenwick yaps about the Realm Crystal, an artifact which allows easy travel between the realms. You'll never guess who made it. The first Spinjitzu master, yeah, you know. That's what's in the tomb. The lore dumping continues as we learn of Moro's master plan. The Preeminent wants to travel to Ninjago to take it over. You'll see who she is later. After all the yapping, the ninja are locked in a room with this weird-ass creature. Who would do this? Oh, it was Fenwick. He was Bancher's in. Now Moro is in the Cloud Kingdom. Cole puts his ghost powers to use and unlocks the door. See, this stuff is so useful. They need to climb up this tower to get to the sword. And I gotta ask, why is their air jitsu just blue? Whatever. Moro uses the sword to escape. An epic boat race begins. Sorry, snowboard race. Back on the bounty, the group hear of the ninja returning. So they drop what they are doing. And I mean they drop everything. Even the key to the cell. Yeah, Gultar escapes. And Kai once again tries to get through to Lloyd, which he does, and Lloyd manages to give Kai the sword. They get away with the sword and everything's good. The ninja are fortifying the tea shop now that there's precious cargo. Ronan sneaks away from a ninja meeting and goes after the sword to pay off his debt to the ghosts. Nia gets to it first though. The two fight over the weapon and Ronan manages to get away. Wu shows off his dragon again and chases after Ronan, but he's not in his ship. He's on a river, with Nia being the only one left to stop him. She utilizes her new powers, but not well enough. Ronan becomes the mailman and delivers his package. And the villain of the season changes his deal. That's crazy. Ronan sends the ninja a message, saying that the tomb is in the Caves of Despair, which is where they got the Scythe of Quakes from the pilot episodes. I guess I was wrong when I said those locations don't return. Turns out, Ronan was lying. Well, it was actually Moro possessing him, so the ninja are in the wrong cave. But they do find somebody's body. It's Moro's, from when he was still alive, which is pretty dark if you think about it. The caves are now a volcano or something, and now there's lava. One minecart trip later, and Ronan saves the ninja with his ship, and it takes them to the tomb's location. That was a pretty boring episode, I won't lie. I don't think all that much happened with the last section just being a wild goose chase. We see that Moro is already at the tomb and is making progress. So the team's Uber just leaves them there, so they have no choice but to continue forward. The first test of the tomb is a bunch of doors. I'm sure this tomb wasn't built with the thought of robots being a thing, because Zane cracks the code almost immediately. Come on, first Spinjitzu master, get with the times, you old hag. The code leads them to a door, which leads them to the next test. There's a big glowing stick and some spike traps. The future-telling sword would be so useful right now. Kai sets off all the traps and Cole gives up. Okay, bye Cole. Oh, that was the answer to the test. The boys come across a maze with the walls reflecting their future selves. They are all wearing different clothes. Jay has an eye patch and he sees Nia with him. Both those things will come into play next season, but Cole sees nothing. Let's hope that doesn't come into play later. Moro finds the fellas and they do their best to fight him off. Kai outsmarts Moro, which is a surprising move for him. To get out of the maze, they need to head down, which they do. That's where they come across the first Spinjitzu master and the Realm Crystal. No, Moro's got Lloyd hostage. Nia is proving to be pretty effective at the moment with her water. But there's more important things at stake. Kai once again comes up with another plan, which results in Lloyd and the Realm Crystal in the water. Jay and Zane leave the only two characters who can't go in water to get Lloyd. But they do manage to get him, but Mora gets the crystal. He uses it to disappear, but at least they have Lloyd and their powers back. Can't believe we went from a nothing episode to this. Alright, time for the finale. Wait, that's Chen's Noodle Shop. And wait, that's Skylar. What a strange and neat cameo. Mora's in Styx, summoning some more ghosts. The ninja returned to the tea shop where Borg is waiting.
Jay looks shorter.
Borg did Jay so dirty there. He shows off some new toys. The ghosts have taken over Styx, so the ninja have to sneak in like ninjas. Their plan is going well until Lloyd is caught. Lloyd, what happened to you? Oh, it's Neo. It's funny now seeing these two fight, as both of their powers came from Wojira. But that's not until way later. Jay does some ghost busting, and Lloyd decides to finally do something this season. He's no match for gravity, so luckily Ronan arrives to make it rain. Lloyd almost destroys the Realm Crystal, but Mora uses Lloyd's hope to see his father against him. That allows the Preeminent tentacles to gobble him up. The Preeminent pulls up and looks very... Mora taunts Wu while the ninja save the people. Cole says screw it and shoves his bike into the Preeminent's gullet. This does absolutely nothing. Lloyd wakes up in the Cursed Realm. Yes, this is the Cursed Realm, inside the Preeminent. How does that work? Just roll with it. Hey look, Chen and Klaus, as well as Garmadon.
Moro is the Green Ninja.
What do you mean you aren't the Green Ninja? That's a little silly. The others retreat to a boat when Lloyd shows back up wearing his father's clothes. The two Green Ninja, kinda, duel. The ninja work on taking down the stilts of the city to hopefully drop the Preeminent into the sea, but the background music is gone for a bit. I don't know if this was intentional or not. To combat the water, the ghosts use the buildings around them to create armor for their master. That is so strange. Lloyd and Mora's fight takes them through the different realms, even ending up in Chima, which was the craziest cameo ever. Mora succeeds in leaving Lloyd in another realm, so Nia has to unlock her true potential. But that took the ninja a while, so surely she won't. Oh my god! Makes you wonder how Cole can stand so close to Nia with all this shit going on. Anyway, she completely bodies the Curse Realm, so it grabs Mora and starts pulling him down. Before he goes, Wu tries to help his student, but Mora decides to give him the Realm Crystal and give in. Oh, and Lloyd is back! The day is saved once again, and the season ends with everyone kind of just standing around. That was a pretty good season. I can't say it's my favorite or anything, but I can see why people enjoy it so much. I don't think it's actually the best season, but it's in the middle for me. Not bad, but not all the best either. I can't help but think that people like this one so much, only for Moro and the lore that we get. The season opens with the ninja supposedly fighting skeletons again. We see Cole using his ghost powers to great effect, and Samukai is here, huh? Turns out this was just a commercial for reading or something.
Go, reading, go!
That's a good line. The production is ran by... Hello, Dareth. Nia was unincluded, however, which sparks Dareth to have a very sexist line.
Oh, hey, sweetheart. Mind sticking around for a segment to teach girls how to apply makeup?
The ninja find themselves with heaps of fans because, you know, they saved Ninjago multiple times by now. This is a fun theme throughout the season. The ninja dealing with their public image, having adoring fans to being hated after being framed. I like how all this fame brings back old drama the ninja had, like the love triangle between Jay, Cole, and Nia. That's old news by now, but just like real life, old drama is being brought up again for no reason. Cole trains with Master Wu to unlock new ghost abilities, and don't look now, but he can float and turn invisible. Cole having unique powers to the others makes him stand out more, but some of the powers he has kind of make him hard to write for. Jay and Zane talk about when they saw their future in Season 5, which is nice continuity. Speaking of continuity, Klaus is back. They head off to stop whatever Klaus is up to, but on the way they stop to visit Nelson, the purple ninja. Klaus finds this teapot, which he uses to unleash Notakon the Djinn. A Djinn can grant 3 wishes, like a genie, but the Djinn use their wishes against them. Notakon explains the 3 rules he has, like every genie. No love, no death, no asking for more wishes. Klaus wishes for his spellbook, but because it was burnt in Season 4, it burns away again. He wishes again to turn back into a human, because he doesn't like his ghost body. This process turns out to be a painful one, so he wishes it all to go away. This traps him in the teapot, and Notakon is free to run about. He discovers that his crew is scattered throughout the 16 realms, so he sets his sights on the Realm Crystal from the last season. The ninjas see themselves on TV being framed by Notakon. They escape the City of Sticks in a pretty entertaining scene. The first episode ends with Notakon finding Wu. The ninja at this point have access to their elemental powers, their elemental dragons and air jutsu, which would normally make them very overpowered. But they are up against Notakon, who is very smart and powerful, so they seem more on the back foot. The theme song for the season is a banger. I wouldn't say the best, but it's definitely up there. The police commissioner hires Ronin to catch the ninja, and Misako is approached by Notakon. He reveals that he trapped Wu in the teapot with Klaus. Notakon completely mindfucks Misako, revealing the location of the realm crystal. She then disappears. Ooh. The ninja regroup at the burnt down remains of the old monastery. Zane sees security footage of Wu talking to Notakon, so they know what they are dealing with. Being left alone with Notakon is a bad idea, so the ninja split into teams of 2 to investigate. This is a really smart play. Lloyd and Zane head to the library to scope out the book that Wu was reading. Ronin hacks into Zane and restrains Lloyd. I like that Ronin isn't a bad guy or a good guy. He just does whatever pays the most. It's really entertaining to see him because you never know what side he's going to be on. Notakon goes on a little side quest to get the realm crystal. It doesn't take him long to break into the facility because, you know, he can teleport. Nia and Kai are debated by Ronin and he captures them easily. The last ninja to get captured are Jay and Cole. Jay gets captured almost immediately, but Cole has a bit more of an advantage. Even though he's using his new invisibility, it doesn't keep him safe for long.
I got thermal vision, Cole.
You do?
The ninja are thrown into jail. They are handcuffed by Vengestone, which is the material that can block their elemental powers, and can apparently block ghost powers too. I completely forgot this is where the mechanic shows his beautiful face. He then threatens to rip Zane apart. While the ninja get used to their new life in prison, Notakon is gathering his old crew. We got Doubloon, a two-faced silent type who knows Spinjitzu. Dogshank, a big muscle mommy. Monkey Wrench, a mechanic who is also a monkey. Clancy, a nervous serpentine turned pirate. And Flintlock, the first mate whose bullets never miss. I like this band of pirates. They are all unique and have standout personalities, as standout as a monkey can be. Notakon's wife, Delara, is not in attendance however. You can't blame her, she's dead. Captain Soto returns to tell the ninja about Notakon.
And it's Jay, the whiny, sniveling blue pajama man, who says everything obvious.
Damn Soto, you didn't have to do him like that. He reveals to the group that he was the one who captured Notakon in the first place. Ooh, backstory. A riot starts with the prisoners, but Soto tells them away to slow Notakon down. Notakon takes his crew to his home realm, Ninjago. Kind of a stupid name, but whatever. When they arrive, everything is being destroyed. It turns out that all the realms are connected in some way, so when one realm is destroyed, others may fall as well. When the ninja destroyed the cursed realm in the last season, it caused Ninjago to crumble as well. Notakon receives the Sword of Souls and says goodbye to his dad. That was actually kind of emotional. Wow. The ninja break out with Soto. They escape in the sewer and Nia uses her water to turn it into a water slide. I was expecting a continuity error with Cole maybe touching the water. But no, Kai's holding him up. Good attention to detail. Soto reveals that a map to an island is on board Notakon's ship. The island houses a tiger widow whose venom can weaken a djinn. The venom is also fatal to humans. Nia and Jay infiltrate the police station to learn the location of Notakon's ship. This doesn't go anywhere because the ship is not in the cave where it was meant to be. Instead, it's in the air. Skybound. Ah. Notakon checks on the police's search for the ninja and spots Nia, who looks exactly like Delara. Jay is left by himself as Notakon approaches him. After some encouragement, Jay wishes he wasn't poor anymore and didn't live in a junkyard. This causes the news that Jay's father has passed away. In a frantic panic, he rushes over to his parents' junkyard, but psych, his father's still there. Let me clear something up. Jay is adopted. Ed and Edna are his adopted parents. He did not wish to be adopted. The wish he made caused him to find out that he was adopted. In Season 7, we see the previous Elemental Master of Lightning. She says this.
Really cute guy, too. Cliff is an actor.
We find out that Jay's real father was an actor as well. So the line from Season 7 was connecting the dots. Are we clear? Cool. Jay goes to the estate he just inherited and finds out his dad was an actor. The ninja meet up again and Jay keeps his encounter with Notakon a secret. The Sky Pirates attack Ninjago City to lure out the ninja.
Oh, great! Not again!
Notakon grabs Kai and teleports him away. Kai stupidly makes a wish, which takes him back in time. Making another wish sends Kai to a world where women love him. Like, a lot. While he's gone, the ninja continue to fight the Sky Pirates. Cole climbs aboard and snatches the lantern with the map on it. Being overstimmed by all the ladies, Kai wishes for it to all to go away, which sends him into the Sword of Souls. Cole suspects that Jay is up to something, so after a little interrogation, Jay admits he made a wish. An earthquake hits Ninjago, but a TV shows that pieces of Ninjago have been disappearing. To no one's surprise, it was Notakon using the sword's power to steal these pieces of land to rebuild his realm. Conveniently, Jay's birth father also has a boat, so they set sail to Tiger Widow Island. Let's go, another Notakon scene. Zane tries to outsmart him with his first two wishes seemingly going really well, but after a loophole, Pixel is deleted from Zane's head. Now, he can either wish for Notakon's defeat or bring back Pixel, which is a little stupid when you realize that he probably has backups of Pixel. And that in Season 7, she comes back anyway. Logically, he should just wish for Notakon's defeat, but he wishes it all away and gives up. I don't like the ending of the scene. The others wash up on the island and Cole blabs Jay's secrets. The others are pissed because Zane probably would have been safe if he knew. In the mid-chunk of the season, Jay comes off as very unlikable, which isn't a bad thing to me, as he's been through a lot so far. This is all on purpose to break Jay down so his rise up again is much more grand. I'll talk about this a bit more later.
Thank you, Mr. Helpful!
The Tiger Widow ends up being a giant spider, oh dear. While Jay is dealing with that, the others are fighting sky pirates. Cole manages to actually land a punch on Notakon, which no one has been able to do so far. Jay gets the venom, but Notakon gets Jay. Bye. Nia did a switcheroo, so she has the venom. Yay! Notakon tortures Jay with manual labor. Poor guy. He's trying to break Jay down so he will wish himself away. He sends a message in a bottle into the sea so the others will hopefully find it. Jay goes to dinner with Notakon and he reveals his master plan. When a Jin is married on Jin land, they get infinite wishes, so he plans on marrying Nia. Jay is beaten until nightfall, and he gets a cool eye patch. The police commissioner finds Cole, Lloyd, and Nia on the island. Oh yeah, for the whole season up until now, Nia hasn't fully learned Airjitzu. That's why she doesn't have the suit like the others did. But on the island she learns Airjitzu. Hello, Dareth. The message that Jay sent was on the back of a blueprint for a Zeppelin, and the message gets back to the ninja. So you know what that means? They build the Zeppelin and cosplay as pirates.
What be a pirate's favorite letter?
Very poorly. Hey look, it's Sensei Yang. And hey look, it's a meta joke.
And take care of those pesky ghosts while you're at it. They are so last year.
Cole takes the venom and uses his ghostly powers to sneak aboard and spark Notakon's drinks. Cole finds Jay, sets him free and helps him out, but leaves the venom. They are all eventually captured. Oopsies. Notakon tries to rizz up Nia, but he's forced to bargain using the other ninja.
The black one goes first.
Oh my god, that's racist. The ninja sent out a flurry of wishes. The results were, the Venge Stone makes their powers too strong. Flintlock can't shoot for shit. Notakon drops his sword, but then gets it back immediately. Lloyd turns old. The clouds become very bouncy, and Clancy wishes Cole and Lloyd away. Jay and Nia get away on a fusion dragon. In this scuffle, Notakon uses Zane's powers, but this concept doesn't come up again. The two take shelter at Zane's father's lighthouse in the middle of the ocean. Flintlock becomes distrustful of Notakon and rebels against him. He is then sent to the bottom of the food chain of the crew. In a secret room of the lighthouse, Jay and Nia find a rusty steampunk version of Zane, who is a fun character. Of course Zane's father would try and make another Zane, after being locked there for so long. The gang home alone the lighthouse, waiting for Notakon's attack. Quick note, the poison is now in a dart. That will be important later on. They fend off the pirates as long as they can before Nia makes a sacrifice to send Jay away using the Traveler's Tea. Jay lands at his parents' place while Nia is taken and fitted into a dress, but the pirates find the poison that she had. This is Jay at his lowest. He's been broken down mentally, physically, and now he has no one to help him. This is what makes the season so special, seeing Jay's rise after being dropped so low. After a few choice words from Ed, he figures out what to do next. He assembles a new team starting with... Hi, Dan. But seriously, he gets Captain Soto, Skylar, Echo Zane, Ronan, and the police commissioner. This new team is quite effective as they take out two sky pirates. They all catch a ride on another piece of the city floating into the sky, except the police commissioner. You can stay here. The ninja replacements are again very effective as they sneak past all the pirates guarding the place. Nia fake rizzes up Notakon, allowing Jay to steal the Sword of Souls. So Jay is sent into the sword to free everyone, but he doesn't have to wish himself into it? Well no, apparently if you strike someone with the blade, they just get sent in. Which begs the question, why didn't Notakon do this? Maybe he didn't know, or maybe torturing them to wish themselves into it turns them on or something. I don't know, but Jay gets everyone out. With everyone free, it's time to crash the wedding. They bust in, but it's too late. Notakon has infinite wishes. He then turns on all of his crew. Dogshank and Flintlock help the ninja fend off the multiple Notakons and regroup on the Misfortune's Keep. That's the main ship, by the way. I don't think I mentioned it. Notakon wishes for Delara to take over Nia's body. They get the poison from the Misfortune's Keep and devise a plan. They ram the Misfortune's Keep into the temple, oh my god. The ninja tried to distract Notakon, but they each get turned into gold, except Jay. He's about to get finished off, but Flintlock shoots Notakon with the venom, which does weaken him to snap Nia out of her trance. But in a shocking reveal, Nia was also hit by the venom. As her life fades away, Jay cries beside her and makes his final wish. Time rewinds back to the first episode of the season. Yes, the entire season has now been erased from the show's continuity. The only people who remember what happened are Jay and Nia, and Klaus never found the teapot in the first place. The Ninjago community are very mixed on this ending. On one hand, I like how they had a different approach to the ending than other seasons did, but on the other hand, everything was reset, so I get it. It's a shame too that Dogshank and Flintlock had their developments erased, but I'd much rather have the ending we got. This season is mine and many others' favourite season. Watching Jay's character develop was super satisfying to watch, and it was just an interesting plot in general. Each ninja getting picked off one by one is a super fun concept, which would be touched on again in another Jay-centric episode, but that's a later topic. Tell me what you thought about the season.
Ninjago, Day of the Departed.
Day of the Departed is another part of the show that isn't on Netflix, so thanks to these legends for supplying the special for me. It takes place after season 6, and is about Cole, who never had a season focused on him until Master of the Mountain. Let's see if they did him justice. We get character introductions, even though there's been 6 seasons before this one. But sure, whatever. The team is in a rush to get to the museum, and now Cole is beginning to fade out of existence or something. Oh, but now he's good. They need to get to the museum to get lanterns. Day of the Departed is set on a holiday called Day of the Departed, where people honor and remember those who have passed. The museum head director person, named Dr. Saunders, shows them the Hall of Villainy with a bunch of mannequins of the ninjas' past foes. Tonight is also a special lunar eclipse. Cole wanders off by himself and comes across Sensei Yang's section, which is obviously a little touchy for Cole, considering his ghostly state. He starts to phase through everything, except the floor for some reason, and now no one can see him. All this fading stuff is a cool idea, but it comes out of nowhere. Even if there was a mention of something like this in season 5, would have been nice to have. The evil painting tells Cole to close the circle, whatever that means. The not ghost ninja split off to respect their respective loved ones, while Cole is left behind. Cole's father is waiting for his son, but instead he's with... Hello, Dareth. Never gets old. Cole heads to Yang's temple, which is still in the sky. He stupidly brought Yang's weapon with him. Cole wants revenge on Yang for basically turning him into a ghost, but honestly, besides the fading in and out, he's got a pretty good gig here. He can turn invisible, possess things, float, and phase through stuff. Yang uses the lunar eclipse to bring back some villains through their mannequins. Cole gets jumped by ghost students and gets tied up. Great plan, Cole. I really like this idea of bringing back past villains, and it's done in a pretty creative way. And all the villains' voice actors return, which just makes it a lot better. We got Samukai, General Kozu, Master Chen, General Cryptor, and Moro. Pythor also has a statue, but wasn't brought to life because Pythor isn't dead. Yang says he brought them all back from the departed realm, but why is Cryptor here? He's a robot. Anyway, the villains need to kill the ninja to take their place among the living, because after the eclipse is over, they'll go back to being mannequins. Pythor does show up, and kind of just inserts himself into the plot. And we have this fun interaction.
Chen.
Pythor.
Everyone chooses a ninja to murder, and they set out. Boom! Yang backstory. The Ying Blade could probably make someone immortal, so when Yang tried, he ended up cursing himself and all of his students to be bound to the temple. Yang plans to use the Ying Blade to cut the rift between the mortal world. Honestly, I'm a little confused, but I'm sure there's an absolute weapon in the comments who will tell me what's going on. Each ninja is confronted by their foe. I wouldn't say any of this action is all that interesting. In fact, I would say bad. This special is mostly about Cole, but all he does for the first half is just sit around. While all the ninja are fighting for their lives, Kozu attacks Dareth, which I don't really mind. Cole takes out some students, and why doesn't Cole use his abilities? Moro confronts Wu, but he doesn't want to fight. Remember, the two are on good terms with each other when Moro passed away. He wants to help Wu. Yang starts to open the rift, while Cole is a little busy. Ronan saves Jay's parents, okay? And all the ninja defeat their respective villains. That was a little underwhelming, actually. We barely saw the fights, and I at least didn't get much out of it. Dareth uses the Helmet of Shadows from Season 2 to command the stone minions, which is a cute moment, I won't lie. Yang almost goes through the rift, but Cole grabs him at the last minute. The ninja finally realize that Cole has been absent for most of the runtime, and they head out to save him. Moro also returns to his place as a mannequin. Cole gets his ass handed to him by Yang, and starts to fade away. But with the power of friendship, Cole pulls himself back together, and now his hands are glowing. I couldn't tell you what's happening here, or how Cole's lava arms came to be, but yes, now his arms glow when he uses his powers. He breaks the Ying Blade, and the students are freed from their captivity. Cole feels bad for Yang, as he also feels alone. Cole carries Yang with him, but Yang chooses to send Cole through the rift. Yay, now Cole is back to being human. That was fun while it lasted. Now he's rocking this cool scar, and the Temple of Air Jitsu is brand new. The ninja decide to live in the temple, with Yang still lurking about. This was a fine-ish special. It's nothing too crazy, and a little disappointing. There was a lot of potential with all the villains returning, and Moro being on the ninja's side. Like I said before, this special isn't on Netflix, which sucks, as you can't really skip this one. Otherwise, you go from Ghost Cole in Season 6 to Human Cole in Season 7, with only a small line recapping what happened here. Cole's lava arms really come out of nowhere, but I like their inclusion in the show. The season starts with this mysterious figure coming out of this colourful vortex, with Sensei Wu confronting him. To the season's credit, I will say now that the visuals are an improvement over the seasons prior. We cut to the ninja as they clean up the museum after Day of the Departed. This does bug me, as Day of the Departed isn't publicly available, so without a recap, newer viewers wouldn't have much idea what's going on. The season is even more jarring as we pan to Cole, who is back to his normal self. There is a short comment about what happened in Day of the Departed, but it would be much better off with a recap or a flashback. I'm done talking about this, so let's move on. Kai and Nia find a painting of their parents and have a weird exchange about stuff we already know.
Mother was the master of water.
And they left us the old blacksmith shop, and little else.
The ninja then find a painting of Wu and Garmadon battling two foes who are known as the Hands of Time. We then cut back to Wu and the strange man fighting each other, and this is actually a really good fight. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that this Vortex Man is a Chronix from the painting that was shown in the scene before this one. Then the MacGuffin for the season drops from the sky. This is a time blade. It can make time skip ahead. Kind of like King Crimson. Am I right, my JoJo heads?
6 p.m. Quitting time.
A Chronix strikes Wu with the Time Punch, which forces Wu to age rapidly. This line made me laugh.
If the Time Punch doesn't get you, the fall will. Actually, no one says that, but they should.
Also, Jay has a pretty cool moment.
That's odd, because judging by all the slash marks around here, I think you have.
Sometimes I wish I was still Samurai X instead of a ninja.
Really, Nia? Do you really? Later seasons would say otherwise. The ninja failed to stop a Chronix from getting away, but they do save Wu from falling to his death, so I guess that's a win. Then, a shocking reveal. Dr. Saunders was Crux the whole time. What? That's where the first episode ends, and I think this is the best episode of the season. It's only downhill from here. Time to complain about the season's theme song. The song itself is pretty good, but what comes with it is a little bit poopy. The characters just stay still, and I get it's meant to reflect time being stopped, but surely there was something better they could do. Maybe have the characters move or do something, then have them be affected by one of the time blades. I don't know, it just feels a little lazy if you ask me. Wu explains to the ninja who Crux and Chronix are with a flashback. This brings me to my favourite part of the season, the flashbacks. There are a few in the season, and it's still cool to see the characters' ancestors and young Wu and Garmadon. The flashback has this sick fight with Wu and Garmadon against the Time Twins, but instead of actually using their time powers, they decide to shoot beams from their hands. Are they shooting beams of time, or... this season, man. And how did Wu and Garmadon know how to make a time vortex? And how did Wu know a Chronix would be coming back at this exact time? What? This is what I mean. Nothing gets explained. The ninjas see a disturbance at the Ninjago equivalent of an Apple store, so they go to stop the threat. They decide, since there's only one guy to fight, they'll take turns fighting it, which I think is an entertaining moment. Dareth also talks with his mouth closed, obviously practicing his ventriloquism.
You guys got this? Good.
We are then introduced to Vermilion Warriors, the henchmen of the season. They start off super strong and intimidating, but of course, they become punching bags later on. As the fight continues, Zane saves Cyrus Borg, but he gets taken out by a mysterious figure who's definitely not a Chronix. Ooh. Nia, Jay, and Cole take Zane to Nia's Samurai X cave to revive him.
We lost the connection.
And Zane!
No, he's just as dead as he was before. Kai goes to the museum to look into the helmet that they got from the Vermilion Warriors. And this is the scene I always talk about, with Kai fighting Acronix and Crux, with Nia there as well, and it also has the worst lines in the show.
I'm here for you, sister!
Kai is also very easy to manipulate. He says, "My parents beat you." Then Crux says, "Nuh-uh." And now Kai doesn't know who to believe. Kai is not normally this dumb. I don't know why they're writing him like this. Why do they keep punching them? Shoot fire or something. Acronix gets away again with Borg. And Zane is
4, 7, 2, 1.
not doing great. Nia manages to get Zane awake, but now he's spitting nonsense.
Potato was a flange. 41, 823.
The Vermilion Warriors begin stealing all the metal they can find for their secret evil plan. Scary. Let's talk about the main villains real quick. I think the Time Twins have potential to be decent characters and better villains, but I believe they were being held back by the writing in this season. I do like how Acronix likes the new world he's in, embracing technology while Crux despises it, but that seems to be the only characteristics they have. Their evil plan seems a little undercooked as well, but I'll get a bit into that later. I just can't help but think that every villain after and before this was better.
No! They failed! And we haven't collected nearly enough metal yet.
What do you mean they failed? Metal pipes just fell on the road. Wait a minute. Then the episode ends and Zane is speaking normally again. So episode 4 starts with the snakes collecting metal, then ends with them collecting metal? That was pretty much a filler episode. The only thing that had somewhat importance is Zane coming back online. The next episode starts with the team stopping the Vermilion Warriors from stealing more metal and hurting people. Kind of like the last episode didn't need to happen. Kai notices a familiar symbol inside one of the helmets used by the snakes. Jay goes to his parents' junkyard since there's a lot of metal there. Acronix wants to fuck a snake. And another time blade shows up. This one can slow down time. Ooh, fancy. I love Jay's parents. I wish we saw more of them. They're just so charming. The ninja and the Vermilion race to collect the time blade. The ninja actually recover the time blade and escape with it, which is what the Vermilion should have done, but they decided to stop and play around with it. While messing around with the time blade, the ninja are attacked by the Time Twins and the Vermilion. They fend off the waves of Vermilion, but Lloyd decides to go down to the surface with his dragon. He gets scared, and now he's falling to his death. That's until Samurai X shows up, but Nia is still with the ninja, so now there's a mysterious Samurai X running around. Throughout the season, Nia believes that the Vermilion took her Samurai X suit when they were stealing all the metal, but she is mistaken. Do you want to see some goofy animation? Instead of retreating with the time blade, which the ninja need to keep from the Time Twins, they decide to use it to fight them. I've noticed that the ninja don't use their elemental powers much in any of the fights. They just use their plain weapons. Of course, the Time Twins take back the time blade, and just to flex, they kidnap Wu as well. Sorry, ninja. Also, Kai figures out where the marking on the helmet comes from. Oh boy, a lot happens in this part. Cole, Jay, and Zane head to the museum to search for clues on Crux and Acronix. Kai heads to his father's blacksmith from the pilot episode to investigate the symbol on the helmets. Nia goes to the Samurai X cave and encounters the new Samurai X. Kai finds a double-ended sword in a secret room in his blacksmith. Lloyd's team finds the tunnel system which leads to the villain's evil lair. Samurai X refuses to reveal themselves, but they say this.
My friends and allies would be at risk if my enemies knew who I really was.
Which doesn't really make any sense because, spoilers, it's Pixel. I don't know why she wanted to keep it a secret, but that's what's happening. Team Sewer finds the secret hideout, and it's revealed that Kai and Nia's parents are alive. Dun dun dun! The ninjas sneak into the hideout to save the people the Vermilion took, save Sensei Wu and Cyrus Borg, as well as stopping Crux and Acronix. Karloff is also there. Since they took metal, they decided they should take the Elemental Master of Metal. That's a neat little cameo. Jay and Cole need to use Air Jitsu to save the people, but that plan won't work, apparently, because Karloff is too heavy. If only there were a ninja with super strength to lift Karloff instead of Jay. Kai finds his father and is thrown into a rage, engaging in combat with him. I get he thinks Ray is a traitor and all, but I think this is where Kai should have finally believed Crux instead of the museum. He could have had a whole arc about him kind of believing him but not really being sure, but having hope that his father would never do that. And at this moment, he would have snapped, finally believing he's a traitor. Oh well, I guess we have to do this plot then. Oh, and also the third time blade shows up, being able to pause time. Hang on. Let's talk about the morbid concept of slowly decaying. This is Wu now. This is Wu 40 years ago. This is Crux now. This is Crux 40 years ago. This is Ray now. And this is Ray 40 years ago. He aged like fine wine. The last time blade the Time Twins need is guarded in a tomb, with the elemental masters of fire and water being the only ones who can get it. And as motivation, the blade they need to get can reverse Wu's aging, so they are stuck between a rock and a hard place. To get there, they make a fusion dragon using the blade Kai found. It looks kind of cool, I guess. The other ninja finds Cyrus Borg, who has been building a time machine, huh? Yes, the plot of the season is the Time Twins want to go back in time to get revenge on the other elemental masters and rule Ninjago. And yes, I don't like this plot. It just feels so boring and underwhelming to me, like all this setup for 40 years by Crux, and all this time and effort to get the time blades and fight off the ninja, just to go back in time to get revenge. They can time travel! Why not go further back in time and stop the elemental masters from meeting, or something like that? This season, man. The ninja fight the Vermilion warriors for the millionth time, and Samurai X shows up to help. Kai and Nia make it through the tomb quite easily and retrieve the time blade. Ray also gets hit with the time punch. The Time Twins start up the machine and whoop! There they go. Kai, Nia, and Wu follow them. Okay, the Iron Doom arriving is actually really cool and intimidating. It's also really entertaining to watch the past elemental masters. I don't know why. But then we go back to dumb shit, when the twins betray Commander Markia. Why would they do that? She literally did nothing wrong. She's probably the only reason why they were successful in their plans in the first place. The twins start to change the future, but Kai and Nia have a plan to stop them, but the Time Twins time travel again. All hope is lost. Until Wu shows up healthy, and Nia with the reversal blade. Time is reversed, but this time, they follow the twins into the vortex. They all battle once again in the Iron Doom, and Wu sends Kai and Nia back to the present with the reversal blade to cure Ray of his aging. Wu is left on board the Iron Doom, hurling through time. I did find myself really enjoying this episode. I think it had superior writing than the rest of the season. Overall, my opinions on the season haven't changed. I still think it's the worst season of the show. I believe what makes this show special is the characters, and this season writes the characters different enough where they feel like different people. I think the plot is very bare bones and simple for a time travel plot. It's very predictable, and I think a lot of crazy things could have happened, but nothing happens. The villains were charming at times, but they were overall boring enough where I didn't really care about them. The animation looked very janky and just downright bad at times, but at least the art style looked pretty nice. There were some moments I liked, but it wasn't really enough to change the way I view the season. The movie opens on a child looking around this shop full of weird things, and Jackie Chan. There's also a cute kitty, aww. This kid's been chewing his Lloyd minifigure apparently, so Jackie Chan fixes it. Jackie really wants to flex on this small boy, and whips out his wooden Sensei Wu minifigure, which costs around $100,000. With only 4 being made. This isn't a movie thing. This is real. The prop used in the movie was custom made, with there only being 4. They are now considered the most rare and expensive minifigure. Jackie tells the kid about the legend of Ninjago. Oh yes, I love Lego. Dude, we just started and Garmadon crushing the stock market is my favorite joke of the movie. We get introductions to the ninja with very different voices.
Earth Ninja! When will he upgrade to digital?
No, I would never do that.
It's the song! It's Lloyd's birthday, and he gets a loving call from his dad, Lord Garmadon. At least his mother loves him, unlike the show's Misako. The whole city shuns Lloyd for daring to have an evil father who is evil. Blech. That's so inconsiderate of you, Lloyd. We see the ninja in high school. Bro, everyone hates Lloyd, except his friends. Kai, Cole, Jay, Zane, and Nia. I like to mention that Zane is my favorite ninja in the movie. His dialogue is quite humorous to me.
Birthday hug? Let me get in on that. I'll increase the pressure dramatically.
Good to see they are keeping some traditions from the show, like Nia and Kai being siblings, and Jay having a thing for Nia. Somehow these teenagers get a song #1 on the radio, okay? And Garmadon attacks! Now this Garmadon is a massive goofball, and I love it. The one thing I would criticize is that he isn't very intimidating. But my city isn't getting attacked, so what do I know? Garmadon sends his generals across Ninjago to cause destruction, like crashing the stock market. You monster! Students set out to stop Garmadon in their massive mechs. It's a bold move, I think, to not make the movie an origin story for the ninja. Alright, the ninja. What are they like? Jay is very cowardly and unsure. Kai is cocky and Cole loves his sick beats. And he has like 4 lines. Nia likes motorcycles and Zane is a robot. Tom, your description is very bland. Well, viewer, that's all they give us. Lloyd has the most personality, but he's dealing with his daddy issues at the moment. Lloyd can't catch nor throw because of his absent father. Lloyd almost blows his secret identity, and Garmadon retreats back to his volcano lair. Garmadon has a staff meeting with all his generals in a scene that season 2 of the show would plagiarize 6 years earlier. Bro, the comedy in this movie is so good. Probably the second funniest Lego movie.
Do you want to be a follower or do you want to be a leader?
Leader?
How dare you?
The ninja's voices are okay, I think. But luckily, I really like Dave Franco as Lloyd. He really fits the character. My favorite character in the whole movie shows up. Master Wu, voiced by Jackie Chan. This old bastard makes me laugh so hard. Hands down the funniest character in the movie, and his voice fits so well. Jackie's performance allows Wu to be really silly and goofy, while also being sincere. If I had a nickel for every time Jackie Chan voiced an old ninja sensei, I would have 2 nickels. Bro tells the ninja off, and informs them of their elemental powers. Except Lloyd. He gets
green.
Can I be gold?
No.
Wind isn't taken. Can I be wind?
Hey, 2 show references. Wu mentions the ninja practicing Spinjitzu, but they never actually do it. It's weird how the start of the show puts heavy spotlight on Spinjitzu, but the movie just ignores it. Sure, they use elemental powers later, but it's only like once, so what is even the point? Wu points out to Lloyd the ultimate weapon on the Destiny's bounty. In this canon, Wu and Garmadon are still brothers, with Lloyd being Wu's nephew, which is good to know. They have a heart-to-heart, and Wu plays It's a Hard Not Life. Here's 1 second of that. Aww, more family moments. What a shit birthday. The only thing that was good was Misako's love. Garmadon returns in a giant mech, which I would buy. The generals jump Wu, and he kicks their asses. Lloyd's missiles prove ineffective against the new mech, which shoots sharks. What's up with Garmadon and sharks? Lloyd steals the ultimate weapon from Wu, and Garmadon actually succeeds in conquering Ninjago. Lloyd threatens his father, but he calls his bluff. Holy shit, he shot it! And wait, nothing happened. It's a laser pointer. Wait, why would it be a laser Oh my god! It's a Meow Meow! That's a bad Meow Meow. Garmadon uses the cat to take out the ninja. In his defeat, Lloyd reveals his identity to Garmadon, and we get this line.
You ruined my life!
How could I ruin your life? I wasn't even there.
He escapes and meets with Wu and the other ninja.
You use the ultimate weapon.
Whoa, Cole, don't talk so much. Wu speaks of an ultimate weapon that can defeat Meowthra. Lloyd needs to regain the trust of his friends, so luckily they have a long journey ahead of them. Garmadon picks up on what the ninja are doing, so he sets out on his own to follow them. After a sick fluting montage, Wu senses Garmadon approaching and the 2 brothers fight with excellent animation. Guys, is Wu racist?
I caught it the cage monkey. Oh, you have got to be kidding me.
Never mind, the racist is defeated by a butterfly and drifts away down the river. Without a master, the ninja bring Garmadon along on their journey to guide them.
All I can remember is we really need a ninja master. And you are not a ninja master.
Bam! Another Cole line. You're on fire. By the way, Garmadon calls Lloyd Lloyd for the whole movie, which I think is great. The ninja and Garmadon stumble into a graveyard populated by past generals who were fired out of the volcano. Obviously, the generals are pissed and overrun the ninja. Garmadon actually seems to understand Lloyd's struggles in life, but they are unable to fully connect because they are about to get pushed into a volcano. The other ninja escape and find the captured Garmadons, and they spring into action. They quite easily sneak past all the generals and even surprise themselves with their ninja skills. The ninjas start to build something to escape, with Garmadon teaching Lloyd how to throw. This is the only instance of characters in this movie building, and I propose a question. Are they master builders? Who knows, but oh my god, Lloyd lost his arm. The arm is reattached and they get the hell out of there. Garmadon gets more dad points by teaching Lloyd how to drive, even though he drives a giant dragon. Yay, more bonding, this won't be ruined later. They crash, but luckily they crash out the front of the temple with the ultimate weapon. This temple turns out to be Wu and Garmadon's childhood home. It's really nice as well. Misako in this timeline was a warrior. Her and Garmadon fell in love, but they split when Garmadon wanted to rule Ninjago, and Misako didn't want that for Lloyd. Anyway, back to reality. They find the ultimate weapon, which turns out to be a bunch of weird pieces that corresponds to their elements. Garmadon wants Lloyd to be his general number 1 and help him destroy Ninjago. I wonder what Lloyd thinks. They fight over the weapon and Garmadon flees. The building starts to crumble, but Lloyd realizes that the weapon was useless, and that they were the ultimate weapon. After a pep talk, everyone unlocks their powers. They jump off a cliff and are saved by Wu on the bounty.
All because Lloyd wouldn't give up on our train.
Thank you, Cole. Returning to Ninjago City, the ninjas should be using their new powers, right? Well, no. They each use it about once. Garmadon is eaten by the cat, so Lloyd does the only logical thing. Has a heart-to-heart with the cat and Garmadon, I guess. The cat vomits Garmadon out, and Lloyd's elemental power turns out to be the ability to bring people together. Wu flies off, and Lloyd's character arc comes to an end as we see him catch bowls like Jackie Chan did at the start of the movie. Jackie also shuts this kid down.
So does that mean I'm a ninja now?
No.
The movie ends and Garmadon busts down. Look at him go. Overall, the movie was pretty good, I thought. Lots of love, laughs, and stupid hoods. Look at these. Immediately, I love the opening scene to Sons of Garmadon. The music and colors really speak to my soul. We see 6 familiar figures sneaking their way to Borg Tower. Why? I couldn't tell ya. Okay, I'll tell you. It's for this dope looking mask, which they steal. That's when the Green Ninja... Huh? Who are they? Who are you? What have you done with Lloyd? This imposter takes out all the thieves, besides his green counterpart.
Coordinates, Master Lloyd.
Wait, Lloyd?
I can kiss you, Pix.
But you didn't have a squeaky and annoying voice. Okay, that bit's done. Yes, Lloyd has gotten himself a new voice actor, who I like way more than the first one. I'm sorry if that upsets you, but Sam Vincent is way better. He's also Master Lloyd now, as the end of Season 7 set up. The assailant, who is later called Mr. E, gets away. We see what the other ninja are up to, and boy howdy, the visuals look better than ever. Cole and Jay have gotten a bad case of having different designs, and they tell us that it's been a year since the end of Season 7. They are on the hunt for Master Wu, who disappeared in time. Yo, it's the mechanic! Wait, Zane looks like his old self. Maybe his design is taking him back to before he was rebuilt. Oh, never mind. Everyone meets up, and we see all of their new looks. Let's get this conversation out of the way. This season came after the movie. The movie had new designs for the characters, which people didn't like very much. They brought the designs to the show to kind of connect the two so the movie audience would check out the show. People still don't like it, but these are much better than the older designs. I love them. And they even make Lloyd's new voice canon in the show. They describe it as puberty. If puberty involved a grown-ass man's voice coming out of a child's body, Lloyd shows them the symbol of a biker gang in Ninjago, named the Sons of Garmadon. Now where have I heard that before? This random guy tells them that the thieves at the start of the episode stole an Oni mask. One of 3 that exist, which have powers of a species called the Oni.
This is Mr. Hutchins.
I guess this is Hutchins. The ninja are hired to protect the royal family. Wait, so Ninjago has had a royal family this whole time? There's a president later, so where did these guys come from? Zane gets ready to JFK someone, and terrorism ensues. There's no threat, however. They are invited into the castle, and we are introduced to Harumi, the daughter of the king and queen.
And Nia, the girl.
Hey, I already made that joke. Harumi is adopted by the royal family. They actually have an Oni mask of deception, where the red one in the opening is the mask of vengeance. After hearing of the first mask being stolen, why would you keep the mask out in the open instead of, I don't know, a vault? The ninjas stay overnight to guard the royal family, and Harumi is gone. Great. Not a bad first episode. Nothing crazy happens, but it doesn't need to. This theme song marks the first time a variation of the Weekend Whip isn't used. And how does it stack up, you ask? It's cool going through the city and seeing a big Garmadon, but it's middle around. Lloyd sets out to catch the Princess Nappa. This Nappa is the princess, giving food to the filthy peasants. How noble. The two bond over their shared pressure to live up to expectations. Samurai X is still running around, protecting people. And uh-oh, Hutchins is here. The team spar and give Lloyd dating advice, which is a cute scene to have with our guys. And Nia. Cut to Ultraviolet being crazy. There's a flashback of Wu meeting Cole for the first time, which we haven't seen since the pilot episodes. This is to show how Wu's disappearance has affected Cole, and he feels responsible to find him because Wu found Cole all that time ago. Cole discovers that the castle is about to explode, and chaos ensues. The Sons of Garmadon invade the palace and attempt multiple assassinations. Mr. E uses the Mask of Vengeance to grow more arms and swords. He makes quick work of the ninja, who have been training for multiple years, and can shoot elements from their hands. Kai burns the mask of deception, but it was a fake. Lloyd has the real mask. Lloyd and Harumi escape with the mask, with not Harley Quinn hot on their ass. Harumi drops the important artifact that shouldn't be dropped, and they escape on the bounty. Apparently the king and queen died. That's 2 sets of parents this girl's lost. Cole makes a bad pun, and it's confirmed that Jay pees his pants. Lloyd, Cole, Jay, and Zane head to the police station to interrogate a member of the Sons of Garmadon for information. They decide to stop by Miss Darkey's shop to get some truth tea. Lloyd sees a painting in her shop that intrigues him. Cole and Zane are sent to the police station, while the other 2 stay to listen to Miss Darkey's tale. The interrogation doesn't go so well, as Cole drinks the truth tea. Cole pees in public pools, and they find the Sons of Garmadon's hideout. The story, called The Oni and the Dragon, is told to Lloyd and Jay. One of the 16 realms, the first realm, was inhabited by Oni, evil beings who could destroy, and dragons who had the power to create. This confirms where dragons came from, as they did have the ability to travel between the different realms, all the way back in the pilot episodes. But the lore doesn't stop there. A war broke out between the 2 species. A child was born, half dragon and half Oni. He wanted to stop the war, but he didn't succeed. So he abandoned the realm and created a new one called Ninjago. Wait a minute, this is the origin for the first Spinjitzu master, which blew me away when I first watched this. It's great to finally have some backstory to this godlike being that we don't see often. The Oni mask comes from the first realm, and if reunited, will resurrect Garmadon. What the hell? It won't be the nice sensei Garmadon we once had. It would be one unable to love. Dun dun dun! Zane and Cole infiltrate the Sons of Garmadon's bar hideout, and... Hello, Dareth. Cole's performing pass comes back, and Cole's cover is blown. The others are worried about their lead going cold, so they head in there themselves. They chase Mr. E into a dead end, with only way being up. Man, this would have been bad if they didn't know Airjitsu. They don't have Airjitsu. No matter, at least they can use their elemental dragons. They don't have elemental dragons either. So, the creators of the show thought the ninja were too overpowered at this point, so they stopped including their extra abilities. They stated once that Airjitsu was dark magic, and the characters didn't want to use dark magic, so they don't anymore. And their dragons don't exist anymore because their fear makes it too risky to use. It's a shame, but we can't do anything about it. This change would have all been fine if they explained it in the show, but they never do, so we have to rely on outside sources, which can confuse returning viewers. Mr. E fends them all off with laundry, but Lloyd manages to get the upper hand. Zane swoops in to save Mr. E and... ew, gross hoods. Zane has earned the Sons of Garmadon's trust. Speaking of Zane, we get another flashback to Wu meeting him. We find out how Zane became the Master of Ice. The previous Master found himself stranded in the woods where Dr. Julian and Zane lived. They gave him shelter, and he decided that Zane was worthy to wield his power. The way most elemental masters get their abilities is from inheriting it from their ancestors. Zane obviously didn't have ancestors because he's a fucking robot. So it's nice to get a little bit more lore. A search is conducted for Zane by the others, as he finds himself in the belly of the beast. Cole is restrained by Vengestone, with the key to finding the last mask in the cell across from him. Zane is introduced to Kilo, the 3rd general of the Sons of Garmadon. Zane's mission is going well. He might actually succeed.
Ninjago as a spy?
Cole is at least being productive, breaking out of his cell using his incredible singing skills. Cole kicks a box with a baby in it. That's not a key. Baby hijinks ensue. Kilo uses the Mask of Deception to levitate shit. That's cool. Mr. E is sent after Zane. He thinks Mr. E is the Quiet One, which is the alias of the leader of the Sons of Garmadon. After a bike crash, Mr. E's arm falls off. Ew! Oh wait, he's a robot too. Here's a fun behind the scene fact. Mr. E was conceptualized to be a duplicate of Zane, which would have been an interesting twist. This duplicate was built by Dr. Julian, but the Quiet One took them and reprogrammed them. It was storyboarded, and he even had some lines.
Discarded replica. An experiment left to rust.
Which are definitely something. I'd much rather what we ended up with. Zane and Mr. E engage in a fight, one-on-one. Robot hijinks ensue. I love this fight. Getting an extended one-on-one fight is so refreshing after having most fights in Ninjago be in groups. Zane doesn't really use his normal powers, however. He uses the power of getting his ass handed to him. Mr. E places something in his chest. The show treats this moment as a character death, with the music from Zane's sacrifice from season 3 playing. But this doesn't have the same weight as last time, because we know he can easily be revived. I know that fake out deaths are hated by many, but this one is probably the worst one. Besides later on, but we'll get there. The ninja finds Zane's dead body, and I guess Cole met up with the others. That dungeon doesn't hold people very well. Lloyd and Harumi flirt some more, and Lloyd is too much of a Sigma to get ladies. Pixel deciphers the message Mr. E sent out to the Quiet One after Zane's ass whooping, revealing a trap being placed. Also, she is triangulating where the Quiet One's message came from. Cole finds out that the key for the third mask was a map wrapped around the baby. It's like taking clothes from a baby. Hang on, the ninja just purposefully ignored the warning of a trap being placed. And now this spider bot is sabotaging the bounty. Pixel is forced to reveal to the group that she is Samurai X. What? The bug takes control of the Samurai X mech and terrorizes the team. Ninja are no match for a big killer robot, apparently, and Harumi is taken. Lloyd jumps off the ship mid-fight to rescue her, but this takes them straight down to the surface. Yeah, okay, but what happens if she lands on her head? The bug is destroyed by Zane, as he has awoken, which makes the fake out at the start of the episode even more pointless. Jay, Kai, and Cole take Samurai X down, but she still manages to take out the engine, which sends them into a freefall. But Nia makes it not a freefall using the rain.
I had to keep my identity a secret to protect those I cared about.
What? Why? They can each handle themselves. That's stupid, Pixel. You're stupid. Everyone survives, obviously, with Lloyd only suffering a small case of having a broken arm. Harumi and Lloyd are separated from the rest with the map in hand. Team Crash Landing is fixing the bounty, while Larumi is making their way through the jungle. Cole has become the mother to the baby, which is a fun reflection of his caring personality. Cole has gotten a lot of personality in this season, which was his biggest flaw in seasons prior. Gone are the days of Cole's personality being, I like cake. We even get Pixel development. She wants to be useful to the team, but she hates the thought of getting stuck in a computer. It's a nice character moment, which was unexpected. The sons of Garmadon are catching up to the ninja, and the baby is walking. That was quick. The child grabs a cup of tea and spits out this line.
Ninja never quit.
Oh my god, that's Master Wu! Yes, another great plot twist. I love this season. Team Ow My Arm is Broken find a boat. But wait, Lloyd's arm is fine now? The two have a nice heart-to-heart about Lloyd's daddy issues. Nia puts together that Wu was probably turned into a baby after getting touched by the reversal blade from last season, and the Iron Doom spat him out at this moment in time. The sons of Garmadon are here, and Samurai X, Pixel, hold them off. Larumi is attacked by a river lobster, but they lose it. Things can't possibly get any worse. Oh. Pixel's tracing is finished when she was looking for the Quiet One, and the source came from the bounty. It was Harumi. That's the twist. It was Harumi. This reveal is done way better when Lloyd figures it out, so I don't get why they had the urge to do it twice. I think twist villains work the best when it's a surprise, but when you look back at their past actions, it makes more sense. Like Harumi has shown that she is pretty skilled with a sword, but when Lloyd starts to question it, she distracts him. This makes so much more sense with this reveal. Anyway, our battle begins on the bounty and the ninja are captured. Flashback time. Wait a minute. That's season 1. This is Harumi's backstory and how she lost her parents. Sorry, her first parents. They were killed in a collapsing building when the Devourer attacked. She heard how Garmadon murdered the snake, which took her down the path she's on now. I completely forgot this is where she got the name The Quiet One. Back in the present, the two find the Oni temple and descend into it. The sons of Garmadon commandeer the bounty. Harumi suggests Lloyd grab it. How does she know Lloyd has Oni blood? Yeah, she knows all about the Oni and dragons. Lloyd puts it together and figures out her secret. This is such a good scene as her facade slowly fades away as she tries to gaslight Lloyd. You can really feel the betrayal in Lloyd's words and actions. He also learns that the baby is Wu, and a fight over the mask begins. Harumi has successfully planted her roots into Lloyd's head. She tries using his love for her to distract him, but Lloyd is a Sigma male. This is such a beautiful scene. Go watch it because I can't talk about it all. Harumi powers up with the Mask of Hatred, which makes her invincible. But the others are free, so a standoff begins. Lloyd is spat out of the waterfall, and that giant crab comes back. Both groups team up to fight the crab, with the sons of Garmadon taking the bounty. Lloyd pursues and gets taken. I don't know what his plan was, but it was bad. The group ride Krabby back to Ninjago City.
Pirate Genie?
Pirate Genie?
Yes, why not? Anything can happen.
Oh, Skybound reference. Apparently the royal family's castle was built around a temple of resurrection, which wasn't destroyed in the explosion. Misako is here as well. Harumi needs the hair of all those who are closest to Garmadon, so that's why she's captured the brother, the wife, and the son, which makes Wu's kidnapping make much more sense. The police distract the sons of Garmadon, so the ninja can sneak past them. Lloyd is still feeling super betrayed, which sparks some major trust issues, but Harumi doesn't have an ounce of guilt. She never had feelings for him. She was just using him the whole time. Harumi has become one of Ninjago's best villains because of all this. Keep this all in mind for later because things get a little controversial in a later season. Oh, and by the way, the ritual has started, and she has connected to the departed realm. Alright, two things. One, in Season 5, we saw that Garmadon was trapped in the cursed realm. So my question is, how did he end up in the departed realm? I'm assuming that the departed realm is where things go when they actually die. And Garmadon was technically a ghost in the Preeminent when it died. And we see that in Season 11 that the Preeminent was in the departed realm. So did Garmadon pass over with it? I don't know, but I'm sure someone will tell me in the comments. Second thing, are the Oni masks responsible for bringing him back in his evil form? Because he was last seen a regular guy. Who knows, but the ninja are here. Through the power of friendship, they stop the ritual and Harumi goes to jail. But wait, there's 2 more episodes left. Oh shit, he's here. The newly awakened Garmadon steals a garbage truck and breaks out Harumi, while the ninjas sing the classic Weekend Whip. Lloyd still suffers from having a broken heart. She tried to kill you, get over it, bro. A convenient news broadcast informs the ninja of Garmadon's return. I'm not really minding Dareth in this season. He isn't as annoying as he usually is. Harumi and Garmadon use Cryptarium Prism as a base. That's metal as hell. Garmadon is a good example of a fake out death done very well. Instead of coming back as soon as they die, it's taken 4 seasons for him to come back. But as they say, he's not the same man. He's just pure evil, but as we see later, he gets new development. Lloyd locks the ninja and Pixel on the bounty to take on Garmadon himself. They are stuck in a room made of wood, so just use your elemental powers, duh. Thank you, Cole. Lloyd is pissed. Harumi has fucked with his feelings, brought back his dad who died peacefully, and now about to take over his city. Lloyd and Garmadon fight, with Garmadon actually using his elemental power of destruction. He's always had it, but we've never seen him use it like this. Their fight is broadcast to everyone in the area. The fight is fueling Garmadon, causing him to unlock his true potential. Lloyd gets his new face caved in, while everyone watches. Ninjago City's champion has fallen. The ninja collect Lloyd and take him to Mistake's tea shop. Garmadon is going around conquering villages with his giant stone Gundam. The ninja need to risk their elemental powers to heal Lloyd, which is a little odd, but sure. They do it, and they do keep their powers. Cool, but Lloyd doesn't. The kaiju makes its way through the city, trampling everything as it goes. The team does combat with the kaiju, barely. Nia takes Lloyd. For some reason, Wu is able to sense Garmadon like he's in part 3 of JoJo's. Garmadon shows up to squash Wu, with Misako and Nia holding him off, barely. Lloyd again tries to appeal to Harumi's heart, but in response, she pulls out the mask of hatred, goddamn. Tram escape. The others bring the bounty around to get Lloyd, and they do... oh, never mind. Wu is safe, but Harumi has Lloyd. The Garmadon giant grabs the bounty and begins to crush it. Before they pancaked, they use the Traveler's Tea they got from Mistake to disappear right before they die. Lloyd thinks they died though. Lloyd vows to continue fighting Harumi as he jumps away in a bit that recreates what Mr. E did in the first episode. The original 4 are transported to the realm of Oni and Dragon, and that's where Sons of Garmadon ends. This season is such a good time, even watching it for the 5th time. The characters were in tip-top shape, the plot was excellently thought out, and there's a gripping cliffhanger to end it. It's obvious how much time and effort was put in to make this season such a great one, and let's hope Hunted continues this trend. Some time has passed between seasons. Let's see what's been happening. Chaos floods the streets as Ultraviolet runs a TV show about hunting people down. Hunted? No way. Honestly, I would watch that. Dareth is found and bullied by some thugs, but makes it back to the Resistance hideout. Lloyd is leading the Resistance and is doing some training. Emperor Garmadon is a little mad about Lloyd going unfound for so long, so he sends Mr. E after them. The original ninja are trying to contact someone from Ninjago, but, I hate to tell them, but they're in another realm. Jay is also acting very kooky.
I'm just saying, you don't have to freak out about it.
Wu has aged up a little more, but he is still a child, so he isn't much help yet. I love the slapped together suits they wear. They are their Sons of Garmadon outfits, but with modifications added. Cole and Wu are scavenging for food when they stumble upon a dragon. Cole remembers why he was scared of dragons as it attacks them. They hide in a rock hole. Jay has lost it even more.
It's my new video game console. I built it myself.
They intercept a radio signal, which says something about an ambush. Huh, I wonder what that could be. Oh. I guess it's Pixel's turn to beat the shit out of Lloyd, but his powers are still non-existent. They are forced to leave as Mr. E finds their compound. They hide among trash, where they also find the remains of the bounty and a leaf of traveler's tea. The Sons of Garmadon find them in an alley, and they are saved by the other elemental masters. Let's go! Wu and Cole find... well, they don't find the others. Ew, who's that? They are brought to the foot and peg leg of Iron Baron, the leader of the Dragon Hunters. They think the ninja are Oni because anything that is different is evil. Ooh, the theme song as well. It's a more chaotic version of the Sons of Garmadon one, and it sounds so fucking cool. The weirdos capture dragons and either kill them or use them as slaves. Lloyd meets the rest of the elemental masters again, but Skylar reintroduces everyone, even though Lloyd knows who they are. I get it's to introduce them to new audiences, but it's a tad distracting. Miss Darke is also here. Oh, bye Mr. E, nice knowing you. I don't really like the trope of evil rulers getting mad because their underlings don't succeed. The Nightmare King from Dreams also comes to mind. Get your ass in there, Garmadon. The originals are placed in a pit to fight a dragon. Having the original characters from the pilots be split up from the newer characters is kind of nostalgic. Cole and Wu infiltrate the Hunter Society to watch their friends get torn apart. The ninja use their chains to wrap up the dragon, but Zane is forced to save Jay using his ice. Using his powers probably wasn't a good idea, as Iron Baron recognized the similarities with the first Spinjitzu master. Remember, he came from this realm. A hunter referred to as Heavy Metal uses their sword to attract their powers and tie them up. Miss Darko wants to use Karloff to help with training, but not for Lloyd. It's for hello Dareth, and Lloyd kind of. Lloyd has to lead Dareth to victory, but it doesn't go to plan. Wu makes fun of an amputee, and the hunters set off with the ninja to hunt some dragons. The Resistance plans to take over the airways in Ninjago by sneaking into Borg Tower, but it's heavily guarded. They kinda sneak in pretty easily, but uh-oh, here comes Garmadon. Lloyd encourages Skylar to try and combine two powers she absorbs, so she uses Shade and Mr. Pale's ability to put up an invisible barrier to hide from Garmadon. This is so cool! I love when they give more uses to the character's powers. It's a shame Skylar doesn't show up much. The ninja are getting tickled so much that Kai gets set on fire, uh-oh. Wait, what element does he control again? Their elemental powers can attract dragons, so they're bait for now. Cole and Wu learn of the Firstborn, which is the mother of all dragons. The sword Heavy Metal has is made from bone from the Firstborn. Iron Baron wants to find its nest, which contains armor worn by the first Spinjitzu master, and use it to control Firstborn. Before any more exposition can be spoken, a dragon shows up. It's a wind dragon, and it escapes with the hunters on its trail. The Resistance successfully breaks into the studio, and Lloyd goes live, speaking to and inspiring all of Ninjago. Harumi tries to stop Lloyd by making him relive his ass whooping, but he presses on and then dips. I love Lloyd's leadership moments. They are done so well. Jay's turn for a flashback with Wu, and Jay even hears Lloyd's broadcast through one of the hunters' radios, giving them hope. The hunters take the dragon back to their base camp with the promise of eating it, uh-oh. The ninja plan to build a fake Firstborn to act as a distraction. The Resistance brainstorm others who can join them, but they don't have many options. Cole actually builds the fake dragon from scraps, but it's too heavy for Cole to fly, so Wu has to do it. Garmadon threatens to Mr. E. Harumi, but she is saved by her knowledge of their hideout. What's Dareth up to? Well, he wants powers of his own, so Miss Darke brews him a giant potion to drink. But forget that, it's dragon time! Wu sets off, and it actually flies. Is it unrealistic that they made a helicopter out of scrap? Yes, but this is the same show with a 1,000-year-old baby. The presence of Firstborn sends the hunters into a frenzy, and they manage to knock Wu out of the sky. But then, suddenly, the real Firstborn shows up, sending everyone into even more of a frenzy. The ninja fight off the hunters again, while Kai frees the dragon and slips back into his Sons of Garmadon outfit. It's been a while since we saw that era. Hey, Dareth finished that potion, and he gets elemental power. Brown. He goes to pee outside and sees the Sons of Garmadon approaching the hideout. The Sons of Garmadon attack, and there are some fun moments. Skylar using multiple powers, Kilo playing with Shade and Turner like toys, and Dareth pees. Lloyd, Nia, Skylar, and Dareth escape in a tank, but Garmadon's Colossus doesn't like that. They get stomped on, but Pixel manages to distract him long enough to get away. She is also taken. What's this? The first Spinjitzu master is talking. What is this? Wu's a teenager now, and we actually get a hint of what the ninjas' ages are. Kai says they're still teenagers. The ninja are ambushed by Heavy Metal, who actually switches sides. This is Faith. She wants to help the ninja. Dareth doesn't have his brown powers anymore. He literally flushed them away. A rat approaches, but it's actually Mistake. The ninja parallel the pilot episode, with them hauling Wu around. Iron Baron forced Faith to wear a mask, because he didn't want anyone knowing that his best hunter is a woman. Iron Baron is canonically sexist. The hunters start to catch up, so they put on an act, then commit Grand Theft Auto. Iron Baron catches up to the Grand Theft Auto'd, and they head off after the ninja. Mistake reveals her Oni heritage. She came to Ninjago looking for the first Spinjitzu master when he created it, but she fell in love with the realm, so she turned on the other Oni. The hunters catch up and chase the ninja, while they do their best to fight them off. Can I mention that the ninja have spent the whole season struggling to fight off these hunters when they have faced more powerful foes before? It's just weird that people with elemental powers have trouble with people with chains. Anyway, the hunters place a tracker on the ninja. They end up at Oni land. Does this mean we get to see these Oni that we've heard so much about? Well, we'll have to wait. Let's check in with Ninjago. Garmadon shares with Harumi some of the thoughts he's been having. Harumi offers to be his daughter? Okay, that's a little strange. I know she worships him, but there's no way Garmadon would care. The ninja enter an Oni stronghold, but there isn't any Oni. They had all left the realm by this point. This angers Faith, as Iron Baron has been using the hunter's fear of these Oni to control them. Just as they're about to give up on the dragon armor, they find a map on the back of a gate. Harumi comes for Lloyd, so Lloyd leads them away from everyone else. But wait, didn't Lloyd burn his outfit? Oh, it's Mistake. Nia separates Kilo and Skylar takes out the henchman, leaving Harumi alone with Lloyd, Dareth, and Nia. Harumi is tied up, but she still tries to worm herself into Lloyd's head. Skylar finds the mask of hatred, which causes Lloyd to get suspicious of Harumi's actions. Faith trains the ninja in using the hunter's chains, and we get a training montage. Can't say we see many of those. Wu gives up, and it's Kai who gives him a pep talk. Wu manages to get a handle on it. Lloyd changes back into his green outfit, for real this time, but again, he burnt it. I guess he has other pairs. Mistake transforms into Harumi to enact a plan. They will try and get Skylar close enough to Garmadon to touch him, absorbing his powers so she can control the Colossus. The hunters again catch up with the ninja, which highlights my problem with the season. It is really great, but the first realm plot feels like a drag sometimes. Also, having two plots happen simultaneously is a fun concept, but man, it's a bitch to script. Anyway, chasing. Iron Baron takes Faith's sword, the ninja upgrade vehicles, and Faith is taken. Dareth is somehow restrained by Harumi, and she gets away, but the plan is set in motion. Mistake gets Skylar pretty close, but Garmadon is hesitant. The real Harumi arrives, and the jig is up. We get our first look at an actual Oni, as Mistake transforms into her true form. She has a striking resemblance to Garmadon, which shows how Garmadon's appearance was always tied back to his Oni heritage. Mistake makes a big stick, and Skylar gets Garmadon's powers. She escapes, but leaves Mistake with Garmadon. She is actually killed by Garmadon. Like, she's gone. For good. The ninja try to save Faith, but uh-oh, it's a trap. And they are captured again. Still pretty repetitive. Faith plants seeds in the hunters' heads of Iron Baron's manipulation, and Wu regains his memories after a shock. He even sprouts a little goatee. He swiftly takes on all the hunters, with Iron Baron offering Wu a deal. He gets the dragon armor for Iron Baron, and he'll let the ninja go home. Wu obviously accepts the deal. Skylar makes it back to Lloyd and friends, and she tries to control the Colossus. She eventually controls the beast. They play tug of war with it, but Garmadon's power starts to poison Skylar. Harumi is caught up in a building, saving a kid who is going through what happened to her when the Devourer attacked. Everyone watches as the building collapses under her. This kills Harumi, which actually upsets Garmadon. Harumi's character arc was really engaging to watch. She will go down as one of Ninjago's best villains, if she didn't show up in Crystalized, but we'll get there. Bro, Garmadon is not happy. The resistance retreats, and Nia has a stupid idea. Nia, have you ever tried to throw a person? Kai has an idea to free themselves from the poles. He wants to rocket side to side, which everyone thinks is stupid, but they do it anyway. That gave me a good belly laugh. Wu and Iron Baron have a back and forth, and I love how clearly Wu has changed since he got his memories back. Before, he was very unsure and very headstrong about everything, but now he's more confident and smart about everything he does and says. He's also very kind to Iron Baron, which shows that he sticks to his philosophy of making an enemy your friend. Iron Baron almost falls to his death, but Wu saves him. The pole boys and Faith actually get the poles rocking, but they don't need to do too much as the hunters let them go. They realize Iron Baron's selfishness, and the ninja set out to stop him, but whoop, how are they going to get past this gap? Maybe air jitsu? Ultraviolet finds the resistance, but Nia gets bested by a pole and a car. Luckily, Lloyd rams Ultraviolet with the tank and breaks the mask of hatred. Nia's shoulder is fucked, and they're about to be fucked anyway. Wu and Baron find themselves in the middle of the Firstborn's nest, surrounded by dragons. Baron is about to take the armor, but, I think he has bigger problems. Instead of, I don't know, running away, Iron Baron puts on the armor. He commands the Firstborn to kill Wu, but she doesn't listen. Wu reflects on everything he's learnt from the ninja. Confidence, responsibility, sense of humor, and listening to one's inner voice. But he also learned something from Baron. The unstoppable power of fibbing. The dragon armor doesn't control the Firstborn, so Iron Baron dies. There is so much death in this season. Wu takes the bone sword, the armor, and the respect of Firstborn and celebrates with the ninja. The hunters also celebrate Baron's brutal death. Faith vows to stay in the First Realm to lead the hunters and make a change, while the ninja climb aboard elemental dragons once again to fly through a portal to Ninjago. The music in this whole ending scene goes unbelievably hard and makes it feel like a massive W. This season is so fucking good. The Resistance watches as the ninja return, shocked by the state of Ninjago City. They all reunite and catch up. The team split in classic Ninjago fashion. The 4 original ninja head off to stop the Colossus, and they actually wear their goofy hoods. They haven't worn them all season. Lloyd and Wu set out to fight Garmadon. No, even Dareth has a shit hood. The prisoners in Cryptarium break out of their cells. Strap yourselves in. It's a 2-on-1 family battle. Well, 3 against 1 actually. Not even Firstborn is able to stop Garmadon because it's the fight that fuels him. Wu is knocked off the building and Lloyd is left to face his father. The ninja are having trouble chaining up the Colossus, but Kai has a plan. Kai actually does a lot in this season. Lloyd manages to take back the bone sword, which Garmadon refers to as his father's sword. But didn't the hunters in the First Realm forge it? It doesn't really matter, but it's something I noticed. Lloyd still tries to change Garmadon's mind, so he beats Lloyd up. The sword is thrown off the building as well. What will Lloyd do now? He realizes what Garmadon said before was literal. The fight does fuel him. It gives him his power. So Lloyd doesn't fight. Instead, he resists him, like he's been doing the whole season. This is just like the lesson Sensei Garmadon taught Lloyd in Season 3, to fight without fighting. All their allies show up, and now they all take it down. Garmadon is powerless, and this victory allows Lloyd to regain his powers and his green eyes. Skylar is healed from Garmadon's power poison. Skylar was actually a big player in this season. After Season 4, I never expected her to have a major role in the story, but she's a good character, so I'm glad they brought her back to do stuff. Garmadon tells Lloyd someone is coming, but he doesn't say who exactly. Yay, robot hugs! And hey, Wu's aged back to his old fart self. Everyone celebrates the ninja's defeat over Garmadon. Wu and Lloyd discuss the First Realm, and Lloyd realizes that it's the Oni that are coming. Bam! That's another season complete. An excellent ending to 2 of the best seasons of Ninjago, but there are 4 more episodes left to cover, so let's see what they're about. Hunted had a nice final, but we haven't seen those pesky Oni that have been talked about so many times. Well, let's hope they march into the show. Get it because it's called March of the Oni? Garmadon tries to convince Lloyd to let him out to help him defeat them. But Lloyd's not a fan of that idea. The theme song this time depicts the events of every season so far, which is really cool and very final feeling. Ninjago is being rebuilt, and Cole, Zane, and Pixel are stuck in traffic. They have places to be, like the harbour, to get a gift. The commissioner speaks of a mayor that we've never seen, so... And no, it's not the same mayor as the one in Crystalized. I bring this up because this city has, or had, a royal family, as well as a mayor. Anyway, the gift is a new bounty, because the last one got a bit beat up. Jay is preparing to ask Nia to marry him, with Kai's help. In comes Da. Hello, Dareth. I can't help myself. A mural is painted on the monastery wall of all the adventures they've been on. There is one from Skybound, which brings up an important question. How do they know about that? I guess Jay and Nia could have told them about it. They bring up the Tornado of Creation, which they haven't done since Season 1. Firstborn crashes into Ninjago with Faith in tow. I know everyone's scared and confused about Faith's crash landing, but Look at the suits. I really like these ones. So slick and elegant. Wu describes something Faith told him. A darkness washing over the first realm, with everyone touched by it getting frozen. Wu thinks this darkness isn't Oni, but it is. The realm crystal starts to leak that same darkness, taking over Ninjago and its people. The ninjas rely on using their powers against the cloud, but nothing happens. Cole is almost swallowed by the evil fart, but Lloyd saves him. Let's hope that doesn't happen again. Lloyd is left with no other choice but to release Garmadon. Garmadon is actually freaking everyone out, which is a reference to that season 1 episode where the same thing happened. Holy shit, Garmadon just turned off the thrusters! What a Chad. I don't know why Garmadon is acting like a child. See, I thought Garmadon remembered everything before, but he was just evil now. But no, he doesn't really remember anything. Cole finds out about Jay's engagement plan, and he's very excited. This is so refreshing after the whole love triangle bullshit in season 3. Garmadon devises a plan to destroy the realm crystal, but that's in the middle of all the dark fart. He can't enter because he's an Oni, so he wants to go alone. Obviously no one likes this plan, so Lloyd is going with him because he's part Oni as well. As soon as they give Garmadon a sword, he starts to attack everyone. Oh wait, now his powers are back. Okay, bye. Lloyd jumps after him, and hey, Lloyd survived. They wander through Ninjago, seeing all the frozen people. There are people still in Ninjago unfrozen, and they send a distress call to the bounty. Pixel stays behind to grab the fart boys when they are done, and everyone else heads off. Yo, Oni! Garmadon's powers are very effective against the Oni. I think Lloyd's powers should be doing something as well. His are literally the 4 elements of creation rolled into one. Before they can smash the crystal, the Omega Oni steps out and rolls them with his big stick. You want to see some callbacks? Lloyd uses the Sword of Sanctuary from season 5 to destroy the realm crystal. Lamau, that was pointless, as the Omega can just summon more Oni. In their escape, they pass the Serpentine Generals' staff, armor worn by the Vermilion, and the Overlord's Golden Master armor, which repels the Oni. They escape again. The ninja help the people onto the bounty, but Cole almost falls into the cloud. Whew, that was a close one. Uh-oh. Cole falls into the black cloud. This is one of my least favorite parts of the whole show. They play this up like it's a huge character death, with sad music playing and the characters being muted, but it's so forced. First off, we all know it's going to be a fake out death because the show loves to do them. Second, even if he does succumb to the fart clouds, he won't die. It was said by Garmadon earlier that the people are not dead, just asleep. Maybe that's the fall itself that'll kill him, but that doesn't even matter because they spoil it in the same episode that he survives. Pixel gets the father and son, but she runs out of fuel, so luckily the ninja arrive to catch them. Lloyd is caught up on Cole's death, in quotes, but Garmadon recognizes that the plot point is dumb and insists they keep moving. Lloyd is sick of his father's bullshit and blows up at him. This actually leads to a scene I really enjoy. Garmadon has a sincere talk with Vinny from the news, and it's a sweet moment. I'm kinda glad they continue this dynamic in Crystalized. Even Kai and Nia have a nice moment. And another thing, I like how Kai's blacksmithing is relevant after all these years. Yeah, he melts down the Golden Master armor and reforges the golden weapons. The Scythe of Quakes doesn't have a wielder, however, as he's a little busy at the moment. Cole summons his drill car he left in the first episode and makes his way to the monastery. The Oni don't really seem like that much of a threat, except the Omega. Cole returns and thankfully ends the whole "oh no, Cole is dead" plotline. Garmadon transforms into his Oni form, which looks goofy as hell. Wasn't he always in his Oni form? Whatever. He gets his own big stick now. The Omega destroys the gross Garmadon, so they retreat into the monastery. In the middle of all this conflict, Jay pops the question, and she says yes. Lloyd devises a plan to use the Tornado of Creation with everyone, even Garmadon in it. This, wipes out the Oni? I actually don't know. Lloyd is transported to somewhere, and he meets the first Spinjitzu master, and he talks! He praises Lloyd and offers Lloyd to go with him and leave his friends. Lloyd opts to stay with his friends in Ninjago and forgets it ever happened. The fart clouds are gone and everyone celebrates. Garmadon leaves and the ninja sign the memorial. That was great and all, but where did the Oni go? Did they get disintegrated? And so concludes Ninjago, at least the first part. This would have been an excellent but underwhelming place to finish the franchise. It does feel very conclusive, but I'm happy they continued just because I love these characters. The first thing we see is Zane having a vision of the events of the season. This is really cool to me, as Zane has had visions before, going as far back as the first season. He even mentions them in this scene.
Like the vision about the titanium dragon, and the vision before that about the green ninja?
The ninja are relaxing, but Wu does not like that. Something I don't like about the season is Wu's aggression. He's so angry and aggressive in the first couple of episodes. The ninja get back to training, and Sensei Wu flattens them while saying the classic
Fail.
The animation and visuals, again, are so great. I've already praised how the season looks before, but let it be known, I love it. The episodes have been cut in half, from 22 to 11 minutes. There was a massive uproar about it, and it was changed back in Dragon's Rising, but I don't have a problem with this. We still get plenty of episodes, and there's still an overarching plot, so I don't get the fuss. The ninja wants something to do, so they go to the police commissioner for things to do. The ninja see a pyramid that has recently been found, so they go to explore it. The big thing everyone uses against the season to justify that it's bad is the first 6 episodes are so close to being filler. Until they release Asphira, the episodes come off as very filler. But they all kind of work towards unleashing Asphira, which is where the plot picks up, so I don't know. The ninja get new vehicles which can be turned into marketable Lego and head off to their quest. Listen, I'm going to speed through the events of these episodes because there isn't anything crazy to talk about. They are still entertaining episodes, but for this video, I'll give you the rundown. The ninja relax, get attacked by a giant beetle, get stuck on a rock. Zane goes into the beetle. They meet Clutch Powers and go into the pyramid. They make it to the tomb, and Zane realizes that the snake from his visions is held here, but it's too late. Asphira yoinks Kai's powers and uses Spinjitzu. She then heads to Ninjago City looking for a treacherous deceiver who betrayed her in her past. Now we are in full plot territory. Psych, we get an episode about Nelson. It's not complete filler as Nelson informs Pixel where the ninja are so she can save them later on. The ninja need to escape the tomb while still being chained together, which is pretty entertaining. Plus Kai is unconscious, so they have to drag him around, which elevates the comedy. Honestly, the writing in this whole season is so good. Every character is written excellently, and the jokes are quite funny. The ninja escape the pyramid, thanks to Pixel, and head off to stop Asphira. The episode Snake-Tastrophe is a neat episode. We see Asphira invade Ninjago City through a news broadcast with different news reporters and commercials highlighting the chaos. We even get Asphira's goals caught on these cameras, which is a cool way to explain what's going on. The ninjas show up to fend off the snakes, but Kai doesn't help much because, he's got no powers, remember? Kai starts to doubt himself and wants to sit the fight out. Asphira wants this scroll, so the ninja go to intercept it. Of course, there's a big fight over it, which is sick. The scroll in question gives the wielder a major power-up. Asphira gets away with the scroll, but Kai comes back to save the others. Yippee! Kai, Jay, and Cole try to find Scales, who might know something about Asphira, because, she's a snake. Zane, Lloyd, and Nia try again to get the scroll. Scales tells the 3 ninja that Asphira was locked away after a young boy befriended her and then betrayed her. They believe it was Garmadon, but in a shocking reveal, it was Master Wu! This season has so many twists, and they all work. In a flashback, we get to see Child Wu and Garmadon, and we see how rebellious Wu is, and how Asphira ended up locked away. Basically, in exchange for letting Wu and Garmadon out of their cell, Asphira wants them to teach her Spinjitzu. We get to see why Asphira sees Wu as a treacherous deceiver, and that there are 2 scrolls of forbidden Spinjitzu. Asphira is such a hypocrite. She starts throwing shade and threatening Wu, then gets upset that he didn't show her all of his secrets. Back to the present, Asphira storms the monastery, with Lloyd, Nia, and Zane tracking down the 2nd scroll. They get the 2nd scroll from these fine chaps at the Explorer Club. The scrolls can corrupt the wielder if they are used for too long. Just keep that in mind.
I said I'll be careful!
I'm sorry.
Asphira bursts into the basement and makes this mech arm disappear. All hope is lost, until Lloyd shows up. Then starts my favourite fight of the show. Another blast from Asphira sends the rest of the mech away. Then Zane freezes Asphira. But before she is defeated, she also sends Zane away with the 2nd scroll. Wu finds out that she sent Zane to one of the 16 realms.
The Never Realm.
Wu decides to take Traveler's Tea and send himself to the Never Realm to save Zane, but before he can leave, the ninjas steal the tea and plot to head there themselves. But before they can leave, Wu stands before them holding the scroll. Wu begins to lash out, obviously being influenced by the scroll. They do manage to subdue him, and Pixel sends them to the Never Realm. I love this scene. Wu was trying to tell them something, but the ninja believe that the scroll is influencing his words. But he was actually trying to tell them that the Traveler's Tea can't bring them back.
Traveler's Tea grown in Ninjago won't work in the Neverrealm.
This is so cool to me, because it makes sense why they don't listen to Wu. But it also makes sense why Wu is so adamant about going alone. And so ends the Fire chapter. Yes, the season is split into 2 parts, the fire chapter being about Asphira, and the ice chapter being about the repercussions of Asphira, birthing a new villain. Let's see what happens. The ninja crash into the Netherrealm and immediately lose the land bounty and the Traveler's Tea. Great start. They trek their way through the cold until they find people frozen in blocks of ice. They are still alive, however, so the ninja are forced to move on. Some villagers find them and take them back to their village. The village leader tries to look for Zane through magic dust, and they see the Ice Emperor's castle. They see this as him being captured by the Ice Emperor, which is a fair reason. At the Ice Emperor's castle, we see Vex warning the Emperor about the ninja coming after their prisoner, which must be Zane. Blizzard's samurai head to the village, and the village leader tells them that the fire they have is the only one because the winter is so cold that they can't light another one. Kai could make another one, but he doesn't have his powers, which ties into him feeling useless.
It's like the ice was controlling him.
When the samurai attack, the general destroys the eternal fire, which is what they were really there for. Some inspiring words later, and Kai manages to create a small fire to start the fire again. He can only make small amounts of fire, so his powers aren't fully back. Nia can't use her powers either, since there is no water around to control. Similar to her brother, Nia feels useless. Lloyd decides to try and find Zane alone, while the others stay with the village. We see Vex talking to a shadowy prisoner. That's most likely Zane, right? Lloyd is attacked by wolves, but a white and red wolf saves him. But then he's attacked by samurai, and the wolf saves him again. He discovers the land bounty and uses it as shelter for the night. In the middle of all the action, we get a full filler episode about the mechanic, Ultraviolet, and Fugidove talking shit about the ninja. They present the stories in this new art style, and I don't mind it. Back in the Netherrealm, Lloyd and the dog stumble upon a massive bird, and the mech that was zapped here by Asphira. Zane isn't with the mech, however, so Lloyd fixes it up and uses it to beat the crap out of the bird. Oh my god. Nia trains with the village leader to control ice, because, you know, it's just frozen water. Cole feels as if he's let everyone down by losing the Traveler's Tea. But when he hears of a Traveler's Tree, he decides to try and right his wrong. He finds himself on an ice bridge that is slowly collapsing. Oh no! All of a sudden, a massive Yeti comes out of nowhere and tackles Cole. He begins decimating it. Relax, Cole. Cole gets knocked out and he wakes up in the Yeti's cave. He drops icicles on it and investigates the cave. Cole realizes that the Yeti is the only one left because the Ice Samurai killed his whole family. God damn. This is Craig. He's actually a really cool guy. He wasn't attacking Cole on the bridge. He was saving him. It was all a big misunderstanding. Craig shows Cole the Traveler's Tree, but when Nia and Jay find Craig's cave, they attack him. But it's cool now. Craig decides to say goodbye to his family and goes with the ninja. On Lloyd's venture, he fights this rock guy. In the battle, Red is injured, but after sunrise, Red is gone and a girl is there. This is Akita. Akita is a formling. Formlings can shapeshift into animals. After Harumi, Lloyd finds it very hard to trust new people, so this upsets him greatly. They make up though. This is a good time to mention why I like this season so much. Multiple storylines. Almost every character has their own thing to do or overcome. Obviously, the main story is about saving Zane, but there are smaller stories within that. Kai dealing with and overcoming his powers being stolen. Nia learning to control ice so she doesn't feel as useless. Jay is kinda just there. Cole trying to make it up to everyone for losing the Traveler's Tea. Lloyd heading out to save Zane. Wu and Pixel are trying to figure out a way to bring the ninja home. Even the side characters have goals. Craig wants to protect his new friends and avenge his family. Akita also wants revenge on the Ice Emperor for an event we see in a flashback with that new art style. We learn that Akita has a brother who can turn into a bear, and that Vex was actually a formling. Unfortunately, Vex never got an animal form and thought everyone was shaming him behind his back when they actually didn't care. Vex was eventually banished from the formling village. I like how we learn more about Vex and why he's evil. He craves power, whether it's over people or the whole realm, because of his insecurities about being powerless. Akita's village was later frozen by this ice dragon, and her brother fell to this dragon, leaving Akita alone. The same ice dragon rampages through the village with Kai being the only one there to fight it off. With Kai's powers weak, he's unable to stop the dragon, and the entire village is frozen. Lloyd and Akita find themselves at the Ice Emperor's castle, but the Ice Dragon crashes the party and kidnaps Lloyd. We see Wu and Pixel trying different ways to get the ninja home. And hey, is that a Chima reference? We get another flashback episode, showing Vex shortly after he was exiled from the Formlings. He tries to finesse the previous Emperor, but he gets sent away. He stumbles upon the mech's arm after it was sent here, and sees Zane fall from the sky. He watches Zane and sees the power he possessed with the scroll of Forbidden Spinjitzu. Zane was the one who put the mech back together and hid it in the cave. While doing a diagnostic scan on the mech, Vex interrupts it, and Zane loses his memories. Vex convinces Zane that he was once the ruler of the realm, but he was casted out of his castle. After taking back his apparent throne, he sits there for decades with the scroll slowly corrupting him into the Ice Emperor we see now. This is such a cool and unique concept. I haven't seen anything like this before, and it's sick and kind of depressing to know that in the moments between Zane being sent here to the ninja arriving, it's been decades. I love how everything just comes together so well. Lloyd comes face to face with the Ice Emperor.
Remember when I threw his reds in with your whites and all your clothes turned pink?
Hey look, a Season 1 reference. Lloyd eventually puts everything together and tries to convince the Ice Emperor of his past, but he gets locked up. The rest of the game find the land bounty, and we finally get to see who the prisoner was that we kept seeing. It's Akita's brother, Kitaru. It's all connected, bro, it's so good. The land bounty is up and running again, and they head to the castle. Lloyd and Kitaru are released by the Ice Samurai General, which is Grimfax, the previous emperor who Zane overthrew. This is really sick! Why do people hate this season? The three of them team up to take out the Ice Emperor. Team Craig has a run-in with the Ice Dragon, and they run it over! That doesn't keep it down though. Kitaru and Grimfax keep Vex and the other Ice Samurai busy as Lloyd goes to confront the Ice Emperor. Oh yeah, Akita is also there, and she almost murders him. Team Craig also figures out that the Ice Emperor and Zane are the same person, but the dragon gets back up. Nia's training pays off as she drops ice on the dragon, but that doesn't put it down either. And then Kai's powers return and he kills the dragon. Meanwhile, Lloyd and the Ice Emperor fight, but before Lloyd is finished off, Zane finally remembers who he is, and the realm is free of their eternal winter. The only problem left is that the ninja can't get home, but of course they learn that mixing Traveler's Tree leaves and berries can get them home. Vex is cast away once again, and everyone says goodbye, and the season is over. This season is great. I think it was the art style and animation change combined with the 11-minute episodes that threw fans into a loop. That, along with the episodes being kind of fillerish at the start, they ditched the show and referred to it as garbage. My only complaint is that there was never any references to this season, other than the Ice Emperor cameo in Crystalized. I think that having a plotline of Zane having some sort of PTSD or something would be a great idea. Now that Dragon's Rising has combined all the realms, we may see Akita, Kitaru, and even Vex again. All we can do is wait and see. Give the season another chance. I'm sure you enjoy it just as much as I did. Prime Empire! I think it's underrated. It's a video game season, and people either hate it or don't really care for it. But honestly, I like the season. Grab your scuba gear, and let's dive in. The season starts with a running joke that is repeated in most seasons after this one. The teapot housing Noticon shows up for a few seconds. Here it's found by Clutch Powers, but it appears over and over again. The mechanic and his goons are searching a warehouse for a motherboard. Who knows what that's for? But the ninja show up to stop them. Lloyd doesn't know what a VCR is, and the mechanic escapes with the motherboard. They follow him in the vehicles they got from last season, instead of replacing them like every season has done. They corner him and he's arrested. The ninjas snip around in the mechanic's lair, and Jay finds an arcade machine called Prime Empire. And that's probably not important. He finds a spot for a motherboard, so he puts the one he has in. This turns all the arcade games in Ninjago into Prime Empire, and Jay starts to play it. The ninja hear a voice mentioning a person called Unagami, and Jay actually enters the game. I'm a big Jay fan, and even I have to admit that this is kind of a stupid thing for him to do. Jay's never really been dumb, so this seems a little weird. Obviously, the team can't find him, so they have to use the security cameras to get a clue. They see Jay disappear, so the ninja interrogate the mechanic. The commissioner gets a tip of the other arcade games transforming into Prime Empire, so they search for the game designer, Milton Dyer. They land on a private island belonging to Dyer, so they investigate. The ninja are attacked by robot dogs, and they are saved by Bob here. He's Dyer's intern. He shows the team a video of Dyer explaining Prime Empire, and he seems a little sus. Which brings the ninja to this conclusion.
Milton Dyer is a Unagami!
Akita Ninjago is taken as well by Prime Empire. A lot of people are actually being taken. Ooh, spooky. Cryptarium is hacked, I guess, by Unagami. And all the prisoners are recruited by the mechanic. Hey, it's Sarasborg. It's been a while. He's been doing some tests on the machine, learning of all the people entering the game. The ninja plan to split into two teams. Cole, Kai, Nia, and Lloyd will enter the game to save everyone and stop Unagami. And Zane and Pixel will stay behind to find Dyer. It's not like they had much of a choice. The robot couple can't even enter. The prisoners show up to Borg Tower to create some tension. These highly advanced security droids are bested by regular prisoners. The ninja need to fight off the escapees while Cole gets the machine open. They all enter, but the mechanic sadly gets the game. Oh, Zane took the motherboard? Never mind. A neat detail I like is when Cole enters the game, we see him in a default pose, which is what the characters look like before they are even animated. It would be funny if he was T-posing. The ninja explore this new digital world before these guards show up. They have 404 on them. Another great detail. The ninja have found themselves without any skills. They can't use their elemental powers, Spinjitzu, or even their fighting abilities. Kai makes this funny remark.
Can't I go like 2 seconds without losing my elemental powers?
Jay shows up to help them, but wait, why are there 4 of them? Each with his different outfits. Another fun aspect. The video game traits start flowing in as the ninja need to learn to double jump. I think this is why I really enjoy the season. The characters are stripped of all of their abilities and have to learn new ones in the game world. One of the Jays shows off his skill tree and buys a new skill. It's attention to detail like this which shows the care that was put into the season. Kai also dies and respawns, but this convinces him that he can't die. They meet Scott, who is a mechanic. Kai dies again and Scott reveals that they each have 4 lives. Kai has only 1 left. They find themselves in a place all the J fans would love to be. Look at the QB smoke, ooh. Oh yeah, and here's Jay rocking a new look. The next episode is an introduction to a new character, Aquino, who I really like. He's tasked with guiding travelers, like this green guy. This doesn't end well, as the green fella loses all his lives and is turned into a cube. Aquino keeps training to make sure this failure never happens again. The next adventure is cubed. We watch as many people are turned into cubes, and Aquino's motivation drops. That's until he meets another guide who is more successful. This inspires Aquino to be better, and he regains his mojo, which proves to be effective. Him and his new master get pretty far, but they are killed off. Aquino loses faith in himself and swears to never guide anyone ever again. That's until the ninja show up. And in new outfits too, ooh. Well, everyone but Jay, who stays as his party rocking Jay look. They change avatars a few times, which helps the outfits not get too boring. So one of the big criticisms of the season is that the ninja all of a sudden know what they're supposed to do to stop all this. They have to play the game and collect 3 katanas to unlock Unagami's lair. The ninja getting their new suits off screen is fine, but it does rub me the wrong way that we don't see how they know about the katanas. After introduction, the team follows Aquino. Let's hope they fare better than the other travelers. The ninja now have these weapons with controllers as handles? I love that. Cole loses a life as well. Nia is eaten by a hole. The ninja are attacked by whack rats sent by Unagami. They have to break it to Aquino that this whole world is fake. He doesn't believe them, shocker. The rat speaks of a shortcut, so they follow him into it. This ends up being an ambush. This crushes Aquino's worldview as he now knows that his entire life has been faked. Obviously, finding out that everything you know is fake really gets you down. So Aquino is a little bummed. They find a shop conveniently at the bottom of a giant wall. This guy sells good rope and shit rope, but the good rope is out of their budget, so shit rope it is. The merchant tells them that Unagami is building some sort of machine, but they don't have time to dwell on it as the red visors appear. They quickly scale up the wall and there is plenty of entertaining moments of the ninja fighting on the side of the wall. I also like how Cole saves himself with the double jump. You think they would have forgotten that by now, but props to the creative team. They get information out of one of the red visors, and they learn what the machine is for. To cross over to Ninjago, oh no! Aquino doesn't know whether they can trust him because he was made by Unagami. Lloyd gives him a pep talk, and Aquino decides to continue his journey with them. We get a little recap of Aquino's story, which is a little random since we just saw it, but whatever. They make their way through this maze and have 2 options. Unagami makes contact with Aquino, pausing everyone. He gives Aquino an offer, destroy the ninja and he'll be able to cross over to the real world. Fleshing out Aquino's character really benefits his moment of doubt, so it makes sense that he would think about Unagami's offer. They find the Kitana, but need to stealthily steal it, so they don't wake up this cool robo-dragon. Jay, having the highest stealth, tries his best, but the dragon still wakes up. Oh, it's a boss fight too! Another great use of the video game elements. Unagami tries again to convince Aquino to turn on them, and he almost does.
I choose my own path!
Hell yeah, Aquino! Jay grabs the Kitana and finishes off the dragon. He gains an amulet which can summon the dragon, but only once. The ninja offer Aquino to join them, but he decides to go on his own journey. Aquino is a standout character in my opinion. He had his own little arc which wrapped up really nice. We catch up with Zane, Pixel and Wu as they search for Milton Dyer, who they think is Unagami. They go to his childhood home, but come up with nothing. Anyway, back to the fun part of the season. The ninja need to enter a race to win the next Kitana. They need a total of 1,000 credits, but they are all short because Kai bought a new avatar. This looks just as good as Jay's did. To get the credits, Jay and Nia enter a dancing competition, and they actually do really well. This may seem out of nowhere, but there was actually a short made to tie in with the season that shows them getting dance lessons. This would be a great time for Cole to remember his traumatic dancing trauma, which he kind of does.
Tiger chassis!
They win the dance-off and enter the race, but they don't have enough vehicles to race with. Something terrible happens. Kai and Jay change back into their normal outfits. This makes me so upset. They head back to Scott, and he really doesn't like the idea of racing. He does only have one life left. Scott does provide them with 5 vehicles, and they fix them up. Yes, now Lloyd has his own avatar. And we are introduced to Racer 7. Scott reveals that Racer 7 is an NPC who is programmed to lose. Oh man, that sucks. But Lloyd plans to help her break out of it, like Akino did. He dumps the whole spiel onto Racer 7 about how she's an NPC, but she doesn't believe him. She eventually realizes that, yeah, she is meant to be a loser. She finds Lloyd and teams up with the ninja. The Red Visors find Scott's hidden garage, so he stays behind to fight them off, while the ninja head to the race. Scott is sadly taken out. It's been so long since a racing episode, and it makes sense for the season. I would like to point these 3 cars out. We've actually seen them before. This blue one was used by Jay in Rebooted. The red one was shown off last season, and Racer 7's green car is the same as the buggy Lloyd used in Tournament of Elements. This could be the creative team just recycling old assets, but I like to think that Milton Dyer, or Unagami, saw each of these vehicles and programmed them into the game. Anyway, back to the race. Cole takes out a whack rat and steals his car. Kai's jet turns into a mech. Jay keeps getting bullied by the Red Visors, so Kai and Cole silently agree to sacrifice their last lives to keep Jay in the race. I do think this moment works because it's so out of left field. Also, yeah, Racer 7 breaks out of her programming and doesn't crash. She does win the race and gets her hand on the second Kitana. The Racer 7 character arc is pretty much a copy of Akino's, which just happened, and it doesn't hit as hard. I'm not too bothered by it though. The remaining 3 ninja head into the Temple of Madness. Can you guess the next video game concept? 2D side-scroller. If any one of them dies, then they all need to start over again. Just don't die. They die until each of them are down to one last life. During all this, Jay does a familiar dance. Oh shit, they need to go up now? Man, if only they didn't forget all about air jitsu. What? Okay, I understand that a writer or some member of the creative team confirmed that the ninja stopped using air jitsu because it was dark magic, but they have never brought it up in the show. So if you don't know about this statement, then it just seems so weird and unexplained. Then they bring it up now? It just makes it confusing for new audiences. It's a nice callback though. They make it to the final boss of the level, and Lloyd has to go in by himself. The game chooses Harumi as his opponent. Even fake Harumi tries to fuck with Lloyd using his love for her. Bro still can't bring himself to fight her, even though she's fake. This really shows the damage Harumi has done. This leads to a fight that I really love. After losing half of his health bar, Lloyd finally starts to put in work. Look at this shit, man, it's so freaking cool. Lloyd outsmarts the computer and realizes that it's not really Harumi. No shit, Lloyd, of course it isn't Harumi. You saw a building fall in her face. They trade blow for blow, with both of their health bars getting extremely low. And after a final collision, fake Harumi is defeated, as well as Lloyd. This is such a great moment. Jay and Nia collect the final Kitana and press on. We are getting near the end of the season. I wonder what the next episode will be about. God damn it. Okay, I really like the opening. It's a jazz version of the Weekend Whip. Zane is pretending to be a 50s detective. Him and Pixel are still searching for Dyer, so they talk to one of his friends. Wait, who owns this bar again? Hello, Dareth. Oh, a fight breaks out! Pixel does all the work, and hey, they find Dyer's friend. He points them to the direction of an old pizza place. Even Pixel is getting sick of Zane's detective lingo. The mechanic ambushes them and easily takes them out. He even kidnaps Zane.
I was desperate and willing to try anything.
No, Pixel, not you too. I guess this does lead to Pixel finding Milton Dyer, but he is an Unagami. Unagami was an AI running the game, but Milton stopped programming it and shut it down before finishing. Unagami finished programming the game himself, and that's how he ended up here. Could this episode just come a little bit before the ending? I just can't help but feel it slows the pace of the season, and we're getting into the end. Oh no, we aren't even done in Ninjago. This 1,000-year-old ninja master is foiled by a cardboard cutout, and is gassed by the mechanic's goons. Milton is in denial about Unagami's involvement. Zane is a little tied up at the moment by Vengestone, where the mechanic reveals his massive gate, which he plans on using to create a doorway between Prime Empire and Ninjago. But to power it from inside Prime Empire, they would need something forming like a bunch of players to be turned into cubes. Oh wait, so that's what the cubes are for. The mechanic also needs the motherboard, but Zane destroyed it, oh no. Wu is used as a bargaining chip. I won't lie, this is a pretty thorough plan. Everything just fits into place. Milton remembers when Prime Empire got its first beta tester, and that person was Scott, oh my god. Unagami makes the promise of making the experience intense and eats Scott. So Scott's been in the game for decades, wow. Dyer shut it down after this incident. After some peer pressure, Zane hands over the motherboard and the mechanic plugs it in.
Well, that sounds dangerous. Shouldn't you call the police?
Silly Dyer, what would the police do? Milton and Pixel sneak into the warehouse and watch as Zane is attached to the gate as a power source. Finally, back to Prime Empire stuff. The final two ninja continue through the Temple of Madness and into a sushi bar. This seems really chill. Not anymore. They fight off sushi, chefs, and even the head chef, who was foreshadowed by the merchant.
I sold the mad sushi chef his knives.
They kick him out and make it to a door which needs 3 keys. Aha! Before heading in, Jay and Nia have a moment, but the master chef comes back and almost takes out Jay. Nia throws herself in the way, taking her last life. Jay enters in by himself to face Unagami.
And I'm about to beat you, Milton Dyer.
I forgot Jay still thinks Unagami is Dyer. Anyway, the two talk and Unagami reveals that he wants to confront Dyer to explain why he was shut down. He activates his side of the gate and transforms into a dragon. Oh bye. Jay is cornered, but he remembers the dragon amulet he got, so he uses it to enter the portal. Before we get into the final episode, I need to talk about something. Normally there's a focused ninja in these seasons, but this one is a little less obvious. It's Jay, obviously, but before he was the last ninja left, it barely seemed like it. He's kind of meant to be like Unagami, with both of them being abandoned by their parents, I guess. Unagami has a slit eyebrow like Jay's old design, but that's really it. I think this would all be fine if they put a little bit more emphasis on it, because it feels very out of nowhere. Unagami finally arrives in Ninjago, as well as the other residents of Prime Empire. Jay shows up and helps free Zane from the machine. Jay plans to get Dyer and Unagami to work out their issues. The two have a fun dragon chase as the others try and get Dyer to Borg Tower. I love the animation in this season, it's just so great. Jay tries to talk Unagami down and Dyer shows up to talk to him as well. This scene is really good. Neither side is completely in the wrong or right, so it feels more realistic. Dyer offers to help complete the game and answer all of Unagami's questions, and Unagami takes it, turning into a child. I know many people have a problem with this ending, but I think it's a really nice change of pace. If you watch my other videos, you know I hate when the villain's evil plan is just to take over the world. So having Unagami being hellbent on getting answers is really great. Not every villain needs to have a big final battle, so having the season end with them just talking is great. Unagami wanted answers on why he was abandoned, and he got them. Story over. Anyway, all the players and NPCs are freed into Ninjago City, and characters like Akino and Racer 7 appear from now on as background characters. I still believe that Prime Empire is an underrated season. I think it was plagued with the hate from last season, so I encourage everyone to go back to this one and watch it with an open mind. Master of the Mountain is probably the most liked season in the newer era of the show. It's Cole's first and only season focused on him, unless you count Day of the Departed. I personally don't really care for this season, as I remember it being kind of repetitive and slow, but I would glad to be wrong. So let's see how it does. This season starts with everyone fixing up the monastery because they've been away for a long time on their adventures so far. Cole is playing Prime Empire with Unagami and Dyer apparently fixing the game's cubing problem. Wu is seeming a little down, not even scolding Jay for cheating on his chores. Lloyd checks in on his uncle, and Wu's quote, feeling his age. Seeing how the ninja's last adventures went, Wu feels like he isn't needed anymore, which I think is a nice idea to explore. The team gets a letter inviting them to a place called Shintaro, which definitely has been there this whole time. While everyone's excited to go, Wu doesn't know whether to go or not. Misako gives him a talking to, and he's pretty much forced to go. On the way, the ninja are attacked on the bounty by giant bats. How random. They start taking apart the sails, and the bounty almost goes down. Well, good season. Oh, they got saved by the people of Shintaro. This is King Vangelis, who rules the kingdom, and this is his daughter, Princess Vanya. There's a few callbacks to past seasons.
Competed in the Tournament of Elements?
Oh, do we have stories for you?
And Vanya seems to take a liking to Cole. The others are strangely weirded out that the princess likes Cole, which triggers Lloyd's trust issues. That night, a little purple guy sneaks into Cole's room and has a necklace with Cole's parents in it. Huh? Cole calls an emergency meeting, but the others don't really believe him. After everything they've seen? seriously? Cole almost earth punches Vanya, and she actually believes Cole's tale. She tells Cole about the mines under Shintaro, which were controlled by an evil sorcerer. Cole wants to explore said mines, so Vanya goes with him. They discover a bunch of stuff, a castle and slaves. Oh, and also the villain of the season, the Skull Sorcerer. A little on the nose, but sure. Cole goes down to confront the Skull Guy, but his powers aren't working. He smashes a few skeletons, but due to magic, they reassemble. While the other ninja are admiring the kingdom, Vanya tells them about the stuff happening under Shintaro. They take this news to King Vangelis, who really doesn't want the ninja going down there. Cole's been locked up and forced into the slave trade. Vanya points the ninja in the right direction, but Wu doesn't go with them because, you know, sad. Turns out, there's a race war going on with the two species in the cave. This is Mert, part of the Months, who becomes Cole's bestie. The ninjas stage their rescue plan, and it goes pretty well. They get Cole out of his cage, as well as the Geckos and Months, but, you know, they hate each other. Fighting erupts, as it usually does, and they find their powers ineffective. All the conflict alerts the Skull Sorcerer, who recaptures everyone, including the ninja. The ninja recognize the material they're mining. It's Vengestone. So that's why their powers aren't working. Cole starts another fight with the skeleton guards, and everyone is locked up again. This is an aspect I dislike about the season. The ninja are in this repetitive loop of fighting, getting locked up, fighting some more. With most of the spotlight on Cole, the others don't really have much to do, so I can't help but think they're being sidelined. Mert brings some food, and the ninja decide to ask about their conflict. This Gecko fella tells them the story of a warrior who possessed 2 blades. These are important later. This warrior used these weapons to slay a dragon called Griefbringer, which is a cool name by the way. Doing so saved the Geckos and Months, and she gave each species one of the blades. They've now gone missing, and the Geckos and Months think the other stole their blade. Lloyd tries to arrange a meeting to come up with a plan, which surprisingly works. Cole and Lloyd do eventually find something, but it's not the blades. They are attacked, and another big battle begins. Again. We finally leave this stupid mining area, as the team is split up into little groups. Lloyd, Nia, and Jay are stuck with Mert and some other Months. We follow them to the Months' kingdom? I mean, they have a queen, and her English is a lot better. She takes a liking to Jay, but does not like Nia. The queen invites the ninja to dinner, but Jay accidentally makes the queen like him more. Nia gets very defensive over her husband, so the queen challenges her to a duel for Jay's love. This is all funny and all, but it feels a little fillerish. Nia gets some snazzy new armor, and gets rolled, unironically. She one-shots the queen with Spinjitzu, and now she's the queen of the Months. Okay. Oh yay, another kind of filler episode. This time we follow Kai and Zane as they come across more Geckos. They are taken to the Gecko Chancellor, which is pretty much their leader. The Geckos are suspicious by the newcomers, so they put on a trial by Mino. What the hell is a Mino? Oh, it's one of those things. To not get crushed, Zane frees the Mino of its armor. The Geckos are also familiar with elemental powers, and vowed to help the ninja find the others. The Chancellor now elects Kai to be the new Chancellor, for no reason at all, but they throw rocks at him. This is literally all that happens in this episode. I'm sure they could have combined the last 2 episodes, so we could have had one solid episode, then 2 boring ones. Vanya's chatting with her pet dragon, who has not been in this season so far, and comes out of nowhere. We catch up with Cole, and he's just hanging around. He almost falls to his doom, but I think Brother's forgetting he can control the earth. Those weird diabats take him further into the caves. I think he'd rather them over this giant spider he just came across. That's when Vanya all of a sudden shows up with her dragon pal. But how the hell did they know where Cole was? Anyway, Chompy grows and scares the spider away. She escorts Cole back to the surface, but when they tell Vangelis about everything happening down below, he reveals that he is the Skull Sorcerer and banishes their asses. Vangelis as a villain surprised me when I first saw this. It's not the most unexpected thing out there, but for some reason I didn't see it coming. Vangelis frames Vanya's disappearance on Chompy. That's not the most solid cover-up, but sure. This would have been a good time for those elemental dragons. Oh wait, I forgot that they got rid of them. The trio eventually stopped falling, but are now stuck in spiderwebs. A few spiders show up, and they continue to fall. Yep, that's it. This season is just wasting its runtime. These 3 spend a whole episode falling into the earth. Nothing really happens except these guys showing up. Like, that was all just unnecessary. We get introduced to this D&D group, and a flashback of how they ended up here. And yes, it's in that weird art style, but I still don't mind it. This is Corgran, who is probably one of my favorite characters in the show. He's just so charming to me, I don't know why. Oh, and there's other people too. They were all hired by Vangelis to retrieve an artifact, so the king can destroy it. Plunder, Corgran, Fungus, and Adam navigated the caves of Shintaro, and managed to find that artifact. Wait a minute. Yes, this is also a flashback showing how Vangelis became the Skull Sorcerer. Very cool. Before it can be destroyed, Vangelis betrays the adventurers and takes the skull. They've been stuck in the caves ever since. Cole uses his inspiring words to motivate the others to get off their asses. This is Cole showing off his leadership side, which is one of his best personality traits. He always seems to be able to rally people, like in Season 4. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Cole's mother? Where did she come from? This flashback shows that Cole's always been a fighter because he made a promise to his mum. The lowly are wandering around the caves, searching for a way out. Cole's pissed, but Wu thinks that his powers will be stronger down here since he's surrounded by his element. I guess Wu wasn't wrong. They find a way out. They need to cross this lava, with all the others being butts about it. Plunder proves to be right about being a butt, since there's a lava monster now. They defeat it, and Cole proves himself to be an effective leader. We are finally back to the other ninja. Both of the new leaders are trying to get the Geckos and Munts to go to a truce meeting, but remember, they're racist. Kai and Zane realize that this warrior everyone worships is Cole's mother Lily. To get ahead of the ninja's efforts, Vangelis resurrects Griefbringer, and I still think it's a wicked name. I'm sure that's not important though. Hey, the meeting is happening. Finally. All the ninja reunite, with their nations in tow. Oh shit, Griefbringer's here. Man, I know I've said it before, but I love the way their elemental powers look in this era. Lloyd tries and fails to kill Griefbringer again, and they all flee. That lava monster has caught up with the lowly, so they are forced to use a minecart to escape. One generic minecart scene later, and now they're at a door. Wu recognizes the writing and puts together that this is a stronghold used by the elemental masters of Earth before Cole, and it houses the secrets to the Spinjitzu burst. A more powerful Spinjitzu, which can only be accomplished while the user is surrounded by their element. The door will only open for an elemental master of Earth. Gee, aren't we lucky? Cole peeps a statue of Lily, and there's a stone mech. This really feels like product placement, just here so they can make a Lego set out of it. Cole tries to use the burst, but as you can imagine, it doesn't work. The mountain starts to shake, so Fungus casts a spell, showing what the other ninja are doing. Running for their lives, that's what. Cole is all down, and Wu finally overcomes his old man mood and creates a new philosophy.
Ninja never quit, neither do masters.
Hell yeah, Wu. The Geckos, Munts, and Ninja retreat to a cave and try to make a reference.
Permission to traverse beyond this point.
They fight some skeletons and seal themselves in a cave. The petty squabble even annoys the Skull Sorcerer. Who knew it would take the threat of hard labor to get the Geckos and Munts to work together? They call a truce and prepare to fight, but Lloyd offers the ninja for the freedom of the other two species. Vangelis accepts, but takes them anyway. Oopsie. Once again, the ninja are taken. That's what, the third time? Wu is rallying the lowly. They come up with a plan to use the mech to boost them to the surface, which goes to plan until that lava monster shows up again. Cole absolutely decimates it, and they get to the surface again. Not in the most gracious fashion, but they get there at least. The guards try to arrest everyone, so you know some fighting is about to happen. Finally, we're actually moving the plot along. Cole watches as the ninja are being mocked by the Skull Sorcerer, and he confirms the ninja's suspicions by showing them the blades that the Geckos and Munts were fighting over. Yeah, he took them, so they were easier to conquer. The lowly split up. Corgran and Fungus free the Geckos and Munts, while Cole, Plunder, and Adam get the blades. Cole fights the Skull Sorcerer, and shit hits the fan. One long take later, and the ninja are freed. Cole's doing his best, and this is another great fight in the series. Cole believes that the blades have something special about them, which allowed his mum to defeat Griefbringer. They don't. Look, this is unfair! Everyone is starting to struggle with the constantly respawning skeletons. The blades get brokey, which is sad to Cole. But Vanya, Wu, and the guards from upstairs arrive. Whoa, a second action one take? You love to see it. Cole is getting bullied, but he remembers what his mum said to him in the flashback. This inspires him to make a final stand using the Spinjitzu burst. He destroys the evil skull, so in turn, every skeleton is toast. This was a cool scene and all, but this is the only time we see the burst. Vangelis is arrested, and Vanya is promoted to Queen of Shintaro. Everyone says their goodbyes, and Lloyd apologizes to Vanya for not trusting her. That was so long ago, I completely forgot about it. The gang leave in the rebuilt bounty, and the season's done. Look, I think this season is pretty alright, but I don't find myself enjoying it too much. I honestly think it's pretty overrated. I do like that Cole gets the spotlight for once, and I like Corgran, but there was a lot more negatives. The pacing was shockingly slow, the events felt repetitive, and they introduced a cool idea in the Spinjitzu burst, but that never comes up again. The island is 4 episodes this time, where the ninja explore an island. Crazy, I know. This special takes place right before Seabound, and plays a major part in that season, so let's see what happens. Wu, Misako, and Clutch Powers are exploring said island, when they go missing. Meanwhile, Lloyd is looking for criminals who escaped Cryptarium, when one of those fine gentlemen from the Explorers Club shows up on their doorstep. The ninja learn of the disappearance, and that the island they are on is located in the Storm Belt, which is a really sick name. Thought to be impossible to navigate, there's actually one person who managed to return from the Stormy Belt. Can we guess where they head to? The middle of nowhere, which is where that survivor lives. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why are these suits fire though? Cole's got a cute man bun. I approve. This is Twitchy Tim, who is very against going back. I can see why. His memory keeps resetting. They convince him to go with them. The team head out on some boats, and they almost die before getting to the actual island. Wait, now they have bikes? They arrive at a camp, which was used by the expedition team. Twitchy is worried about some statues that are alive, but come on Tim, surely they can't be real, right? The team has something watching them as they proceed through the jungle, but it's just this dopey looking dragon, who they completely ditch. They encounter a statue, which I hope is definitely not alive. Man. These 6 highly trained ninja struggle to fight off these rocks, but that's because they can copy their powers. This is a really cool fight. The team books it, but Lloyd and Tim are split from the group. The 5 ninja are taken by some purple guys, while Lloyd hides from the stone pillar with Tim. The taken ninja are escorted to some kind of civilization run by this dude. The people of the island believe that the ninja are there to steal some amulet. The king keeper speaks of an ancient beast called Wojira that possessed the amulet, but that won't be relevant until next season. Because they know the story of the storm amulet, the ninja are held prisoner. The keeper decides to keep Jay separate from the rest of the group, but they find Wu and Misako, and Clutch. What's Lloyd been doing? Oh, he's just been chilling in a cave with this twitchy fella. He inspires Tim to go out with him and save the others. Jay is being treated like a king, and
why do you have 2 heads?
You can't say that, Jay. He's not really sure why he's being pampered, but he has a good theory.
Oh, I get it. You saw me use my elemental powers on those statue brothers, and now you want me to be your king.
Yeah, that's a clever point. The islanders probably would praise him for his powers. Lloyd runs into that dragon again, and he uses its low IQ to infiltrate the islanders' camp. The ninja are freed, so they search for Jay, but don't find him. Clutch, what are you doing? It doesn't matter, being that they're all tied up. They see Jay being carried to a boat, and the keepers plan to give Jay to Wojira. Oh, he's a sacrifice. Okay. The ninja free themselves from the life of poles, and fight through the keepers to get to Jay. Before they can retrieve him, however, Wojira attacks and takes Jay. A piece of wood floats near Lloyd, and this gets him thinking. He believes that Wojira is fake, and the islanders have been conned into giving it offerings. Yeah, it turns out that Wojira is fake, and it was the criminals Lloyd was looking for at the start of the special. The rest of the ninja arrive at the home base. The leader of this operation is Ronan, which makes this special his first major appearance in a while. Before he's able to escape, Twitchy Tim pulls up and completely wrecks the fake Wojira. The head keeper apologizes to the ninja, but the storm amulet is missing. I wonder who's responsible. Yeah, it was Clutch. Ooh, setting up next season, are we? I consider the island to be a season, which is odd because I've been referring to it as a special, but it's the only one on Netflix with the rest of the series, so I don't know, everyone is different. Oh yeah, it's the water season. Every time I watch this season, I almost forget about it, with foggy memories floating around in my head. But now I can record my thoughts and feelings, so let's see how it is this time. The season begins with the ninja ambushing a new villain who is up to no good. This is Miss Demeanor, and she shoots fire. They take down 2 trucks containing Vengestone, which are about to be sold to a mysterious buyer, which is the second time something like this has happened. Nia tries using her powers to stop the final truck, but she loses control of it. The rogue water collides with a small village, but the ninja evacuate the people and this racist kid.
I'm a ninjroid like you. Beep boop bop.
I do not speak like that.
Nia gets quite defensive about her control issues. I mean with water, not with other people. In her tantrum, she sets off sprinklers, which destroy the computer in their high-tech basement. That seems like a design flaw. Wu tells the ninja, except Nia, that her powers didn't come from the first Spinjitzu master like everyone else's. Instead, hers come from Wojira, which was the being that the islanders worshipped on the island. A Melopian defeated Wojira and took the 2 amulets off its head. And you guessed it, the storm amulet was the same one protected by the island keepers last time. Finding out history before Ninjago was created is so fun and cool, which adds to the show. Nia is still cranky and keeps setting off all the water in the monastery. Oh, what wacky hijinks. Ray and Maya show up to help Nia with her problem.
Good to see you.
Hi, Dad.
Hey, it's Vincent Tong. I don't think she's happy about it. By the way, I don't like the opening for the season. It's just so meh. Nia has a bad case of every mother ever.
A messy room makes for a messy ninja, Nia.
Start of the season shows off how Nia values her independence, which has already been a big part of her personality, so it's fair that she would be getting frustrated with her mum. Pixel and Zane go out on a rescue mission without Nia because... water. A mysterious surge washes over Ninjago. Washes. Pixel almost gets freaking crushed by the ocean's depth. Oh, never mind. They find where the power surge is coming from, which, not surprisingly, comes from the ocean. What? Pixel shows off the hydro bounty. So now we have a bounty for the sky, for the land, and for the water. Next, we'll have one in space. The team sets off on their underwater adventure, except Cole and Kai. They stay to watch over Ninjago. Zane does a very not tiring voice of a pirate.
All hands ahoy, you old salts!
And a ghost starts doing everyone's chores. Ooh. Maya, you aren't a ceiling fan. They are already too far into their venture, so Maya is tagging along. The hydro bounty is attacked, but don't worry, it's
unsinkable.
It sinks. The Kai and Colas crew are stuck on some rocks, with seemingly no hope of getting out of there. Well, pack it up, season's over. Maya is being annoying again, and Nia reflects how she feels about being parentless for so long. She's not a fan of Maya trying to be a mother after being gone for so many years. The battery needs to be recharged. Couldn't Jay just recharge it?
Why don't I just give it the old zap zap?
Linking you with it would be very dangerous.
Never mind. They decide to head out and find the energy source they've been tracking to hopefully use it to recharge the battery. Nia can't escape her mother as the two go for a swim. Things get a bit rough, but they find a temple. The girlies enter and see... snakes. Yippee. And Wojira! There's this guy, Prince Kalmar, who has some anger issues.
Awaken the serpents now!
Kalmar is trying to awaken Wojira, but he only has one amulet, so he's been trying to make a replica. The failed experiments are what's been fucking with Nia's powers. He overhears Nia talking about the Island of the Keepers and the Storm Amulet. He, obviously, wants to know where it is, but Nia is a tough cookie.
I'm gonna zap the battery!
Man, Jay really wants to zap that battery. We get introduced to Kalmar's father and adopted brother Benthamar. I love drama with this family, it's very personal. Nia and Maya escape with stormtroopers apparently chasing them. The others stuck on the Hydro Bounty are in more of a pickle, so Jay the Giga Chad zaps the shit out of that battery. This is why I love Jay. He may act childish and crack jokes, but he gets shit done when he needs to. I write these scripts with each episode getting a paragraph, and so far the paragraphs have been getting shorter and shorter. This is because of the way the episodes are structured. With the runtime being 11 minutes, the plot slowly moves along with each episode, but there isn't enough where I can write a big section for them. The episodes are paced really well, but there's less and less to talk about. The current and previous elemental masters of water get chased by sharks. There's a neat callback where elemental masters are more powerful surrounded by their element, like Cole in Master of the Mountain, and I would like to say Zane as well in Secrets of Forbidden Spinjitzu. The ninja are escorted to Merlopia. The king is actually quite chill and listens to what the ninja have to say. He's willing to keep this truce between the surface and Merlopia, and even punishes Kalmar. And holy shit, Kalmar fucking murders his father and pins it on the ninja! Okay, it takes the king a little while to die, but he tells Benthamar not to trust Kalmar. Now's a good time to talk about their scuba suits. They are really neat. Not too complicated, but not too simple either. I also like the joke about Zane not needing a scuba mask, but he just likes to wear it. Being underwater kind of nerfs their powers, even though Zane does this, which doesn't really make sense, but sure. Oh look, there he goes. And Benthamar promises to help fight against Kalmar. King Kalmar, takes his place on the throne. I like Kalmar as a villain. He's more calculating than other villains, and he actually gets stuff done. Bentho finds the landlubbers and proceeds to get them away from the snakes. Uh-oh. Yes, action! We actually haven't gotten much fighting in the season. In a show about ninjas. Lloyd chucks a massive sword at Kalmar's head. Bro was trying to end the plot right there. An epic chase out of Merlopia starts to take down the city around them, which shows how much of a psychopath Kalmar is. Oh my god, I wonder if they escape. They make introductions with Benthamar, and I would love to see them try to explain how Zane and Pixel are robots. They plan to head to the Island of the Keepers to secure the Storm Amulet before Kalmar does, which is actually kinda stupid if you think about it. Kalmar's been trying to awaken Wojira for a while now, and if he had some way to track the amulet, he probably would have already done it. He knows it's on an island, but he doesn't know which one. So it would have taken him a good while to find it. They should not go there, just in case he follows them, which, spoilers, he does.
Whoa! What up, my cool cats? I'm Cool Dan, and welcome back to Cool Topics with Cool Dan. Today's backstory is... Benthomar's backstory? I don't care about this guy. Do I have to do this?
Yes.
Fine. He was found by the king and his son Kalmar as only a little calamari. That's lit. The king saved Benthomar's life and raised him as his own. This is stupid. We see how close Benthomar and the king were, which makes his death so sad. I'm so heartbroken. Kalmar, being the absolute Sigma that he is, didn't take too well to Benthomar after many attempts to please him. Kalmar used Benthomar's want for brotherhood to manipulate him into leading him to the temple of Wojira, where he conducted his experiments. Benthomar cries like a little baby, wah, wah. And that's the end, thank God. Now if you'll excuse me, I gotta go pump some iron to keep these guns loaded.
Kalmar's goons find out where the island is using the ninja's last course. We return to the island of the Keepers with a warmish welcome. I love how they connected this season back to the island, which they definitely intended to do, but I can't help but still think it's really cool. Nia is bestowed the amulet to protect, but whoopsies, it's not the real amulet. Guess who has the real one? I'll let you think about it while the team is cornered by Kalmar. He also overhears that the actual amulet is in Ninjago City. Instead of killing the team, Kalmar wants to leave them stranded, which is kind of cold. Did you figure out who took the amulet? No? Why not? It was Clutch freaking Powers. The Hydro bounty isn't going anywhere, but Benthomar thinks Nia can summon whales? The others left in Ninjago head to the Explorers Club to take back the pesky jewel, and I'm still a big fan of this chap Cecil. They have to answer this riddle, which is very obvious, and they burst into this room. Kalmar also bursts into the room. Yes, yes, action, yes! Wu and Kalmar engage in combat, but Kalmar has the upper hand by having more limbs. Nia is still trying to summon a whale or two, but surely this isn't gonna happen. What? Expanding Nia's powers to command fish is a great idea. It's too early to tell if she can still do this in present day, but I hope so. The plot's ramping up a bit. It would be a shame if they had half of the next episode continue a story of a filler episode from season 11. Wait a minute. I do like how we catch up with Nelson, and I'm glad they keep the trend of having them ignore all the chaos around them as they deliver newspaper. I just like the continuity, and it's good that they don't make it the whole episode. The delivery people actually contribute to the plot by keeping the amulet away from Kalmar. I like the bit where Kalmar realizes that he actually has to drive the truck, where the vehicles in Merlopia were living things, so they can drive themselves. I also appreciate the writing in the season. It's tightly written with the characters on point. Anyway, Kalmar gets the amulet. Ooh, lore! This is the tale of the first Spinjitzu master helping the people of the realm to defeat Wojira. He shows up, teams up with the islanders and the Merlopians, gets his ass handed to him, and watches as Niad, the first elemental master of water, rises up to confront Wojira. This doesn't work very well, so she becomes one with the sea to gain more power. This is an irreversible thing, so she sacrifices herself to remove the amulet of Wojira's noggin to defeat it. The two amulets are given to the Merlopians and the islanders for protection. I'd like to point out something. Kalmar's plan is to reawaken a giant serpent to destroy the surface. In Season 1, Pythor wanted to reawaken a giant land snake to destroy the surface. Yes, this plot is pretty much completely copying the first season's story, but I still like it. Another fight breaks out with everyone getting cornered again. The two teams meet up and more combat ensues. Kalmar gets away, with Nia hot on his trail. We don't see what happens, but Nia somehow gets the big glowy thing. She shows Bentho around the monastery and offers him to stay with them. Doesn't he need water after a while? Is he gonna live in the toilet? Can I mention that it would be sick if Benthomar stayed as a main part of the team? I don't think he will add a whole lot, but it would be interesting. Ray and Maya also leave. It's like they know there's a big flood about to happen. Cole takes the amulet to... Shintaro? Colgren, no, come back! They lock it in a vault, but when they leave, we see that it's the fake amulet. Dun dun dun! We see an awakened Wojira with both amulets on his head, as well as Kalmar. Don't worry, we see the awakening later. The snake with the spider legs shows up on Ninjago's shore to warn the team of Kalmar's activities. Oh look, we see how Nia got the amulet, in quotes. Kalmar swapped it for the fake one. An evacuation is sent throughout the city, but it's too late. Wojira is here, and a huge tsunami swallows Ninjago. Hello, Dareth. He actually jumps into action and saves this kid. Nia saves Dareth. The ninja are doing their job and saving people while dealing with the snakes. Kalmar controls Wojira using his trident, which is an important detail to remember. The team starts to fire upon the big snake, and the bounty is struck down. You'd think they'd learn from the last time they fought a big snake. Wojira gets hungry and wrecks Jay's car, leaving him at the bottom of the ocean? I don't know what this counts as. Nia confronts Kalmar with the power of good animation. Jay's car is filling up with water, with him being trapped. Nia is forced to retreat, and Jay passes out just after being saved by Bentho. Jay is a thirsty boy and has inhaled a lot of water.
What about Nia? Maybe she can draw out the water.
The water in his lungs does not respond to her.
What? Why not?
Maybe we can get help? From Princess Vanya or somebody.
Cole, she's the queen now. You know this. Nia remembers what the first Elemental Master of Water did to defeat Wojira. She thinks, I'm gonna do it. And then, she does it. The water in Jay's lungs is removed, and Nia becomes one with the sea. This scene is an appetizer for the emotions later on. Gives off early Ninjago feels, if you know what I'm saying. Wojira and Nia fight, showing off the power she has gained. Oop, never mind, she evaporated. Bro, Jay gets pissed. He grabs Wu's staff and jumps onto Wojira, with lightning surging around him. It's a shame this doesn't accomplish much. Whoa, 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 look at this one take. Benthamar steps in to avenge his daddy. This fight is better with all the emotions behind it. Benthamar gets kicked off, but he manages to break Kalmar's Triton, which means Kalmar gets eaten. Just like Pythor, wow. Nia says,
I'm back, baby.
But as a water dragon. A massive fight erupts with the Nia getting evaporated. Again. Wait, no, she's back. Again. She destroys the wave amulet, which causes Wojira to evaporate. Hell yeah. Everyone is happy, but Nia needs to return to the ocean. The others beg her to stop, but she must go. Her people need her. Poor Jay, man. That's his wife. They hold a funeral for Nia, which did kind of make me tear up a little bit, because they play it so straight. Now, fake out deaths aren't a new thing to the show, but the way they did this one is new. Technically, Nia isn't dead, but her soul kind of is. All she knows now is Ocean, and even though she comes back next season, this is probably one of the better death scenes in the show. And that's it. I did really enjoy the season, but I think I know why I keep forgetting it. This season just doesn't do anything too crazy to stick in my head. Yeah, Nia becoming one with the ocean is a memorable moment, but everything else just blends together for me. I did enjoy the season, but it's not a season I would want to go back to. I believe that Crystalized is the most disappointing and hated season out of the whole show. I know season 11 has a lot of haters as well, but this one feels a lot more universally disliked. But I want to get to the bottom of this and see how I feel because you know I have some controversial opinions. This season starts with Misdemeanor collecting some more Vengestone, saying conveniently out loud that the boss will be happy. Her little dealing is stopped by the ninja. I mean, I'm not wrong. They are the ninja. These new ninja aren't appreciated by Misdemeanor, but I'm kind of a fan of them. Some lines are corny, but they're meant to be corny. We find out it's been a year since the ninja have done any heroing, so it's likely they stopped after Nia merged with the sea. Zane's talking like a toaster, and it's because he turned off his emotions, instead of dealing with them. Everyone is still reeling since Nia's sacrifice. Even Wu. Cole seems to be the only one who's at least keeping it together, so he goes out to find the others. Kai has become a sensei of his own. He's happy to assemble the team again, but Lloyd isn't as thrilled. Lloyd believes that he can't be trusted to lead anyone again, which is kind of the complete opposite reaction he had in season 4, when he got the team back together. Alright, so Lloyd is a dud. How about Jay? Bro has a beard. You know he's gone off the deep end. He's the most deserving of being crazy since his wife is water. Just as they're about to leave, everyone sees that the people of Ninjago City have lit lanterns in Nia's honor. And now Lloyd is here. He used the mech from the last season, hey? Lloyd accidentally gives a motivational speech, and Jay's beard is fake. Hands in, fellas. The opening song for this season goes unbelievably hard. It has such an epic and finale feeling to it. We check up with some sailors who aren't doing too well in this rough sea, but they are saved by Nia in her water dragon form. She's completely forgotten who she is, but one of the sailors says her name, which gets her thinking. While on her mindful journey, Nia runs into Niad, who's the first one to become one with the sea. We heard her tale last season. Nia comes across all those lanterns that were lit for her. They jog her memory, and she gets a little flashback. See, Skybound is still canon. She returns to her usual humanoid form, and goes to the lighthouse where Jay was, but he's gone. Nia's water form keeps her from staying on land, so back into the water she goes. I think this is a pretty good episode, but I kind of wish Nia stayed as a mindless force of nature instead of getting her memories back. Maybe over time she could have, but I don't know. I think it just undermines the drama from the end of the last season, but I'll talk more about that later. The ninja are still looking for all that Venge Stone, and they're still in their other clothes.
We weren't truly a team until Nia joined.
Well, I wouldn't say that. Kai and Jay start to butt heads a little, but Jay has an idea. The ninja explore an abandoned subway tunnel, and they are back in their old suits. They find some Venge Stone, but Misdemeanor finds them. Fighting begins. The new ninja show up to save the old ninja, and swiftly take everyone out. This little rivalry between the ninja teams is a fun idea, and it's kind of a shame they aren't in the show any longer. Everyone's a little pissed off, and Jay and Kai start to duke it out. Again, this is another great idea, and it's done way better than the Cole and Jay beef, but it's completely squashed after Nia returns. Oh, look who it is. Nia says she needs to get her powers drained to become normal again, but starts to come apart. Zane then does a police and tells her to freeze. They all get an idea of how to drain her powers, but Wu is very against it. Lloyd sticks it to him, and everyone agrees to release Asphira from prison, so she can do what she did to Kai in season 11. I may not really be a fan of Nia coming back, but this is a genius idea on the creative side. We are introduced to the mayor of Ninjago, who the ninja must convince to let Asphira out of prison. How do you think this goes? Yeah, not great. This little setback doesn't deter the desperate ninja, who decide, fuck the law. Wu is strangely against this, which I somewhat get because breaking her out of prison is definitely illegal, but he's also spent a long year trying to find a way to get Nia back, but whatever. The plan kind of depends on Zane, but he needs to keep Nia from melting. That's when they bring in Skylar, who is a great character to bring back. Now here's something interesting. Since the ninja are being criminals, they break into Cryptarium wearing all black suits. We haven't seen these since the pilots. They get past the cameras in an interesting way. Cole and Jay head into Borg Tower to get Asphira's staff, but they immediately set off an alarm. Let's hope the others are doing better.
You betray me and have the audacity to ask for my help?
Betray you? When did that happen? I'm glad they kept her as stupid as ever. They actually do manage to release her, but everything goes completely wrong. The snake and the ninja make their escape, while Jay and Cole steal an empty vault. I am kind of enjoying watching their plan go horribly wrong. The warden of Cryptarium snitches on the ninja's actions to the mayor, but he doesn't know who they could possibly be, even though they told him in person that they need Asphira. Just as Skylar's powers are wearing off, the ninja return to the monastery with their special cargo. Asphira gets a good look at Nia, but still can't do much without her staff, which Jay and Cole return without. Man, what are they gonna do now?
Oh, hi Cyrus. Can you please tell us where you moved Asphira's staff so we can steal it and use it to save Nia's life?
Yeah, that works. They need to intercept a convoy with the staff, so everyone gets new vehicles. The plan is set in motion, and I really like seeing the ninja being criminals. This heist is a really fun scene, and they're pretty effective at it. And it gets even better as the new ninja are just in the truck waiting for them. A big ninja fight breaks out, and the ninjas' identities are exposed. The mayor declares the ninja as full criminals, which is the second time this has happened for us, but to the ninja, it's their first time. Except Jay. If you know, you know. I'm all here for it too, as them being fugitives in season 6 only lasted a few episodes. While everyone is waiting for the ninja to return, Asphira sneaks off and stumbles upon the golden weapons. She tries to leave, so Wu would do anything to keep her there. She wants him to compete against her in multiple contests. Okay, that's a little dumb. And it was all for nothing, as Nia begins to melt. The ninja finally return, and sheepishly give Asphira her staff. Who would have thought she would have betrayed them? Straight away. The ops pull up on the monastery, so Asphira's dumb thinking leads her to thinking that they betrayed her, while she was betraying them! I don't know if they purposely made Asphira this dumb, but she's making defending season 11 pretty hard. Lloyd promises to show her a secret tunnel out of there if she can drain Nia's powers, which she does. I kinda wish we got like a water form for Asphira. Like she got one in season 11, so it would've been cool if she got another one here. The new ninja pull up as well, and guess what happens? Fighting! The draining is complete, and Nia is back to normal. Lloyd does keep his word, which surprises Asphira. Everyone's locked up, but they don't really care. Nia's safe. Asphira returns to her temple from season 11, even though it was flooded in lava. But this strange figure appears and recruits her to get her revenge. The ninja are put on trial with... Hello, Dareth. It's been a while since we've seen him. Dareth actually puts up a decent argument, but the group is sentenced to 5 years in Cryptarium. The prisoners aren't that warm to the ninja's arrival, since they were the reason most of them were in there. Zane shows everyone what happens if he turns his emotions on again. Yeah, let's keep that off. Wait, they can still use their powers? But in season 6, they had Vengestone restraints for that very purpose. Hey, it's Ronan! And he's not very happy about how their last encounter ended. Lloyd says this.
When have you ever even tried to do something for anyone other than yourself?
Even though he's done plenty of selfless things. Lloyd gets a visitor, but it's not who he thinks. That mask-wearing figure is there to give Lloyd a message from the Crystal King. Ooh, shiver my timbers. According to this guy, the Crystal King is gathering some of the ninja's enemies, which we saw with Asphira. This guy leaves, and Lloyd decides to chase after him, completely finessing these guards. They get away, and Lloyd informs the others. Suddenly, cut to Shintaro, where King Vangelis is getting recruited. If this is a Shintaro prison, it's very nice. Dareth and Skylar go to visit the ninja and tell them about Vangelis' escape. Nia is throwing away all her ninja stuff because she's not an elemental master anymore. She's clearly not happy about this, as we found out in season 11 that her biggest fear is being powerless. She finds her old blueprints for her Samurai X mech, which gives her an idea. But forget that, it's Pythor! The last time we saw him was in Day of the Departed, so it's been a long time since we've heard his sweet voice. Pythor has heard of the Crystal King's villain gathering, and he believes he's next. Nia goes to Pixel to build the new Samurai X mech, which is a little awkward considering, I don't know, Pixel is Samurai X. Some crystal spiders do break into Cryptarium to recruit Pythor. Damn, I guess he was right. The ninja decide to try and stop Pythor, even though it'll make their sentence worse. A crystal spider explodes, and Kai does a cool maneuver, but Pythor escapes. I'm still confused why the prison doesn't have any Vengestone handy, since the ninja have broken out twice using their powers. Oh no, it's Fujidove. He's lucky he's only shown up a few times, because I was so close to giving him the Dareth treatment. He thinks Jay is his arch nemesis, but Jay doesn't even know who he is. Today on the ninja's prison adventure, they are taken to clean a road, so they leave Cryptarium. The bus is halted by someone clogging the road. This is just a distraction, so Nia can break everyone out in her new mech. Dareth is their getaway driver. The mayor is sick of them damn ninja, so he calls in the big guns, but you'll see him later. Fujidove is sadly still here. The van breaks down, and the ninja change into their new suits, which are alright. The special person the mayor brought in is Hound Dog McBragg, who is excellent at catching criminals. The ninja split up to avoid getting caught. Kai, Zane, and Dareth are having a hard time in the desert, so luckily they come across Sally. She's moving to Ninjago City to be a musician, and I think Ninjago City is the worst place to live. Think about how many times it's been in crisis. Sally starts to break down after Zane asks who these people are. She's sad because she ran away from her parents and felt bad for it. The police find them, and Sally thinks they're after her, even though the ninja tell her that they're wanted felons. Hound Dog doesn't get the chance to arrest them because Sally speeds off. They fall into a river, and Hound Dog follows? Seeing Sally so sad makes Zane realize that emotions are pretty cool. They help Sally return home, where her parents embrace her. Zane turns his emotions back on, and I can say this was a dumb episode. Fat filler if you ask me. The other half of the group isn't doing great either, with this little bro annoying them. Both teams are heading for Twitchy Tim's gas station, and Hound Dog is heading there as well. Even Fujidove knows about the Crystal King assembling his Crystal Council, and Lloyd gets an idea for their next move. Both teams make it to Twitchy's and have a little meeting. They need to figure out who's being recruited next, so they go through some options.
Crux? Acronix?
Whoa, Crux and Acronix name dropped. Kai even suggests Garmadon, but he's been MIA since March of the Oni. They eventually land on the mechanic, but before they can head out, Hound Dog arrives. Twitchy accidentally gives the ninja up, and Fujidove does something for once, and distracts the police. Back in Ninjago, the fellas check out the mechanic's old lair, and they do find him. They tie him up, and Lloyd suits up to get his invitation. Hey, that didn't take long. Lloyd follows the Crystal Spider, while the others follow above ground in a Chen noodle truck. Lloyd is led back to that abandoned tunnel with the Vengestone, which had a secret entrance. Hey, Lloyd, I wouldn't get in there. Lloyd, no! The others chase the speeding Lloyd, while the mechanic breaks free. He flips the truck and flees. The mechanic actually gives them a lot of trouble because of their rust. He goes to take Lloyd's place. Lloyd finds himself among a bunch of Vengestone statues and the rest of the villains. Yo, it's Mr. E!
Mr. F. He's the new model.
Oh, sorry, my bad. The two serpents bicker a little bit, and that Kabuki mask figure appears. They aren't the Crystal King, however, only his first in command. They also say this line:
"We have an imposter among us."
This season came out in 2022. You can't tell me this isn't a reference to Among Us. It has to be. Everyone starts to accuse each other, just like Among Us, and Lloyd is outed. Lloyd tries to fight, but gets knocked out. Kabuki reveals his face. Or her face. Yep, it's Harumi. Now you're probably wondering, I thought people said this season is shit, but it doesn't seem that bad. Well, I agree, but this is only part 1 of the season. Part 2 came out a couple months after this, and completely ruined the whole season. I like everything they do here, and even Harumi's reveal is pretty cool, but you'll have to see why this sucks later on. Alright, how the hell is Harumi alive? We get a little recap of Harumi's story from the Oni trilogy. She did die when that building collapsed, but she was approached by this talking black goo. She agrees to serve the goo thing, which is the Crystal King by the way, and he resurrects her. The power of the Crystal King makes her stronger, so she digs herself out of the rubble, and takes this crystal to the Oni temple where she revealed herself to Lloyd. It's pretty cool that this place has more relevance. Harumi plugs the crystal in, and there's the Crystal King.
You're the Overlord.
What?
Yes, Overlord.
No! Yep, the Overlord is once again the main antagonist of the season, which is so disappointing. This is the third time we've seen him, and this wouldn't be a bad thing if the Overlord wasn't a boring-ass villain. He was alright in Season 2, but he doesn't have any personality to make him special. He's just evil, which is what he's known for. But it just sucks that he's back again. Where did the crystal aesthetic come from? The Overlord orders Harumi to build him an army made of Vengestone to deal with the ninja. Now this is cool. Harumi went to Shintaro to buy the Vengestone, which ties back to Master of the Mountain. Look, she was there. It's pretty neat to see this extra layer to past seasons. Since Vangelis was busted by the ninja, Harumi needs more Vengestone, so she works with Misdemeanor to get more, which is what we saw at the start of last season. So yeah, Harumi is that mysterious Vengestone buyer. I don't know if this was planned when they made the previous seasons, but all of it tying back to one another is a great idea. Harumi tells all this to Lloyd. Her next step is to steal the golden weapons from the monastery. Are they for any important reason? Yes, I think. Hound Dog shows up to the monastery to impound the bounty because it belongs to the ninja. That doesn't really make sense. He also reads their mail. That sick bastard! The ninja are still wandering around the tunnel when they find an old train car. Keep that in mind. Lloyd is locked up in a Vengestone cage and still tries to convince Harumi to change sides.
It doesn't have to be like this.
Oh, give it a rest. Harumi rightfully fucks with him. She's alerted by the ninja's presence in the tunnel, so she sends some crystal spiders to blow them up. They hide in the train car and get trapped. Lloyd is so pissed off by this that his eyes start glowing purple and breaks out of his cage. He starts going apeshit. He starts using this weird purple power, which scares him. All the rubble begins to slowly crash the train car, and Cole can't use his powers due to how unstable it is. While this is going down, the Crystal Council breaks into the monastery for the golden weapons. A great fight scene begins with the Ninja B team, and I really think Pythor benefits in this animation style. And then Wu takes on 3 of them at once, showing that he's still a badass. This scene and one later gives Wu a lot of spotlight, which he desperately needed. He's kind of just there for most of the show. Pixel unleashes an army of little pixel robots, and then the Crystal Spiders show up to even the odds. The Crystal Council gets their hands on the weapons and dip, leaving a little present. Everyone's knocked out while this timer counts down, but one mini-pix manages to get everyone out of the building. The true carry of the season. Nia's left in the basement as the monastery blows up. That's like what, the 3rd time this building has been destroyed? Oh yeah, and Nia lives. The ninja get in contact with the others, and Nia rushes off to save them before they get pancaked. Say it with me now. Lloyd is chained up once again. The Crystal Council return with the weapons, and I'm going to take this time to talk about the members. Obviously there isn't many villains to choose from since most of them die, but I think mostly everyone works here. Except Vangelis. I get he was the main character of a season, but he's kind of just a dude. His whole thing as the Skull Sorcerer was the skull, so here he seems useless. Everyone else being here makes sense, and it's nice they brought back Pythor, Asphira, and Harumi, but I will say that the mechanic feels a little out of place. He was only a pawn for Unagami, so does he really get credit for that? Anyway, Harumi still fucks with Lloyd's head, which is really her best trait as a villain. The ninja are still trapped and almost crushed once again, until Nia shows up to save them. She has to tell them that the monastery went boom, and the golden weapons were stolen. The team has set up a new base in the old Samurai X cave, which is a nice location to return to. I don't remember when the last time we saw this was.
Harumi, you don't have to do this.
Lloyd, shut the fuck up. Asphira starts a ritual to give the Overlord a second physical form. I guess he looks cool? I'm not really sure how I feel about this design, to be honest. And having Asphira doing this ritual makes her feel more deserving of being here. The Overlord uses his purple lightning powers to empower the Crystal Council and give them the crystal weapons. Each member gets a weapon that somewhat ties to them. Mr. F and the Mechanic get the Shurikens of Ice, since they have both had significant run-ins with Zane. Vangelis gets the Scythe of Quakes because Cole was the one who defeated him. Asphira gets the Sword of Fire since she stole Kai's powers, and Pythor gets the Nunchucks of Lightning because there isn't anything else. The Crystal King isn't done showing off, as he lifts the whole temple into the sky.
And see that resistance is useless.
Whoa, Resistance is Lloyd's middle name. The Overlord gives Lloyd a chance to join them, but instead, he escapes. The Overlord brings to life all the Vengestone statues, while Lloyd manages to elude all the Crystal Council. Why did they all throw their weapons? Harumi corners Lloyd and pleads for Lloyd to join her, like she really cares. Lloyd jumps off and takes Harumi with him. Baller move right there. Lloyd's tracker comes back online, so the ninja need to go get him. All their vehicles have been impounded though, so they need to steal them back. Wu is all of a sudden on board with breaking the law. What changed? You were fine with stealing some vehicles, but are against saving one of your pupils? I get it was because Asphira was involved, but still. The ninja gets some golden drip and get their vehicles back. Wu admits his past actions to not save Nia were wrong, which I guess kind of voids my point I just said. Harumi and Lloyd once again find themselves in the middle of the jungle. She makes a run for it, but this leads to both of them getting caught in quicksand. Lloyd, this shouldn't be a problem for you. There you go. The rest of the council find them, and Lloyd escapes again. Yep, that whole section with Lloyd and Harumi in the jungle was unnecessary. The rest of the team show up and fend off the council and retreat. The Overlord reveals that Harumi still has feelings for Lloyd. No. The whole point of her character in Sons of Garmadon was that she had no feelings towards Lloyd and was just manipulating him. So she never did. And besides, that's what made her such a good villain. The way she used him was downright despicable. So now saying that she does have feelings for Lloyd absolutely destroys her character. I do not like this. Anyway, the Overlord realizes that killing the ninja probably isn't a good idea, since their powers will go to others and could possibly get in his way again. So he wants to corrupt them. The ninja follow the floating city, and it starts sending out crystal soldiers. Turns out that touching these guys turned people into crystal zombies. Gal Gossip is here to report on the action, and her cameraman Vinny is dozing off because of a house guest. Wu dumps some more lore of the Overlord. He knows that the Overlord can keep coming back if there's enough build-up of conflict, since he thrives off that. Someone has been sending Wu paper clippings of all the different crimes and disasters lately, like they knew of the Overlord's return. Lloyd and Wu go to the newspaper deliverers. Hey, what up, Nelson? The place where the clippings come from is Vinny's apartment. Pixel needs one of those crystals for research, which they get. The first Spinjitzu Master's offspring head into the building, where they find Garmadon. Lloyd and Wu are so peeved, so Garmadon tells them what happened after March of the Oni. Garmadon went on a bit of a soul search, and tried to be good as best he could. He remembered Vinny, and that little talk they had, so he went to find him. Vinny, being the real champ, let him in and helped him out. Does this make Garmadon look a little goofy? Yes, but it works towards his character development, so it doesn't really bother me. Vinny tasked Garmadon with taking care of a plant. Man, Vinny's a better teacher than Dareth. He becomes really attached to Christopher, which Lloyd is kind of jealous of. He's still not happy with his father, if you couldn't tell. Garmadon actually reacts pretty heavily to hearing Harumi is back. I guess he liked her old character better as well. The chaos outside spills into Garmadon's apartment and tortures Christopher. Garmadon transforms into his Oni form, which has had a much needed makeover and looks way cooler now. He starts fucking shit up and proves that Oni power is very effective against the Vengestone warriors. Wu suggests that Lloyd needs to use this power too, but, Wu, you're also part Oni. The group regroups, and Wu tells everyone of the Oni form and all that lore. The plan is for Garmadon to teach Lloyd how to use this form, since nothing else is effective against the Overlord's forces. It goes as you imagine. Wu believes that since everything has an opposite, there might be a dragon form equivalent. Wu goes to investigate. The new ninjas show up to fight the Crystal Army, but they lack plot armor. Lloyd almost gets there, but gets scared. Pixel equips the ninjas' vehicles, so now they can at least fight back. Since the Oni form is a bust, they head off with this new confidence. The ninja saves some citizens, and Wu suits up in his golden armor once again. Nia reassures Garmadon that Christopher can be saved, which gives Garmadon some hope. Nia's powers are slowly coming back. While the bounty is being attacked by weird crystal goblins, Wu heads for the island himself. The ninja are all in a sticky situation, but forget that! Wu's taken on the Overlord head on! This is honestly one of the best fights in the whole show. Wu just goes so crazy but ends up losing. The Overlord infects the whole city with his crystals, and the bounty goes down for the millionth time. Man, this season's been going on for so long. I think I need a break. We've talked about all the seasons of this LEGO show, and haven't built a single LEGO set. Well, I got a LEGO set. I really need to get a better light, so I apologize for how shit the lighting is. Here it is. Nia's Samurai X Mech. I cannot wait to build this bitch. It's gonna look great on my shelf, I think. Holy shit! I didn't think there'd be this much! I like this. We got all like the golden weapons, but they're like the newer ones, which are shit. Boom, there we go. Can't see her, but we got Nia. She's definitely there, it's just the lighting's awful. Now we got Jay. Now we got Pythor. Pythor with the nunchucks of lightning, the crystal ones. They're like stuck together. They look kind of bad, I won't lie. Alright, here's the crystal guy done. It's an alright build. He's got no eyes, and he can't really move his arms. That's all you can do with him. His feet are short. He's just kind of there. There we go. Master Wu. We get a Nelson minifigure, the Purple Ninja. I don't think we ever got one of these before this set, so that's pretty cool. We got Garmadon as well, in his Oni form.
We're done. After Wu Crush lands in the canal, Nelson saves his life, with help from the paper girl who I can't remember the name of. Nia is trapped by the mechanic, but is saved by Jay. The fact that Nia's powers are returning is shocking to them. I don't know why they thought it wouldn't when this has happened to both Kai and Lloyd. The paper kids take Wu in, and they convince Wu to keep fighting. Everyone is scattered throughout the city, and they are outnumbered, so they need some help. Jay thinks to use Nia's recovering powers to call for Benthama's help, since he's the king of Melopia now. Now it's time for the worst episode of the season. We follow Lloyd and Garmadon, as Hound Dog is still trying to arrest him. He simply doesn't care about the Overlord's attack, so they escape underground. Hound Dog is almost corrupted by possessed snakes, and Lloyd saves him. That literally wraps up the criminal plotline, okay? Misako shows up to the hideout and shows Wu an ancient prophecy, speaking of a dragon form. But Wu doesn't believe it because the guy who wrote it was cuckoo. They don't really have any other choice though. Pixel, meanwhile, is tracking Zane after he crashed, and she finds clutch powers? Oh yeah, cloaking. As the title says, Zane transforms into the Ice Emperor once again, which makes zero sense. Sure, he can look like it, but acting like him is stupid. This isn't just some cameo. He's like this for the whole episode. Pixel takes his parts and heads for Borg Tower. She's almost got, but is saved by Ronan and the other prisoners. We see how they break out and get to Borg. Nice to see him again. That's literally all that happened in this episode. And you'd think an episode called The Return of the Ice Emperor would be a bigger deal, but nope. The season is honestly starting to drag. Like, I'm enjoying how chaotic everything has gotten, but let's just get this moving already, come on. We catch up with Kai and Cole after they crashed horribly. They are barely able to flee Pythor before Skylar pulls up and uses both their powers against Pythor, showing that she can still use two abilities at the same time. They hide in an arcade and run into Jake. You don't know Jake? He was the kid from season 11. The trio and Jake hear Wu's message and head for the Paper Kid lair. Underground, Lloyd and his father stumble upon the Serpentine's library. Garmadon is still trying to get Lloyd to use his Oni form. Lloyd blows up at his dad, expressing his disdain for using the Oni form. Remember that. The Paper People save the Wanderers and bring them back to the hideout. And Jake reunites with his parents. Aww. Skylar makes some noodles for all the folks in hiding. Kai tries to establish a relationship with Skylar, but like, do these two see each other outside of the events of the seasons? She even brings up that he went MIA for a year, so she's pissed. And Kai, you're in the middle of a massive takeover. Get your head in the game. Wu and Misako are still trying to figure out this dragon form stuff, but Cole interrupts them with important news. Wu thinks it's time for them to cash in some favors. Cole, it's Queen Vanya. You are at her coronation. They need to get to the news station to get the signal to Shintaro, so Racer 7 offers to drive. The prisoners at Borg Tower are equipped with new mechs, while Zane is still comatose. Oh, never mind. I'm begging you, can we please get this plot moving? It's been so long since we've even seen the Overlord. Like, everything is pretty important, but it's just taking so long for anything to happen. Lloyd and Garmadon are still chilling in that library, and Lloyd is still losing his shit. Nia tries to send a message to Benthama, but she doesn't know if it worked or not. Garmadon does end up showing some compassion for these snakes, which starts to make Lloyd think he can change. Garmadon's acting a little sad because he left Christopher behind, and now Lloyd feels bad, so they go back for it. Cole, Vinny, and Racer 7 make it to the news tower and send a message to Vanya. They are then attacked by goblins. Kai, meanwhile, is teaching some kids to fight, which is actually a nice detail from the start of the season. No one actually knows if their messages got out there, so they are forced to fight on their own. So pretty much the past 5 seasons are kind of pointless. Yes, the armies do show up later, but it just feels like at this point nothing really matters. All the main characters are back together, and Wu shows them the dragon form prophecy. Since it isn't written down how to do it, they'll have to go off the pictures. I don't know if this is fun and cute because it ties back to the theme song, or just kind of cringe. Whatever it is, the ninja try it, and fail, as you could have expected. The Crystal Council have a meeting, and he's not happy with their results. Mr. F intercepts their radio message, and their codename doesn't work at all. Nelson discovers that folding the paper reveals a message. It's all nonsense to them though. Borg warns the ninja about the Overlord heading to the warehouse, so it's action stations. Everyone guards the hideout from the armies, while Lloyd and Garmadon go to confront the Overlord. The battle begins, and Garmadon gets a good hit on the Overlord. He then metamorphosizes into a new form, which is pretty effective at least. The ninja on the ground are struggling as well. I like in this big final battle, Wu uses a broom. The people of Shintaro, the Islanders, and the Melopians all show up to help. Oh, there's also all the citizens of Ninjago. Turns out that having all their allies help is what allows them to activate their dragon forms. The ninja once again have another ability to fly. The dragon forms are alright, but you know for certain that they'll never appear again after this. Zane fights Mr. E and takes back one of his shurikens. Lloyd and Garmadon are still no match, and here it's revealed that the Overlord was the one who made Garmadon. Yeah,
He's the one who possessed the Great Devourer to bite him, which is actually a pretty good reveal. That was never explained, and it kind of makes sense now. He did it so Garmadon would be a perfect vessel for his return, which he was. Hearing that the Devourer was the Overlord's fault, Harumi's obviously pissed, so she turns on him. Nia's sick of the mechanic and uses her powers to defeat him. Kind of disappointing that this Nia being powerless plot didn't really go anywhere, since it appeared to be a big deal at the start. I think having her powers return is good and makes sense in canon, but having her choose not to use them is a cool idea, and would at least somewhat wrap it up. Vangelis tries to get his revenge on Cole, but gets help from the best character. Cole takes back his scythe, while Kai and Jay fight the snakes. They also get their weapons back. The Crystal Army is losing their power, and the tide is turning, as Fira starts blabbing again, so Zane freezes her, which is a cute reference to Season 11. Even with Harumi helping them, the Garmadons are not winning. Garmadon is actually defeated, and in his dying moments, Lloyd weeps over his father. This pisses Lloyd off enough for him to achieve his Oni form. He starts wrecking shit, but transforms back straight away. Now, I know people aren't happy about this decision, but I think it's for the best. Lloyd's biggest fear is becoming his father, so of course, he wouldn't want to do exactly what he does. And yes, they were hyping this up for the whole season, but it's not in Lloyd's character. Why should Lloyd abandon his morals for a shiny new form? Plus, him defeating the Overlord in this form would have been so predictable. Wu suggests that the ninjas should put all their golden weapons together. Now, if you remember, that's bad, but it's their only way. The boys don't know if they will survive, so they say some final words and put them all together. This results in the weapons and the ninjas' powers being sent back to Lloyd, and they create a 4-headed golden dragon. We miss you, Ultra Dragon. The final fight heavily echoes the ending in Season 2. All the same aspects are there. Lloyd and the dragon swiftly defeat the Overlord once again, but I'm sure he'll be back eventually. Hey, Garmadon didn't die. He was just pretending. The day is saved once more, but the dragon disappears. The ninja's powers are gone with it, but this is like the 4th time, so they'll get them back. Garmadon plans Christopher and reflects on his development. I really enjoyed this side of the season, seeing Lloyd and his father rebuild their connection. Everyone comes to help rebuild the monastery, and Harumi is arrested, hopefully. Lloyd, you better not forgive her. And that's the end to the original show. It had its ups and downs, but overall it was a great experience. If the series ended here, I wouldn't be upset, but they continued on in a pretty different fashion. I'm pretty mixed on the actual season, like, there were things I liked, but a lot more I didn't. And it just undid so much development some of the characters had earlier. Ah well, I never have to watch this season again. This year has been a big one for Ninjago, thanks to the next saga releasing, Dragon's Rising, introducing new characters, a bigger world, and new concepts. We're introduced to Eren, who wants to be a ninja, but the good times are interrupted by a massive event called the Merge. Eren is blown away by the Merge, but he is saved by Lloyd and the other ninja as they try to save as many people as they can. The Merge collapses all the realms together, separating Eren from his parents, but at least he has one of Lloyd's hoods. We get a time skip, which is debated by fans. Some evidence shows it's been a year, and some say it's been a few years. I like to think it's been about 3 years since the merge happened. Oh yeah, and the ninja have reportedly gone missing. We meet Sora, and yes, these two are our new main characters. Fans were not happy with the ninja getting replaced, but I think it's about goddamn time. The other ninja are in this season, but aren't really the main focus. The two are in a junkyard stealing parts, but they are caught. Eren tries to fight off some robots with his own version of Spinjitzu. He doesn't do too well. He instead relies on his trusty grappling hook. Sora hacks the bots and makes them dance.
I'm just naturally good at tech stuff. It's been like that since I was a kid.
Foreshadowing? They take a stroll through the crossroads, which is where the people of the different realms come together. One of these realms is called Imperium, which is where Sora is from. She didn't like it, so she left. Do I have to mention how good the show looks? Major step up, and these episodes are back to being 22 minutes long. We get a little looky into what happens in Imperium. This is Raz, and this is Rapton, and I do not like Rapton. He's annoying. They have seemed to have captured something. Whatever, who cares? Mech race time. There's also a frog guy named Mr. Frohiki. Sora's rival here is Creel, accompanied by Whack Rats from Prime Empire. Hey, I like that season. Man, this beast must be big. Oh, what? The race begins, but before they can win, that little dragon is chased right in front of them. Sora wants to save the dragon because she knows what will happen to it if it's caught. Ominous. They use the mech to grab him and flee. Not very far. They begin to fall, but the dragon starts to glow and seem to give Sora power to control technology. That's pretty neat. She rebuilds the mech and they are both confused. Eren does his best. Uh-oh, Raz is here. I appreciate Eren's bravery to just try and attack him, But what did he think was gonna happen? I like Raz. He's really intimidating, in this episode at least. They are all taken, and Sora explains who the hunters are, and what they do with the dragon. They are called the Claws of Imperium, and they hunt down dragons to use them as a battery to power their city. Kind of like the hunters from Hunted. They begin to lose hope until... Hey, I know that guy. I will say, for the first episode, it did really well setting up everything, and Aaron and Sora are decent characters. So much that they didn't even need the other ninja to be in it for it to be good. Lloyd is here looking for the person who did Spinjitzu on the bridge. He's in luck because... there's Aaron. He fights a guard and frees the two. Lloyd is astonished by Aaron's ability, and Raptor attacks. Also, theme song, cool music but poo visuals. Sora struggles to use her new powers, so Aaron goes off to free the dragon. The little guy connects with Sora again, and she shows off her elemental powers by almost exploding all of them. Lloyd has so many questions, but they can get answers later. Lloyd takes the children back to the monastery to search for the dragon's home. They figure out where it is, but the only way to get there isn't working at the moment. Luckily, Sora is there to fix it. Aaron and Lloyd connect, and we get a flashback to before the merge. By the way, having the core suits cannon is cool. After everyone was separated, Lloyd was sent back to the monastery alone. Lloyd found a connection between a new type of dragon called Source Dragons and the merge. The bounty mysteriously reappears, and Lloyd almost wrecks Kai. They use their powers to close a merge quake, then Kai heads off to investigate himself. The bounty is fixed and they head off, but are found by the Claws of Imperium. They almost crash into an island, but are saved by a giant source dragon who speaks to them telepathically. The little dragon's name is Ryu. Anyway, fighting begins and the big source dragon connects with Lloyd, giving him a major power up. Before the season came out, I thought this was the Spinjitzu burst, but no, I was wrong. The Claws are defeated, and Lloyd officially takes Aaron and Sora under his wing. Oh, and Ryu goes with them as well. Let's see what our new recruits are up to. Oh, they are sleeping. Some of them are more keen to train than others. They want to go to this carnival in the crossroads, but Lloyd wants them to stay and train. Lloyd activates the training course and challenges them to complete the course before he finishes his tea. Sounds familiar. Lloyd explains who Wu is to the newbies. Sora barely makes it through the day, so she peer pressures Aaron into sneaking out with her. They take Ryu as well. Hey look, a Muntz and Geckles. I know those guys. Aaron wants to enter a pie into a pie baking contest. Crime is afoot and Whack Rats kidnap Labo. He's the guy who won that mech race at the start. The newbies give chase. They fare pretty well in combat. Creel needs the money to rescue her best friend from a mysterious captor. Lloyd is trying to find the newbies, but comes across a memorial for them and all the other ninja. It's a sweet moment. Oh yeah, the plot. This is Dorama. He's a theater guy and fights off the newbies. Dorama is able to absorb energy, so he's been draining these whack-rats for a better show. It's not explained how he's able to absorb things. They are forced to fight a giant and creepy looking puppet, but here's Lloyd. Aaron somehow transfers his Spinjitzu into this horn. Get ready for that to not get explained. Anyway, the team defeats the puppet and Dorama, and Labo is safe. Aaron gets second place in that pie competition, if you care about that. Raz recruits Dorama to join the Imperium forces. More training, let's go! Sora still can't seem to use her powers without Ryu. The old bounty is coming in pretty quick. Holy shit. The whole ship is trashed, and Kai is nowhere to be found. They land the ship roughly and investigate. The old girl has seen better days. The newbies head off in the direction where the bounty came from. Dorama is tasked with getting this machine working. Raz is displeased with the results. They end up in the realm of madness, where Kraglies are fighting some dragons. The team decides to help the dragons and swiftly takes out the Kraglings. That's until Nia shows up. She reveals that the dragons were actually attacking the Kraglings. This is awkward. Nia asks if Lloyd has seen Jay. She's just as disappointed as I am. We meet the Kragling king, who was racist against dragons. Nia ended up here after the merge and stumbled across this war. Kai was also here fighting. The dragons were stealing the Kraglings' mud, which is their life force. I love how we're getting different stories from all across the new lands. Kai was thrown far away in the battle, but on his way back, he accidentally leads the dragons to the Kragling village. Fighting ensues. A sick change is that the characters' hands glow when they use their powers. It just looks really cool to me. Ryu overflows the dragons, and this somehow causes all the life force they stole to return to the Kraglings. Okay. That's cool, I guess. Sora begins to have some doubts about herself. Sora still doesn't believe she has powers. Bruh. Lloyd explains to Nia what the merge quakes are. They are two realms trying to occupy the same space, and elemental powers can shut them down, somehow. They are a big threat, so the team needs to figure out how to stop them. On their journey back to the monastery, the team comes across the Cloud Kingdom. Look at this! Their Spinjitzu acts like air jutsu. The kingdom is having a pest issue. Lloyd tries to close the mergequake while the others protect the people from Squidward here. The newbies are a little tied up, but it lets them go. They fall almost to their deaths until they are caught by wind? This turns out to be this chick, who is the next elemental master of wind. Hell yeah. It's been so long since we saw this power. The monster is sent back through, and the day is saved. The head writer guy immediately thinks that they saved the day because they wrote it. But the ninja have been through this song and dance before. Yeah, it's all bullshit. Nia thinks that they probably have information on how to stop the mergequakes. The newbies confront the wind girl, but she's very defensive about it because that's not the Cloud Kingdom way. When Nia asks this worm for the information they are looking for, it attacks them by shooting... Ew. Another Squidward monster appears, so Aaron goes to get the ninja. Euphrasia says, screw the riders, and springs into action. She's able to fly, which Moro could only do for a little while. 2 more Squidwards? The ninja are saved by Aaron, even though we didn't get to see it, but whatever, it's fine, I'm fine. They all work together and send the monsters back to where they came. There's also this remark.
I knew the last one. I already like you more.
Nia stays behind to do more research. Also, Raptor stole dragons while the ninja were busy. Dragon hunting action! They almost get it, but the ninja step in. Raptor activates that machine Dorama was playing with, which is a giant wolf, and Sora seems to recognize it. It's a Photak, which Sora actually created when she was in Imperium. Yeah, it's a flashback episode. She created this hard light device when she was very young, and we see how the politics of Imperium work. Everything is run on dragon energy, which appears to be all fine and dandy, but something seems a little off. Sora shows off her device at the science fair, and she made it indestructible. Not very wise in retrospect, Sora. Her device was noticed by her idol, Dr. LaRoe.
And you must be Anna.
Why is everyone referring to Sora as Anna? Well, we'll see later. LaRoe offers Sora the chance to work at her lab. Back in the present, Lloyd, Aaron, and Sora plan to head back to Imperium. In her tour, Sora meets a dragon named Sora. LaRoe shows interest in using the Photak as a weapon. Powering it up hurts Sora, the dragon, and this upsets Sora, the person. She runs home, but her parents aren't any help. They roast her, and now the whole kingdom hates her. She ran away and changed her name to Sora. And here we are. The newbies sneak through the sewers and find themselves at a security room. They get ID cards and new outfits. They are caught and escape. Sora finds her Photak, but comes face to face with Dr. LaRoe. Dun dun dun! Aaron and Ryu are chased through the streets, but land in a dumpster. So logic say they are safe. Aaron saves some Imperium children, who are the Imperium Teenage Protection Force. This is Percival. He's kind of important later. While Aaron is making friends, Lloyd runs into a weird girl with fire powers. This confuses Lloyd, as Kai should be the only one with firepower. Her name fits her power, Wildfire. They fight, and Lloyd schools her, literally.
Your power level is off the charts, but your attacks are all over the place.
They form a truce and attack some guards. What's Sora up to? Realizing that LaRoe has made a lot more of those indestructible Photaks. Dorama is also here, and he threatens to absorb Dragon Sora. She flashbangs them, and the 2 Soras make a run for it. Lloyd and Wildfire unlock a cell for a dragon who raised Wildfire. That makes sense. The Soras are captured again by Raptor, and she is forced to work for them. Lloyd frees the other dragons. Aaron's new friends find Ryu, and they aren't very happy. Remember, they are racist. Sora completes the work on the rest of the Photaks. Are you ready for Wildfire backstory? Child lands in the realm of wildness, is found by Heatwave, is raised by Heatwave and this robot, gets powers all of a sudden. Heatwave is taken by Imperium. Here we are. The dragons are led to the front gate by Lloyd, and they can't fly out because there's a barrier. Aaron and Ryu escape the protection force. Oh hey, I forgot Kai was in this season. He hears a strange whisper, which leads him down to some old tunnels. The whispers seem to be coming from this weird glowing orb. This orb sounds like woo! Aaron rejoins Lloyd, but he lost Ryu in the process. Don't worry, he's found by Percival. Oh. Sora and Dorama fight, and she escapes again with Dragon Sora. The other dragons are confronted by more Photaks and Raptor. Ugh. I like how the Photaks glow red and blue. A big battle begins, but the Photaks are indestructible. Sora join up with the others, and Aaron isn't happy about her activating the Photaks. She has a plan to shut them down, but she needs Ryu. Oh, this is awkward. Kai travels through the tunnels and finds Nia? A great part about Dragons Rising is all the mysteries that are set up. It keeps the audience wanting more. The next episode starts with a flashback to when Lloyd was still a child. He's training with Master Wu, but he doesn't wear the suit he had in season 1. It's the March of the Oni suit, which seems to be the default suit for showing young Lloyd. He obviously doesn't sound the same, but it's still a little disappointing that we don't see the old suit. The lesson is to tune out outside distractions, to find peace inside, so you can find it outside. This is the only appearance of Master Wu in the season. The battle continues as Sora and Eren head back for Ryu. The newbies sneak into the security center again, and still can't find him. Percival brings Ryu to the Emperor herself, and she is quite pleased. Kai and Nia are still trying to figure out what's going on, and look at Kai's fire. I greatly prefer the look of their elemental powers from the last era of the show. It's cool now that the characters' hands glow, but the powers themselves look almost the same. Same goes for their Spinjitzu. Eren and Sora locate the little guy, and Beatrix flames Raz for failing so hard. Kai and Nia are led to a machine by the ghost, and plan on activating it. The battle is just too chaotic. Luckily, there was a flashback of Lloyd learning how to deal with this. The dragons attack the palace, and Raptor makes a dumb joke.
What'll happen to my collection of delicate porcelain unicorn figurines?
Kai turns the machine on by kicking it, and out comes Zane? How did Zane get his new suit? Kai and Nia got theirs after rejoining Lloyd, but Zane just has his. Doesn't matter. Eren and Sora are found trying to save Ryu, and a strange building comes out of the ground. This is the Monastery of Imperium, as Zane puts it, and the episode ends with a line I think is kind of cringe.
Ninja never quits!
Eren finally learned Sora's real name. Stupid Eren. The cringe line gives the newbies the hope they need to fight back against Leroy. Lloyd is stumped by how the three of them are at Imperium, but there isn't much time to talk. Leroy goes down easy, but now they have to deal with this chick, Jordana. You don't know who she is? Me either, but we get a flashback. She was in Sora's class and was jealous of her progress. She now works at the lab and hates Sora. The ninja, Wildfire, and the dragons take refuge in the Imperium Monastery, and the newbies free themselves. Oh shit, Raz is here. The ninja think to use the monastery's teleporter to retreat further back to their monastery. They find a passageway leading to a massive power supply. This power is actually a massive source dragon that was captured. The dragon tells Lloyd to take his power. Lloyd absorbs the power, and we get one of the coolest scenes in the series. He has a vision of a bunch of graves with ninja hoods. That's not concerning. What are Eren and Sora doing? Oh, freeing Ryu and taking down Raz. Lloyd uses all his power to open the teleporter so everyone can pass over. He then passes out. Sora turns off all the photex using her powers and escapes with the rest of them. Lloyd wakes up back home and everyone is chilling. Some of the dragons and Wildfire decide to stay at the monastery. Raz is locked up for failing Beatrix, which is weird because Raptor failed to stop the ninja from escaping. He's more of a screw up. That's 10 episodes done. Surely that's the end of the season, right? Nope, there's still 10 more, making this one of the longest seasons of Ninjago. Let's go. Another merge quake opens at the crossroads, so the ninjas step in with the help from the dragons they saved. Hey look, Eren's got his full ninja suit. Lloyd is stressing himself too thin with training Eren and Sora, keeping the monastery nice and clean, and fixing that wall. Zane begs, no, demands that everyone listens to something he found. The merge quakes are appearing more and more, and they'll keep going until everything is destroyed. Nia recognizes an island which matches some research she found. She thinks whatever is there can stop the merge quakes, so they head off. Beatrix is trying to cope with the dragons escaping, which creates doubt among the people. The ninja find the Temple of the Dragon Cores, but it's locked by a puzzle. Zane tries to figure out the combination, but doesn't come up with anything. Eren figures it out immediately. They are attacked by some spirits while Raptor arrives outside. They are unstoppable, so Lloyd figures out to rebuild an altar which combines the spirits, and now we have one guy. The spirit tells the story of the Dragon Cores, which is lore that makes Arthur's book obsolete. The first Spinjitzu master created Ninjago. We already knew that, but he also made other realms. He foresaw all the realms smashing into one, which was dubbed the Coalescence. Fearing it was on the horizon, the first Spinjitzu master approached the 7 source dragons, which gave him energy to create 3 dragon cores. These kept the realms from colliding. He hid these cores across 3 different realms. Lloyd asks for the locations, and the spirit gives it to him because he's related to the first Spinjitzu master. And that was a big lore dump. Raptor also sees the locations of these cores. Looks like we're in store for a race. Mr. Frohickey is also recruited to do some chores at the monastery. Oh dear, Raz is literally a caged animal. The team splits into 3 teams to go after the cores, while Zane stays behind. The teams are Eren and Sora, and Ryu, Lloyd and Eren, and Kai and Wildfire. I do like how they split them up so the new characters are paired with the older ones. They also make a joke about there being 2 Soras. Yes. The first team we follow is Eren and Lloyd. We get a scene where Eren tries to learn how to do his object Spinjitzu thing from so long ago. We don't get many scenes of training throughout the series, so I love this. Eren figures out how to do it, but he obliterates the engine. They crash into the ocean. Man, how are they gonna get anywhere? Oh yeah, it's a boat. They come across a village, but are attacked by Merlopians and a giant crab. It seems to be getting controlled by this crown. The two escape and find a small raft with a bunch of people on it. These people lived at the sea village, but were overthrown by the Merlopians. Lloyd decides to train these farmers to stand a better chance against the crab. It is really cool that we see little side quests during the main plot. Anyway, the assault goes wellish, and Lloyd heads after the leader with the crown. He keeps saying the same thing over and over again. There's a fun fight between the two. Lloyd knocks the crown off, and the Merlopian is relieved. Turns out, the crab was controlling the Merlopians. The two forces team up against the crab, and Lloyd manages to kick his tooth out, defeating it. This would have been a perfect moment for Eren to use his object Spinjitzu to hit it. Seems like a missed opportunity. Kai and Wildfire are in a bit of a situation. They are trapped in a hole by the Bone Warriors from the core LEGO sets. Again, making stuff that isn't canon is great. They get themselves out of that hole. Mr. Frohickey is hanging out with Zane, and we see how much Zane misses Pixel. He needs a special part, so Mr. Frohickey takes him to the crossroads. They run into Creel, who now owns the junkyard. Because they are broke, Creel kicks them out. Wildfire stole some gems as a prank, and boy does she like pranking people. She hits them with the fire handshake. Wildfire is really childish, which is a perfect way to show Kai's development. He also acted very cocky and selfish at the start of the show, so seeing him mentor Wildfire is great. The core they seek is protected by lava tides, so luckily, Wildfire knows them, since she came from the same realm.
That image is so old, can identify the face of the enemy!
Oop! Never mind, they hate her. She pranked them badly. The lava tides show them the core, but they immediately throw it back into the hole. The crossroads are celebrating Zane Day.
Today we engage in zany games and consume zany foods.
Oh no, racism. The racist does tell them about a Zane lookalike contest with a cash prize. So of course, Zane enters. The celebrity head judge is the Gekko Chancellor from Shintaro. This was a pleasant surprise. This is what the show needs to keep doing, because they have a lot of characters they can use for quirky situations. While Zane is surprisingly losing, the fire duo is cleaning up Wildfire's pranks. They complete the tasks, but they still don't get the core. Instead of coming up with a good plan, the two jump down the hole. Oh yeah, Zane loses the contest. But the third place prize is a gift card for Creel's junkyard. That's crazy. The fire gang get the core and almost don't make it out. Also, Dorama snatches the core. Time for a very memorable episode. Mr. Frohickey brings Zane a block of ice. Mr. Frohickey is just trying to be nice, but it's obviously kind of awkward. Team Dragon ends up in a tomb looking for their core. Nia plans to use Seeker Stones, which can lead them to anything they are looking for. Ryu finds a copy of Clutch Powers' book. Oh no! The tomb was actually created by the Jinn. Nia recaps Sora on the Jinn lore, like who they were and that their land was destroyed. They activate the Seeker Stones, but all it does is give him a sick tattoo. Yep, Zane has lost it. Dragon Sora doesn't like their new tats, and they start to glow. All of a sudden, these things called Howlers attack. And do you remember when everyone thought this was Jay? Even then I thought it was stupid. They have some trouble with the Howlers, but the dragons step in and they flee. They arrive at a cave. This is the home of Ericor, the last Jinn. This forearm fellow tells the group that Dragon Sora is actually called Xanth. Finally, I don't have to call it Dragon Sora anymore. Ericor was away from Ninjago when it was destroyed, with only a little stone remaining. He flames them for using Seeker Stones improperly, so now they're cursed. The Howlers can only be defeated by Jinn magic. Luckily, they just met a Jinn. I'm glad they gave Ericor a different personality than Noticon. The Howlers show up again, and Ericor just wants to give up. His little stone starts to glow because of their hope or something. This convinces Ericor to fight back, but Sora needs to wish for it.
Your wish is yours to keep.
He said the line! Chills. The Howlers are defeated. Oh yeah, there was also a B-plot of Mr. Frohickey messing up things. I'm just now realizing something. Remember a while ago when I opened a few LEGO sets, and one of them was the new Lloyd spinner? Well, in that set was a weird brown ball. This was a Dragon Core! They were foreshadowing them half a year before they showed up. I'm sure everyone knows that by now, but I didn't. Anyway, Dorama. I like the hats his underlings wear. The lava tides steal the core back, and so begins a three-way chase. Ericor helps Nia and Sora by giving them a compass, which points to the core. Eren and Lloyd arrive at this garden and find the core out in the open. They suspect something is up and don't take it immediately. This was actually a test, and these snail guys just give them the core. Someone before them tried to steal the core, and it was Raptor. They captured him and planned to kill him. You know, I really agree with these snails. The lava tides are very effective at running away and grow when they eat fire. So that's happening. The compass leads Team Dragon to a junkyard with a bunch of random stuff around. They chase after some kids, so that's happening. Raptor pleads for Lloyd and Eren to help him, and he can be freed if someone walks the impossible path. Dun dun dun. Lloyd wants to do it, as a teaching moment. Team Fire escapes with their core. Yay! Lloyd heads into the impossible path and comes out fine. Turns out, the path is covered in salt, which is very dangerous to the snail folk. They free Rapton, and he immediately attacks them. I hate this man. He's thankfully tased by these strange agents who disappear in a portal. Lloyd and Aaron follow suit. Heatwave was also hurt. Nia and Sora follow the children, but are confronted by a giant rock fella. This turns out to be Cole! What? How did he do that? How did he get here? So many questions that will be explained in the next episode. Cole shows his beautiful face and comes out of his rock form. We are introduced to those two children. One's a serpentine, obviously, but the other one is a formling, yo! We haven't seen formlings since season 11, so it's cool that they brought one back. Cole ended up here after the merge, which is actually an Imperium legend. The land of lost things. That's because things that are lost end up here. A giant rubbish monster called the Hoarder chases after the group, and they end up in a giant noodle cup. Who's that guy? I don't know. But Cole can feel the earth screaming, which is kind of dark. And that strange guy sticks the noodle cup to the Hoarder's hand. This is Geo. He's the elemental master of fusion. So he can stick anything together, which can't be unstuck. Maybe not the best name for it, but what can you do? The Hoarder can't approach their home called the Rookery. That's important later. Another new character. This is Bonzel, who is a skeleton. I know, it's hard to tell. Cole once again is able to bring people together and lead them. Probably one of his best character traits. This machine is responsible for keeping the Hoarder away. It's powered by the Dragon Core, of course. Cole won't let Nia take the core, and they can't just leave because the Finders, Cole's little gang, can't physically leave. Sora thinks she can create a new power source to replace the core. Now Kai gets a good character moment. He uses this blue stuff to help with Heatwave's injury. He's actually smart, what? Sora and Geo bond over their shared rejection of their homes. Everyone theorized that Geo was a combination of the Gekko and the Munt species. And that's pretty much correct. He's a Munt with the colors of a Gekko. Drones show up to take Giro, so Nia fights them off, while Cole fights off the Hoarder. This fight has some really cool moments. Cole can't use his Rocco mode because he needs a boost from Geo's power, which doesn't actually make much sense. Bonzel informs Sora of Dr. LaRoe approaching, and Sora does her best. The core is taken, and the Hoarder shows up again. Geo powers Cole up, and his feet glow now? For free? Sora uses her powers to rip the face off the Hoarder, and they capture this little guy. He's a LaRoe experiment. Geo tells Cole that he doesn't actually power Cole up. It's just him. Cole has always had the most development with his powers, and I like this new feature. Lloyd and Aaron arrive in a massive office building of some kind. There's a huge line with this guy waiting for his whole lifetime. This is the administration, and these agents show up. Man, Kai is a really good mentor. Kai hasn't had much character growth since season 11, and I really enjoy Kai actually teaching someone. When Nia merged with the sea, Wu taught Kai a way to calm down, and now he's teaching Wildfire. The administration is all about forms and permits, and they are even getting given away by some mysterious figure. Lloyd gets another message, and another one with directions. They are led to Zane. So he was the one sending the messages. Zane was brought here when the administration agents showed up because he couldn't get the portal working. Basically, the administration is part of the realm of madness, and all permits and paperwork are all useless. They catch wind of the core getting destroyed, so they head out in a tube. They all get split up, but Lloyd finds the core. Aaron causes a stir, and the workers call for their manager. This manager is Jay. Hold your applause. This is his only scene in the season, and people weren't happy, but I don't really mind. We'll obviously get him eventually, and this was a fun surprise. Lloyd commandeers a mech and stops the core from burning. Why is this mech here? Who knows? Heatwave gets better, and it turns out the core the Fire Twins have is fake. Dorama switched it out. Zane shows up in a new whip, and the two ninja flee. Aaron joins the chase. One thing that I think is underappreciated is how exciting everything is. There's just so much energy in scenes, and there's a lot of great surprises. If you didn't see the Lego set for this mech, it can split into two mechs, which Aaron uses to shut down a laser grid. Zane does paperwork, and the three ninja escape. Hooray! They can finally head back to the monastery, where Wildfire has bad news. The team needs to head back to Imperium to get that core, but a massive burst of energy scares them. Ooh. It's bonkers to me that we get a Raz flashback. He comes from the realm of wildness, which is where Wildfire is from. In this time, Beatrix's father was the Emperor of Imperium. Raz pitches the idea to capture a Source Dragon to power Imperium, but dragons actually live in peace with Imperium, with this Emperor. He sicks his other daughter, Zeatrix, on Raz, and she has elemental power, huh? It seems powerful too, but we actually never find out what this power is. A lot to unpack there, but there's no time for that. Imperium has all three dragon cores. Wait, I thought Lloyd got his core away from Rapton. How does he have it here? Ah, Cole! Team Dragon needs to get into Imperium, so Sora builds armor for Jiro to help them pass the barrier. Cole isn't going with them, because he's been hearing Ghost Woo's voice, so Nia understands that he needs to follow that voice. Speak of the devil, this was such a tease. Maybe next season we'll see this adventure. With all 3 Dragon Cores, Beatrix's plan is set into motion. The weapon doesn't work very well, which resulted in that burst of energy from before. One of the cores wasn't acting right, and Rapton disappeared. We see more of the flashback, where Beatrix reveals the elemental power her sister had was her father's, and that it is granted to the firstborn child. Beatrix was born a few minutes later, so now she feels like she was robbed of power. This pisses her off, so the two enact a plan to blow up her father! Raz also neutralizes her sister, but we don't know where she ended up, so I suspect she will appear in the next season. Wildfire distracts the guards, and what's this? A continuous action one-take? Raz tries to convince Beatrix to let him out, but she doesn't. The ninja are immediately found, but Percival and his gang saves them. What the hell is going on? They are now a resistance to fight back against the Empress. Okay, I guess that's what's going on. The core that Rapton brought was a fake, which makes sense now. Leroy refuses to use the giant dragon's energy to finish the weapon, so Jordana steps up. Beatrix shows up in a big mech. It's Ninjago, of course there's a big mech. Their elemental powers are rendered useless by the mech, and Team Dragon arrives to break the barrier. The group leaves the dragons to hold off Beatrix, while Percival shows them the Resistance hideout. All of Zane's efforts to open the monastery teleporters was for naught, as Beatrix had the Monastery of Imperium taken down. The ninja are caught up on the Imperium lore, and Percival has a plan to broadcast a message to all of Imperium to motivate the people. The hunted parallels continue. Xanth and Jiro are doing well. Oh, never mind. Beatrix is doing pretty well, and the group commence their plan. Kai and Wildfire do some terrorism, and a few of them make it to the radio tower. Percival has a man on the inside to help them. A new character, I hope. Oh, nuts, it's Rapton. Why is Rapton helping him? He just doesn't like the Empress because she's gone insane. Anyway, they have no other choice. Lloyd, Nia, and Zane are confronted by Beatrix, and Eren is confronted by Dorama. Yes, another excellent one take with slow-mo. Whoa, dragons rising, relax. Jordana still can't get the Source Dragon's power, yet. The broadcast goes out, and Sora preaches to the people, exposing Imperium. She compares the people being controlled just like the dragons, so they are all dragons in a sense, and they rise up. The Empress retreats and retrieves the weapon she was building. Turns out it's a Mergequake gun. That's fucking metal. Jordana must have come through. Everyone sets off to stop Beatrix. She starts blasting people, sucking them into the Mergequakes. Even main characters like Wildfire are sucked into the quakes. No plot armor here. No, Percival! Ryu as well? What the hell? Hey, Eren did the object Spinjitzu to save Sora. Good stuff. I love how chaotic this battle is, and so does Raz apparently. Oh, bye Kai. Lloyd calls in that mech again to help fight. Oh no, Rapton, I am so sad. During all this crazy stuff, Sora's parents find her, and they still don't believe that the Empress is nuts. Sora scolds her parents, and this finally unlocks her true potential. Finally! She destroys the weapon, and Eren kicks Beatrix into a quake. The damage the Empress did pushed the Mergequakes over the edge, and now everything is being destroyed. The bounty begins to crash, but Xanth shows off some power of her own. She can grow and attach herself to the bounty. Okay. They've got 2 of the Dragon Cores, so they only need the one at the monastery. A Mergequake opens right in front of Eren, revealing his parents, but they disappear again. How are they gonna get the core here? Oh hell yeah, Mr. Frohickey! With all the cores together, Lloyd tries to be the conduit for its power once more, and connects to that place again. He uses the power to stop the Mergequakes, probably for good. This spits everyone that was taken back out. We aren't done yet. Lloyd takes the cores to the massive Source Dragon to hopefully free him. Turns out, this guy was one of the original 7 Source Dragons, and that all elemental powers come from these dragons. Not sure how this impacts the lore, but the dragon is freed. Kai and Wildfire practice, and we get a comparison between their powers. Kai's fire incinerated the cans, while Wildfire's only melted them. Apparently Wildfire's power is called Heat, which is a little stupid. It's just a less powerful fire, I guess. Jordana is confronted by Raz, who wants to hire her to join his master? She has some of the Source Dragon's energy, which excites Raz greatly. Holy shit, what a season. Definitely one of the best seasons in terms of scope, lore, and new things. I love how they executed everything, even if I wanted to see a little bit more of Cole and Jay, but it isn't their story anymore. I love Sora's character arc, learning to use her powers and overcoming her need to prove herself to her parents. I do wish we had more development on Eren's end, but I'm sure we'll have plenty of seasons to do that. Ninjago Dragons Rising Season 2. Man, I wish that had a subheading. Recently properly came out, so you know what that means. Time for me to review it. Now, the second part for the season famously got leaked a couple of months ago, and everyone saw it, so there wasn't much hype for it now. Since I did watch it then, we shouldn't have any recency bias, so let's go. The season starts with Raz taking Jordana somewhere. We're in the realm of wildness at the moment, which is where Wildfire is from, and Raz tells Jordana that there's something called the Forever Rock. That pretty much confirms that this realm is Chima, since that was a landmark in that show too. That's so cool. They arrive at a temple, and Raz uses that leftover Source Dragon energy to open it up. The reason they're here is to find some wolf masks and a gong. What does it do? Just wait. TikTok? In the Ninjago universe? Bad season. We see what the ninja have been up to, and oh my god, look how big Ryu is. Is that Fujidove? Sora can still use her powers by herself, and Eren is still kind of bummed about that. Eren is still looking for his parents. Oh, so he didn't forget. The two go outside to do some training where Lloyd is sleeping? The older ninja have gotten new fits, but why doesn't Eren and Sora have them? Lloyd hasn't been sleeping well lately, because he's been having what appears to be visions. Okay, back to plot stuff. Raz is meeting with a mysterious recruit. Eren and Sora meet with Creel, who has someone breaking into a junkyard, which calls him to investigate break-ins. The criminal hasn't actually stolen anything, but has been searching. The new ninja ask around the crossroads and commence a stakeout. I like that the new characters got something to do by themselves. Ah, there he is! The soon-to-be thief shows off some smoky talents, and, spoilers, he's the elemental master of smoke. Not the one from season 4, but a new one, so that means the original one's dead. I love how they brought back this random-ass elemental power over all the others, but we'll see a lot more soon. Mr. Frohickey dobs on the young ninja to Lloyd, and the Vapor has found a hammer. The three engage, but the guy has friends. Smokey starts wiping the floor with them, but Lloyd is here to help. He recognizes the wolf masks from his visions, which allows the furries to escape. Raz uses the hammer on the gong, which powers up those masks. Hey, Cloud Kingdom, what are we doing here? The riders are still doing their thing when something causes them to stop. That something is Raz and his goons. We don't get to see what happens, but Euphrasia crashes near Imperium. Lloyd relays to the others what his visions have been about, and the whole smoker last night. So the team looks into the mallet. They end up talking to the snake lady, who tells them about the mallet and the gong of shattering. That's a dumb name. She lore dumps what I just said before, about wearing a mask when the gong is hit, shatters the goodness in you. Apparently there's a whole bunch of techniques you can learn when having that goodness shattered. Now that they have this information, Euphrasia arrives to explain what happened. She tried her best to protect the Cloud Kingdom, but womp womp. Raz was there to research the Blood Moon, so the ninja arrived to stop them. Eren keeps complaining about not having any powers, which is getting quite annoying. We actually find out that Raz cursed those worms last season. And I love how connected the stories between seasons have been. The head writer dumps even more exposition about how the Blood Moon can allow someone to perform a ritual that can bring back the Forbidden Five. What is that? There's so much exposition in this one episode, it's feeling a little clunky. Oh, and we find out that this Forbidden Five were actually elemental masters. Great. They decimated their realm using evil techniques, but were stopped by someone. Raz is looking for all this to bring the five back. Fighting begins, and Raz uses the gong. Cinder is sent in, and Kai quickly deals with him. Cinder uses the mask, and starts using this corrupted Spinjitzu called Shadow Spin, and that's a dumb name too. Cinder uses Shadow Spin to completely wreck everyone. This is another cool fight with the great camera work, but the ninja lose. They take their loss like champs and book it. What did that vase do to you? Everyone's on edge from getting bodied, so Lloyd looks inward and finds jack shit. He starts screaming to the Source Dragons like a Oh, what? These little things take Lloyd to the place with the floating symbols. They talk shit about Lloyd, and that captured dragon vouches for him. This council gives Lloyd a little head start on what to do next. Wow, that's clear. Wildfire's leg is broken, so she's dead weight. So everyone else sets off. Wait, they have new suits again. Okay, that's cool. Zane is staying behind again, which makes this the second time he's done this. Why? Is he okay? I'm genuinely curious because Dragons Rising has him acting pretty strange so far. Jordana is learning magic all of a sudden. Why are these things just happening? Raz is GTAing the Cloud Kingdom, and off they go. Lloyd isn't really doing that well with his visions. I'm glad he's getting a lot more development in Dragons Rising, as he hadn't had much since the Oni trilogy. The group find Wildfire in the bounty, so I guess she's coming too. They arrive at the destination and need to go up. Sora equipped everyone with his grappling hooks, but Ryu's fat ass can't fly, so Kai carries them in a mech. There are tentacles now attacking everyone? What even is this episode, man? After dealing with that, Everyone is separated in this cave where they face their insecurities or fears or woo, no, come back! Jay! That was all fake, obviously. But they do find that dragon from the vision. Whoa, suddenly Geo? Cole's friends in the land of lost things are just vibing when the Cloud Kingdom pulls up. The ninja are busy getting attacked by this dragon with a mustache. They need to get through the door by getting these boulders into a bucket. They play their weird basketball game and open the door. Uh-oh. These dragons are actually cool and congratulate everyone for passing the tests. The wolf goons seem to just want to beat up the lost ones, which is weird. Geo actually does well to hold them off, but they were really here to take Bonzel. Oh shit, it's Cole! No, go back! These two dragons are the teachers the ninja were looking for. Lloyd catches them up to speed on what's happening. Meanwhile, Cole's doing his thing, fighting people and saving Bonzel. He creates a dome for the lost ones to hide in, and they all reunite. I guess we don't get to see that journey Cole went on last season. The teacher dragons were the ones who defeated the Forbidden Five the first time using a special technique, the Rising Dragon technique. So close to the title there. They also used a spell to banish the five. Egot refuses to teach the ninja the Rising Dragon technique, but is convinced by Lady Dragon. The Wolfmen almost get to the junk gang, and they manage to fix that portal gate from last season, and go through. They end up at the monastery. The Wolf Boys follow through, and the ninja spring into action. All of a sudden, the flying glowing Master Wu orb appears. To deactivate the gate? That's a weird reason to show up. Zane catches Cole up on everything, and Bonzel tells everyone why Raz is after her. But we have to watch the ninja train first. The dragons break the group up depending on their Spinjitzu skills. Obviously, all the older ninja already know Spinjitzu, but since Eren can kind of do it, he's lumped in with them. Sora and Ryu are in the other group, and must actually learn how to do Spinjitzu. Wildfire's leg is broken, so she doesn't get a group. Okay, so Bonzel is a spell, which has taken on a physical form. She tells the whole story through puppets, which is going to make a timeline video a whole lot weirder to watch. Egolt and other dragon went to a sorceress to get a spell that can banish the Forbidden Five. Yep, we know this. By the way, the Forbidden Five are elemental masters, right? But we never learn what their elements are, which is kind of disappointing to me. Anyway, the spell worked, but the spell stuck around. After wandering around, Bonzel made her way to Master Wu! Sora's having a hard time, but when it's time for Ryu's turn, he does even worse. Bro can't even fly. I'm glad that Ryu gets something to do. I thought he'd be the pet that loiters. Other dragon performs Spinjitzu to stick it to Sora. The other group is having more trouble mentally. It's nice to have some Wu wisdom in the show, but once again, that's something that Wu never told the group. I mean, why would he? He helped Bonzel create a form, and there's the backstory. Okay, time for serious talk. This little moment between Cole and Geo sent the Ninjago community into a firestorm. It's never outright spoken, but there's hints that Cole and Geo might be into each other romantically. Of course, people are outraged by this idea, but why? It doesn't affect the characters, and I think people are actually being homophobic. Seriously, we need to stop making this out to be such a big deal, because it's nonsense. Cole and Zane need to find the sorceress that created Bonzel. Jordana is still learning magic, and Raz has another moment with his master. More training. That is most of this first half of the season, which gets lame after a while. Eren still can't do his object Spinjitzu or regular Spinjitzu. And don't get me wrong, I am interested in this journey, but I thought it got somewhat resolved last season. At least the object Spinjitzu part. Cole, Zane, and Bonzel are looking for a map to the realm of Mysterium, and get one pretty easily. There's so many scenes of the characters training, and it doesn't exactly pay off for Sora, Ryu, or Eren. None of them actually learn what they're training for. The other ninja gets stuck in a poisonous cloud, but we can't focus on that because more training! Eren accidentally snipes Egot in the noggin. That's gonna do wonders for his self-esteem. Cole's group is intercepted by Dorama's puppet. Eren's demoted to Sora's group. Oh, back to Dorama? There's so much back and forth, oh my god. This whole part is actually a waste of time, so after dealing with that, they actually make it to Mysterium and find, damn it, another monastery. Okay, here's my game theory. Last season told us that the first Spinjitzu master created other realms besides Ninjago. So I think that all the realms with monasteries are his. Very obvious, yes, but I thought I should mention it. Cole points out that there's a crack on the wall that Jay and Cole made in the past. Who knows what that could mean? Oh, not you again! The orb seems to be chill with this sorceress. Eren's still pissed about his lack of power. Just letting you know. Egot and Wildfire actually kind of get along, and she makes him a stew that helps with his wasting sickness. Egot has this dragon cancer, and now I feel bad for him. Lloyd reflects on his visions, and other dragon gives him some insight. The visions are caused by all the Source Dragon energy Lloyd channeled last season. Since the Source Dragons can kind of see the future, Lloyd's getting a little taste of that. Hey, right on cue. Lloyd gets another vision of the 10th episode. Cole's group is approached by administration agents. They're here for Zane. Kai and Nia have a go at trying Rising Dragon technique, and a couple of flashbacks later, Kai manages to actually pull it off. Oh, look at that, another technique for the ninja to fly. While this calls for celebration, the blood mood rises, and the Dragon Masters turn to stone. I actually liked Eagle. The administration attacks, and Bonzel escapes with Sprite. They are stopped by Jay! Oop, vision time. Lloyd knows that the ritual will be done in the wilderness, so they need to get there. Jay actually has no memories from before the administration, so Sprite shows him his old self. This is actually a neat idea for Jay. I don't know what to call Cole's group, but they defeat the administration agents and flee. Hey, guess what? The bounty gets struck down by Jordana, with the group getting all split up. Alright, I'm just gonna say it. I don't like the whole hiding Bonzel B-plot. It takes up so much time, and it doesn't really matter anyway. Like, they hide Bonzel in a box, and then she's taken by Jordana. Right when stuff is finally getting interesting, we get more Raz flashbacks, which shows when Raz met his master. Kai, Sora, and Wildfire climb out of a hole. Lloyd has more visions, and Aaron is still lost. Jordana passes them, and Ryu flies after them. Good for you, man. Kai's group is attacked by Wolfmask, which is the first piece of action we've gotten in a while. Aaron steals Jordana's buggy, and meets Bonzel for the first time. Kai and the others steal wolf outfits to infiltrate the ritual. Oh my god, are we still here? Cole and Zane actually do catch up with the plot finally, and head up to the Cloud Kingdom. Raz is so sick of Jordana that he bitch slaps her and goes after Bonzel himself. He actually catches up to Aaron and makes light work of the kid. The ritual's back on, baby. Lloyd and Nia find Aaron, while Kai tries to free the sacrifices. Raz rings the Gong of Shattering, and since the ninja are wearing masks, they are affected. Raz starts the ritual as the ninja are found. Finally, more action. And Sora traps Cinder, which is funny. Bonzel is reduced back to a spell, and the portal opens. The other ninja join the fight, and this season is actually getting fun. The ninja play a fun game of keep away before Cinder activates Shadow Spin. If only Kai wasn't the only one who can do the technique to stop Cinder. It's funny how completely useless Shadow Spin is now. Lloyd and Raz have a cute bout. Kai is knocked into the portal, acting as one of the sacrifices, and out pops one of the Forbidden Five. Nia figures out how to do Rising Dragon, and Lloyd finally accepts his visions, allowing him to do Rising Dragon too. Aaron tries to use his object Spinjitzu, but Sora fakes it for him. I'm sure that won't make them fight later. The portal closes with this weird thing going into Jordana. Raz calls for his master, and suddenly everything disappears. The blood moon passes, and Raz puts this device on Nukt. Kai is left with Bonzel in the strange dimension. Now that the first half is over, this shit kind of sucks. It just drags out for so long, and the Cole B-plot is just so boring to me. The ninjas spend the whole season learning Rising Dragon, so there isn't much going on until the last couple of episodes. It's uninteresting to watch. None of the characters got any development, and it's lucky the second part bangs. Why is the administration appearing so much? Like, they aren't even that interesting. Aaron and Sora are here trying to find his parents, which is another dead end. Lloyd is still getting his visions, but this time he's trying to use them to find where Raz went. Wildfire got herself a new look. Wow. The young ninja escape and stumble upon the Monarch Dragon from last season. Someone took her horns, which do become relevant later on. They get some Kraglings to give her some of that good mud, and the other ninja arrive. The dragon passes away, but Lloyd was able to hear her in his head. She told him that the Source Dragons are in danger, dun dun dun. Oh, the dragon had a kid as well. The ninja set out to return the baby to its tribe, and they have a follower. God fucking damn it, it's Rapton. He's starting to make me miss... Hello, Dareth. Thought I could squeeze one in. There's some fighting, but they end up where they need to be. Back at the monastery, the team are reflecting, as they normally do, when all of a sudden, one of the 7 Source Dragons appears. The Source Dragon of Motion, which is a weird name. She flexes her size to prove she's the real deal, and tells the ninja that 2 other royal dragons had their horns taken. Turns out one of the Source Dragons died, which is a big deal, so they need to get mortals involved. She tasks Lloyd and the others to track down who's murdering these dragons, but where do they start? Well, more exposition points them into the direction of the City of Temples, where the Tournament of Sources is held. Hell yeah, we're getting another tournament, baby! The Elemental Masters that we've met start to receive invitations to the Tournament of Sources, including characters from Season 4 like Tox. The Tournament of Elements in Season 4 is my favourite concept that the show has ever done, so revisiting that idea is so fun. Wait, is that Beatrix? Wildfire and Nia are out, and wonder what Kai is up to. Him and Bonzel are wandering around the Neverspace, hiding from the remaining 4 of the 5. Eren tells Sora and Ryu about one of his old friends, which can't possibly be foreshadowing anything. Lloyd is flying on Jiro when he thinks back to what the Source Dragon said to him. She suggested he find a master to accompany them to the tournament, so he asks Eagle and Rontu. They have been teaching Zane Rising Dragon technique, and he does master it. The dragons refuse to go because they've taught everything they know. They attack Lloyd to convince him to lead the ninja, which is like the 4th time Lloyd has accepted being their master. Don't you remember Sons of Garmadon? Lloyd takes on the role quickly and puts everyone to work. Eren tries to tell Lloyd that he's not going with him, but Lloyd tells him to shut up because he has to figure out who's been stealing the horns, while the others compete. Finally, Eren gets something to do. Everyone gets new duds that look slick and spot Euphrasia. The ninja get into a pickle when they realize they can't get in without an invitation. They didn't get one like Euphrasia did. This gentleman comes out of a wall to tell them to fuck off. Instead of trying to sneak in, like the ninja they are, the group brute forces it. That's what they get, I guess. They get to the top and are welcomed by the old fella again, as well as the person running the whole thing, Roby. His Uncle Black is the old traditional guy, while Roby wants to Twitch stream the whole event. They get into the City of Temples, while Eren and Ryu are cornered. That's when Eren's buddy shows up. If only someone called it. Flashback o'clock. It's of Eren being bullied before Frack showed up to help. He's just as obsessed with the ninja as Eren is. In the present, Frack is the elemental master of Quake, so he can pretty much make stuff shake. Just like Sora, he got his powers from the merge, and had a master train him. Roby explains the rules of the tournament. The loser of any given match must have their power temporarily taken and given to the winner. The ninja are quick to recognize that someone could just take everyone's powers and dip, but Roby has full control over where the powers go. Do you remember that leader of the snail people? Well, he's here, and his power is nature. Yep, that's another character from Season 4 that's probably dead. The ninja meet with the other competitors, and Nia says hi to their old friends. Jordana is here, begging for Sora's help, but seems to change. Weird. But Nukt and Cinder are here too. Lloyd runs into Raz, who is the master of his team. We need more characters, so here's Beatrix. Oh wait, so this is Beatrix's sister, the one we saw in a flashback with elemental powers. I was right, she isn't dead. She actually wants revenge on the ninja because they took her sister down first. If Beatrix hates her sister so much, why does she have the same hairstyle and clothes? I actually think that this was a budgetary thing, where the team ran out of money to make a new model because it's just Beatrix's model. It could be some other outside reason, but that's my game theory. Her power is Shockwave. The ninja recuperate in their own room, and I'm loving how the whole gang is in the same plot. The first half had the characters split, doing very boring tasks, so it made it hard to script. Oh, watch out! Someone tries to assassinate Lloyd and broke into the wrong room. The assailant escapes with everyone on his trail. Lloyd is the one to take him down in a pretty cool fight. The intruder is a robot, and the obvious sender would be Raz. But no, he had his own robo-visitor. And so did this purple guy? Tox recognizes the weapon used is from the Mother Garden. Oh no, Snail Man, no! He's promptly taken away, and Nia spots Jay for a minute. We get one of the rare scenes in the season where it's only the 6th ninja and Wu. Their exercise is a dance lesson, but remember the fact that Jay and Nia are good dancers. Little moments like that make the show. I forgot that this was the first time any of the ninja have seen Jay. Eren goes out to investigate when Ryu finds something. They decide to get some pie with Frack when they run into Wildfire looking for Roby. She likes him. What's Cole doing? He finds Geo, and the two find an old Earth mech that might have belonged to his mother. No time to dwell. Sora confronts Jordana, who doesn't remember asking Sora for help. She spots Frack with Nukt and Jordana, so Raz is his master. Whoa, kind of a twist. The first match is Zane up against that purple fella who is the master of reflexes. That is such a weird power. Zane actually loses to Zer, thanks to some suspiciously quick melting ice. Roby transfers Zane's powers to Zer. Little disappointing that a character with so much training and skill would lose this easy, but whatever, the plot demands it, I guess. Next match time, and it's Nia against Jay Walker himself on Raz's team. Finally, Jay gets to do something, but he's kind of a dick. Instead of the usual combat, the two have to climb this pillar to win. Nia doesn't want to fight Jay, but bro can't remember, so he doesn't care. He whips out a wolf mask and uses Shatter Spin. Man, that sucks, but if only there was a recently learned technique that could combat this. Nia does win this round, but I think it would have made more sense and would be a lot cooler if Jay won. This loss would have felt more realistic, and Jay being here longer while continuing to use Shatter Spin would be a cool character arc. Kai and Bonzel find a sleeping member of the Five, and some of Ryu's scales start to glow. They are able to use this to speak to the dragon. The ninja roll up on Raz and promise not to jump him unless they give up Jay. But bro's out of here. His inclusion feels a little pointless, other than to show the others that he's around. Eren and Sora realize the connection Jay has with the administration, and this kind of sets up a plotline for the future. Eren's pissed that something always stops the ninja from looking for his parents, setting up another more exciting plot point. The next match is starting with Sora and Kizzy, the master of balance. What a shit power. They have to get through an obstacle course. This seems like another unfair matchup, but Sora does end up winning. Now Sora can stand really good. Holy shit, another match! Unlike Tournament of Elements, we get more than 4 matches. Anyway, it's Wildfire, whose power is confirmed to be Heat, dumb, against Cinder, so you can probably tell how this is gonna go. This match is just capture the flag. Nah, Wildfire wants blood. Now this loss does make sense. After the match, Cinder pretends to be hurt, and the ninja get kicked out. Oh, Zane has a plan. If the ninja can beat a trial, they won't get kicked out, and the trial is a vehicle race. Oh man, vehicles are the ninja's whole thing. They managed to get a vehicle from a junkyard thanks to Sora. It's kind of like the Ultrasonic Raider, huh? Does this race feel like it's trying to pad out the season? Yes, but it gives Eren the chance to snoop. I hate the fact that Eren's mask is a completely different color from the rest of his fit. He finds that Frack is working for Raz. And speaking of, Raz tells Eren about Sora's tampering last half, which pisses Eren off. Raz just keeps pushing and asks Eren to join him. He also drops what's probably his master's plan, to reverse the merge. Oh yeah, the racing team is doing stuff. Raz tells Eren that Wu was the one to cause the merge, which kind of sounds like a Wu thing to do. He is known for causing most of the ninja's problems. Raz tries to convince Eren that he's not a bad guy for trying to reverse the merge and bring back everyone who was lost, which seems to stick with Eren considering his whole arc. I like that Eren is getting the most development. That was literally one of my biggest complaints from the first half. I would be talking more about the racing stuff, but it really isn't that interesting. But they win the race, so on with the games. Euphrasia loses to Zeatrix. Tox goes up against Nuct, and he fucking beats the shit out of her. Still don't know what his power is. Eren confronts Frack about his master, so Frack shows Eren what he's been learning. Raz's teachings actually cause Eren to do a full Spinjitzu tornado, with some shatter spin in there? What? Lloyd's turn, and Mr. Pale shows off some new powers. Doesn't matter though, because Lloyd is the main character, and wins. Oh my god, another match. I love it. Cole against Frack. It's the first one to ring this bell, but the arena seems very suited for Frack's Quake powers. Meanwhile, Sora tells Eren about the Object Spinjitzu drama, and now he's angry. Frack wins the match, but Cole isn't happy with how unfair the match was. Lloyd, Nia, and Sora are the only ninja left. We learn more about Raz's plan. He wants all the elemental powers to create dragon icons, which summon source dragons, like he did to the one in Imperium. Alright, a pretty good plan. Oh man, it's Nia against Nuct. The two use all their powers and techniques they know, and it's a good match. Oh, that's bullshit. Yeah, something is going on with these matches. No time to figure this out, because it's Sora against Cinder. Eren, what the hell are you doing? Sora actually destroys Cinder, which is kind of surprising, and now Sora has 4 powers. Cole gets a visit from Sprite again, and it leads him to another monastery. Do we really need more of them? Lloyd's taking his role seriously, and Nia leaves to go find Jay. But first, she starts to hear Kai thanks to Ryu. Eren is working hard, but is a little moody. He tells the others that he doesn't think Raz is behind the horn theft. They discuss other possible suspects, like Zeatrix. Been a while since a good Lloyd vision. It gives him a heads up that he'll be fighting Zeatrix and lose. Eren finds Roby, getting Geo to make him a statue. Okay, how is Geo still here? His elemental power isn't very combat worthy. Roby shows Eren around the museum, and he tells Eren that the Monarch Dragon's horns can boost elemental powers. The symbol Eren found earlier is on Roby's robe, so now he's a suspect. Frack goes against Zer. Frack actually asks Cole for advice how to use his powers, and I hope this leads to Frack becoming an ally. Zeatrix confronts Lloyd while the match is going on, and Lloyd starts geeking. Frack wins his fight by using Cole's powers better than him. Lloyd wins again against a Kragling with this cannonball power, and we get a montage of other characters showing off their powers. Hey, it's Neuro! All the important characters start racking up powers. The last match of the day is inevitably Lloyd against Zeatrix, but Roby calls him the Master of Life. Add that to the list of power names. A lot of powers are used in this fight, And I think this is the best of the season. Zeatrix starts combining powers, which we should have gotten more of. Lloyd, with his plot armor, wins the fight, but Zeatrix plays dirty and sucker punches him. Zeatrix puts Lloyd in a fucking coma. Still don't like that she looks like Beatrix, but whatever. Zeatrix starts losing her shit again, so Roby takes her powers. Eren still suspects Roby for being the mastermind, so he asks Wildfire for help. Meanwhile, Sora is up against Frack, and I love that Sora pretty much has to rely on all the other powers except her own. She hardly uses it here. Sora does well, but Frack is about to use a mask. He thinks about what Eren told him and decides to fight without cheating. Frack is actually a great character. I love that he doesn't want to be evil or anything. He looks up to the ninja and doesn't let Raz get into his head. He does lose this round, but it was a good fight, I think. Sora went from not being able to control her own power to having 8. Raz ditches Frack for being a good guy. Jordana slips Sora a note. She's sending a lot of mixed signals. The detectives are almost caught, but they get into Roby's room. They find a secret lair with some subtle hints. Tell us how you really feel. Sora shows Eren the note she got from Jordana, and he actually puts together where the dragon horns are. Lloyd is in his vision realm, where he sees the motion source dragon again. He wakes up just in time to fight Nukt. Lloyd shows up still injured though. Cole shows Eren the monastery where the horns may be. Lloyd gets the powers from Zeatrix and still puts on a good show. Black stops the fight because Lloyd is injured and he's forced to bow out. I would have loved to see this fight, but for plot reasons, I get it. Cole steals the Earth mech and uses some leftover elemental power to build a bridge. There's multiple sprites now, and they all form a Master Wu shape. A flashback of the 5? Finally, we needed something like this. Is that a Raz ancestor?
Don't worry, my brother.
Wait, brother? What's going on? These two are plotting against Raz. So I'm just gonna catch you up. That thing that possessed Jordana before was another one of the 5. The one that Kai has been seeing sleeping. She almost made it through the portal, like Nukt, but when it was cut off, she only managed to get into the closest body. Wildfire saves Black from dying and swaps out his book. The Wu sprite leads Cole and Eren into the monastery, which has a bunch of portal gates. There's 16 for all the realms, which throws my theory out the window. The sprite is actually Wu, but he isn't talking much. They find the horns, and Wu confirms that he did cause the merge. Oh yeah, more big reveals. Sora's struggling to use all the powers she has, so Lloyd gives her a pep talk to be herself. Wildfire can't read Black's book, but it's in Zer's language, so he translates. We're at the final round of the Tournament of Sources, with Sora against Nukt, if you forgot. Whoa! Sora pulls out some wonky Spinjitzu, which makes Eren even more pointless. Sora combines more powers to counter Shadow Spin. She does hold her own, but the ground starts moving suspiciously. Nukt does win the fight for plot reasons, and Nukt is about to get all the powers. Suddenly, Wildfire objects, as she's figured out the games were rigged. Blecht was the one who sent the robots, and even sent one after Raz to throw off suspicion. He's also the reason the ninja didn't get their invites. He did all this because Roby was put in charge of the games. Nukt kicks Roby, which causes the cup to give him all the powers. It's time for Nukt to betray Raz, and Rox reveals herself. These two hunted down the dragons and took their horns. Raz actually had no idea about the horns. Okay, more exposition. Nukt and Rox wanted the horns and all the elemental powers because those two things allow them to perform the blood ritual without the blood moon and free their homies. Raz is pissed and gets ready to fight, but Rox takes his goons. Okay, I'm liking what these siblings have to offer as villains. Nukt has all the elemental powers, and Rox has control over the army. Plus, they both know Shadow Spin. Nia and Ryu return. Raz takes Roby to drain the powers from Nukt, and who would have thought Rising Dragon would be this effective? Rox deals with the older ninja, while Eren and Ryu go for Nukt. That's a losing battle, Eren. He stops Nukt by using full Spinjitzu, which is nice to see, and here's Raz. He almost gets Nukt down, but elemental powers are strong. He uses all the powers to unleash the rest of the 5. Rox gets her real body back. The ninja all meet up. Eren gives Raz a hand, but he's not evil. All bro wants is his parents. All the forces in play surround Nukt, and here's yet another awesome fight scene. Lloyd is impressed with Eren's technique, but Eren sasses him. Nia is somehow able to open the portal through Ryu, through Kai, through Nia, so here's Kai. Being the only one left with powers, Kai goes kind of crazy, but is saved by Roby draining Nukt's powers. He gives them back to all their owners, and just as they're about to take Nukt out, he escapes with Raz in tow. Eren goes after them, with the gate collapsing after. Sora is crowned the winner of the games, which is a cool moment for her. The mood is soured by Aaron's departure. The motion Source Dragon visits Lloyd, pleased about the outcome. Lloyd is owed a debt from the Source Dragons, so she gives him a dragon icon. He can use it to summon the motion dragon once, so I'm sure this will play a big role later. Aaron is left with Raz and is upset about Wu. I'm so excited to see where this goes because Aaron's character development in the season was awesome, and that was season 2 of Dragons Rising. It started a bit shit, but the second half really carried. Every character had something to do, and it introduced a lot of new concepts and ideas. Sora and Aaron both had a lot of development as characters, and I love seeing the two's abilities grow and evolve. Ninjago is honestly one of my favorite TV shows. I loved it as a child, and I still love it now. I'm definitely going to keep up with the series and see where it goes, and I really hope it keeps up the hype from the second part.